Getting some import-export data, month-over-month number here coming through from last month on the import side, 0.4% versus a 0.3% increase expected there, 0.2 on the export side versus 0.2 expected. The bigger number this morning going to come at 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. we get University of Michigan sentiment. That's a preliminary reading. 63 expected there, coming off that 63.5 print last month. More importantly, down here, there is a 5-year and a 1-year inflation expectation on that release as well. So we'll bring that to you live as it happens at 10 a.m. Welcome to a Friday. Going to be an interesting day setting up here, coming off a bit of a choppy session yesterday. It was NASDAQ and the tech that, once again, tech in general, that led things back to the upside late in the session. We're seeing a bit of follow through in certain areas as far as big tech is concerned. Tesla, one of those. Huge move late in the day yesterday on that tweet from Elon about, hey, you found a CEO for Twitter. So that's great. More positivity coming through from China as well, in the sense that Shanghai is going to help out Tesla or work more closely with Tesla on some autonomous technology as well. So we'll talk about that coming up. Meta with a big week. I checked the Qs in general, or the NASDAQ, still positive by about 1% on the week going into Friday. Both the S&P and the Dow, though, in negative territory right now. Not by much, but still negative on the week itself going into the Friday session. It's Friday, May 12th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Here to seeing as well, SPRY popping back up, and drama, DRMA, a little one as well, making moves this morning. If you missed it or just joining, there's that import-export number, 0.4, a little bit of a upside print there on the import side. Export prices in line again. University of Michigan sentiment to come at 10 o'clock this morning. That'll be an interesting number. Always has that inflation tied to it, so that's the more important part. There's a 5-year and a 2-year inflation expectation number. Welcome to a Friday. Going to be a busy day here. A lot to discuss as we head into the weekend. Coming off a busy week as far as inflation data specifically, CPI, PPI earlier in the week, both showing more signs of cooling as far as inflation is concerned. But overall, the market kind of choppy still.
Yeah, big week for economic numbers, but still range bound. We are on the indexes at least. So keeping an eye to see if we get anything next week. Earnings season almost done for big tech. So retail coming up, I believe, next week, though.
Yeah, we'll get not only retail sales data, but retail sales earnings right across the board from some of the bigger names as well. If you go out to a daily time frame on a chart and look at the range of the NASDAQ yesterday, it's pretty telling as to what happened. Not a heck of a lot, but individual stocks, though, did provide a ton of opportunity. We'll talk about a ton of them coming up here again this morning. Both, though, guys, positive. I mean, the S&P and NASDAQ here heading into Friday.
Well, it's a good thing we trade individual stocks, right? So that's why we're here, because quite frankly, I saw in the chat JJJ just said, well, man, can the SPY actually move? Yeah, it doesn't want to. But, the NASDAQ's been trying to break out, and you have big tech names that have been making some moves. Bitcoin was making huge moves yesterday. That was causing a little bit of volatility. So you can't really complain too much. And I understand, obviously, you'd like to see this market break back outside. Like, look at the SPY on the daily, right? Like, it would be nice if we could take out these tops. I get it. But you don't have to do that. You saw Google break out in the last couple of days. You saw Amazon break out in the last couple of days. You saw, Bed Bath & Beyond and was to the other side, but PayPal's trying to fill a gap. Meta's resuming its upward trend. There's a lot out there to look to in terms of movers. I mean, that drama stock, if you're looking for some small cap names that are making some runs, the regional banks have been hot fire. So it might not be like a big news-driven day, and maybe the SPY doesn't get through that high. I don't know, but there's still plenty to look at today, and we'll be there for it. Got the blue on today. I'm going to the Jays. It has nothing to do with the Leafs here today, but half of us are on blue.
Yeah. Imagine being at the Jays game. Well, you can get little updates on your phone.
No, there's Wi-Fi. Usually, what's interesting is like when they're playing, you'll actually see like the quality of the Wi-Fi just completely like goes down because lots of people stream the game. I usually have it on my phone while I'm going on. But I'm going to be in the not in my seats tonight. I'm in the Corona section, so I'm finally checking out some of the new stuff.
Nice, good. Well, hopefully they'll have the Leafs game on in that section.
It's supposed to be a bar, so I would assume.
Yeah, they would. They would. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Good day. Good Friday, everybody. I don't know. We just said that the NASDAQ was up 1% for the week. That seems like a pretty good move. So let's stay positive on that. We'll see if it can fade out today. I think today could be a little bit of a down day, but let's just see what happens as the NASDAQ again is only up 0.14. We have great Tesla news, and I want to go long on Tesla today for sure. I think it's just one of those things where the momentum just is going to remain there. We had a huge move yesterday off that news about new CEO. I don't think it's really a long-term thing here. That's just going to be a puppet for Elon Musk anyways. I mean, the price of Twitter is tied to the price of Tesla with all the debt and everything that's been there for Elon and the name. So I'm looking for Tesla. I want to see it break out. I've written on the sticky note here that we like a 173 long. I don't think we're going to be able to get that kind of a dip buy, but anything that gives us some sort of formation for a long setup. We want to be there for the long in Tesla, and I want to be there for the short in AMD. Those are some brief ideas, and then we'll also look to trade Google again today. And then as I look, Disney on a 2-day play, probably breaking below $92 today if we get a red day in the Dow and across the board. So let's wait to see what's going to happen here. But I've got a couple good names that I'm really ready to go with here. So let's see if we can continue that momentum this week. Up 1%. We'll see if we can finish strong. Could give it all back. 1% down wouldn't surprise me either today. So yeah, I've been trimming a lot of my tech names. I feel happy about that. I feel like Google's in a bubble right now with all this AI, and at some point it will pop. But yeah, just really happy to have been able to get these outs the last couple of days in some of these names. Let's just see if it can hold these highs. I hope it does. I'm still hella long everything, but I do think it's about time to raise some cash, and that's what I've been doing here. The VIX is like so low right now, with 17, 18, even lower than that. That doesn't make any sense. The last time the debt ceiling was an issue in 2011, we dropped 16%. So are they settling this out? Let's see if they do. And even if they do, what deal do they come up with? And I just want to raise a little bit of cash now and possibly buy something back here in midsummer, maybe late summer, see where we go. And if the market absolutely rips out, we're still in the positions, but we will have some cash on the sideline in case we find some better buying opportunities. So, yep, really happy with some of the positions that we've been able to build and get out of. Intel really sucks, down to $28. Glad we got out some of that near 32, but I wasn't expecting it to pull back like this. We'll see what happens with that name today, and I like the AMD short.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a theme. I was thinking when I came in this morning, all of the conversations that we've had on the show so far this week with Frank back on Tuesday, with Danielle Shea, and then Frank again yesterday, there's a lot of kind of questions floating around, and we're at a point where the overall market seems to be lacking a little bit of direction and looking for some sort of catalyst as to which way to go. As Sean was mentioning, maybe a good time to, if you're well in the money on some positions, to take some off just to be safe. Worth noting down here on this overall note this morning, there was supposed to be debt ceiling discussions once again today at the White House, but that has apparently been postponed and will come again next week, early next week. So maybe no headlines today as far as the debt ceiling is concerned, but that's still kind of lingering in the background as well.
Time is running out depending on whose calculations you listen to. If you listen to Janet Yellen, June 1st is the deadline when the government runs out of money. Others have come out with later dates stating that other funds could be redirected. Point of the matter is, it's not a good look. Their credit rating is on the line, and there's a lot at stake here. A lot of treasury yields, a lot of stuff.
Chaos, economic chaos, according to Janet Yellen anyway, potentially. A few things of note here in this overall note as well. Regional banks moving around again this morning back to the upside. PACW, WAL, again, the two that came out with that update. Yesterday, PACW downside, WAL upside when it comes to both price action and deposits leaving for PACW, WAL back upside. We'll talk about Tesla coming up here as well. But this KRX, there's a bunch of different regional bank ETFs looking pretty glim heading into the weekend here, guys.
Yeah, it's right now there's not a lot of volume in them, but quite frankly, we've seen it start. Not boring's not the right word. We've seen it start slow and accelerate. That's kind of what we had happen a couple of days ago. But Ponzi Fonzie in the chat was like, "Is there an Alamo today where it's like, is there a level that if this breaks, like all whatever breaks loose on an individual stock?" And I didn't see anything that was obvious. However, there was almost a flat bottom breakdown on PACW in yesterday's trade. Like when it took out this 430 level, I was in it. It kind of halted to the downside. Then there was a massive bid at 4, and that's where it was able to bounce. So the way I would sort of see it is if the same thing were to happen again today and 4 were to break, I'm not saying it's the Alamo, because the Alamo's like that's where you'd put the last line of defense, and that would imply that I'm just going to load up long in front of 4. But if it were to break 4 after making that tremendous bounce yesterday, I think that would be a pretty bad sign, and then you could have a little bit of a flush. So I got my eyes on it. I just remembered that I didn't pay for locates. It's not on the front of my radar like in yesterday's trade, where at the open, this is what I was looking at to take something first. More along the lines of if it gets down to that 4, I want to make sure I go over to it and pay attention. Yeah, there's some resistance at 5. Maybe there's a trade off of that price, but I think it's more react to the first move or react to a big move. That was the plan yesterday. It'll be the same thing, but just eyeballing that 4 level. It was a few million shares on that bid. That's what turned it around. It was the same thing that happened the previous bottom that it made like a week and a half ago when it caught a bit of a rally. It was just a massive, massive buyers on the bid, and it caused a little bit of a bounce. So you can always see that happen again. But if they break, I kind of know what I want to do there.
Yeah, I don't know. I always think it's a risk to hold these things over the weekend. So if you're going to be trading them today, you just got to, try to. We keep saying the same thing. I mean, you can look at levels. You can try to figure this all out. For me, it's not really a game that I want to play. So I haven't been really trading them too much. We've been looking at some of the bigger banks like a BAC, and we talked about that yesterday at $30, breaking through $27 since we can't get above 30. So there's Disney with a buy, by the way, right now. We haven't really looked at that yet. But here was yesterday for Bank of America. We talked about it breaking that 27 early. I like that. That would have given you actually it wasn't even that great. It was only 12 pennies or so on that initial break. So if you were good enough to grab somehow the bottom there, you would have had a trade, and then it was just kind of upside the whole way. And now you're up on the day. You're actually outperforming the NASDAQ here and the S&P on some of these bank names. So, this is not looking overly exciting to me. Neil just talked about PACW and a few of the other names. So I think if you're going to look anywhere, this is still 1.43 million shares today. I don't really have anything to say. I mean, they down 9% on their deposits. That was just released the other day. That can't be a good sign. What if it's another 9% next week? There's some stuff about BlackRock coming out and sort of getting into bed with some of these banks. Maybe that's a little bit of a savior, but we've seen what happened when JP Morgan got involved and some of these other, big banks are taking on some of these deposits. And SIVB, First Republic, they're all down there on the pink sheets right now. I feel like you're one or two headlines away from some of these other names joining them. So I don't, and the volume has really died out on like an SIVBQ down here. And if you're just sort of stuck in the name, oops, that's a PK. If you're just sort of stuck in the name, it's been 40, 50 cents for a bit. Once the daily loads up, you'll see down here, it's not doing too much right now, and neither is First Republic. So it's like, you got to get the trading in. I mean, it's bounced up when we went in there, but the last couple days, just for the last week, 53 cents down to 40 cents. Let's check out FRCB just real quick here to see what's going on. Yeah, I mean, they're all 40, 50 cents. I almost feel like if you wanted, that's still SIVB, come on, charts. I do feel like if you wanted to get involved in any of these names, maybe you do want to take a shot at some of these pink sheet names here. I don't know. Like this was 32 cents up to 43. Like that's still 30%, right? Like that's 11 cents on 32 to the upside right there in the last couple of days. So maybe there's something here once they move down over to the pink sheets. We saw BBBYQ. That's too many B's.
That's all right.
There we go.
There you go.
And now we won less there. This got down to 8 or 9 cents, and then up again into the 20s. Now you're around here again. So like, look at this move. Came out at 4 or 5 cents. I don't know if I ever saw that. But anyways, even if it was 10 cents, you get a nice little bump up again. So look, I don't want to say that Pac West or all these other names are going down to the pink sheets, but we've seen some of the banks, once they get down there, sort of be left to die. So if you want to take some risks here, take them. But for me, I think it's just a trading opportunity, and we'll see here if it breaks $5. To me, that's pretty important. Looks like we'll get that here off the open, and you might want to watch out for a little bit of a halt if we get going. And I think you take the first halt. If it halts to the upside, go long, take the shot. If it halts to the downside, go short, take the shot. That's sort of where I am on that, unless we get news about anything happening there. Europe's still in trouble, so you got Credit Suisse, Deutsche Bank, and things like that.
I like those plays.
Yeah, there's lots of plays.
The whole play kind of gives you a reason to get into the trade, because you know activity just came to it if it's barcoding a little bit, because you want something to jump out at you, something like like this this ARS Pharmaceuticals. That's looking rather spry right now. It's up above $8 here and doing pretty good volume. There's not a lot of volume in this pre-market, but like 3 million on this one. Already, just double checking. Oh, they don't have the short float. All right, so I'm just gonna do this. I just looked up. I'll go to trade. I'm gonna go to float checker here. So SPRY, and then we'll see if they. Thank you, float checker. Like, I love the site. Don't get me wrong.
SPRY.
It's just a pain in the butt that like sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. You throw it in and just make sure I'm looking at the right thing, because not found. SPRY not found. Is this like a new issue? Maybe. Okay, so no float on that one.
It's not new at all.
I don't think it is. So, anyways, I can't get on float checker. We don't really have anything on it, but they did report. So that's the reason why they're up. But I just wanted to see what kind of a float they were working with here. Because if it's too small of a float, I don't think you want to short it. 40. You have 47? Yeah. Mine didn't have it.
Trade Ideas has it right here. Float 47. You can come over to my screen if you want. 47.1 million share float. You just click on the news thing here and you can find out. So 68% in pre-market. It's as FDA announcement today for SPRY. So AdCom favorable. You can just see it here. It's all right here. You click on the story, whatever, it loads up in a separate window. But I'm just basically doing Brendan here right now. But here it is. Source 68% in pre-market data. FDA panel backs NEFI. So anyways, there it is right there. SPRY is starting to go back up to the upside, go back up just a little bit. But I don't know, is this the right SPRY?
That's the right symbol.
Yeah, there's no price here or anything like that. So that's what I'm saying.
It's weird.
But it's the right symbol.
This float checker doesn't even have this thing.
Yeah,
that's
so
weird.
Anyways, all right, that's what's going on right now in SPRY land.
And a perfect segue to Michael Noss, CMT from Trade Ideas, with us on a Friday to give us a look at. We were saying when we came on this morning, Michael, we're kind of in that point in the market once again where, big tech earnings are behind us. Some of the bigger names for this quarter are behind us now. So where can we look for some opportunities as far as the overall market is concerned? Especially because, the VIX multi-week lows, once again, volatility has kind of fallen off here. So give us your thoughts here on kind of wrapping up earnings season and where you look for opportunities. I mean, it can be on an intraday basis. It can be on a multi-day kind of swing basis as well.
Yeah, for sure. So this is a segment that I do probably once a quarter. And the main reason for it is it's probably my favorite swing trading setup. And you're right. You have the earnings season that comes once a quarter, and that's when you kind of condense all of the most important earnings together, and you have these massive moves in the market. And then a lot of time and for a lot of reason, people kind of forget about the things that have reported earnings, because a lot of us are short-term traders, especially day traders. We trade, the day the news is announced and the market's going crazy while it kind of disseminates that news and tries to figure out where the new direction is. But for myself, as someone who both day trades, but also swing trades and longer term position trades, I like to go back to these things later after. And this is why I have Mind the Gap, where this gap can be very important. And the main reason that I really like this trade is because of my work in the hedge fund industry. So I spent about 10 years working with multiple hedge funds. And I understood their size and what that limited them to do. They can't just trade the next day, right? They can't just say, hey, XYZ company reported earnings and, let's just read through the earnings quickly and then make a trade. They need to take the information, the analyst needs to disseminate the information. They got to go to an investment committee. It takes them a long period of time to make decisions. Then it takes them a long period of time to get into and a long period of time to get out of positions. So when you kind of forget about the earnings the day after, this is when a lot of these institutions are really going to work. So this is why this is quickly becoming one of my favorite swing trading setups. So this scan right here, I just call it a power earnings scan. So The idea is pretty simple. I go to Trade Ideas, and again, if you want this, they have it ready for you at info@trade-ideas.com, or you can hit me up at Twitter. It's just Michael Noss CMT. But it's basically looking for anything that's reported earnings in kind of the past 10 to 20 days that is still holding up pretty well. And then you can see on the far right of the scan, I have it sorted by short float, because if the earnings were really good and we had a big push up on the actual stock and it's heavily shorted, then maybe as the institutions that are short the security read the new earnings report, they say, okay, now it's time to go, now it's time to cover, and maybe we can get a short squeeze. So the next chart I have is an example of what we did, or one that I did, I think last time or the time before I was talking to you. You can see the big gap on the chart. And again, these are picture-in-picture charts. So the picture on the bottom left is a weekly version. The one in the main screen is a daily version. They're coming out really soon. There's maybe a couple bugs we have to squash first, but this will be a really cool addition to Trade Ideas out in the next couple weeks, I would say. But yeah, you can see that gap that happened a while ago. It gapped up, and then it spent, a couple months just sitting in a range and just consolidating sideways on this ELF, which is an ELF beauty supply. Broke out of that range, and then, you had an amazing move from about $80 to, I think it was near 100. So about a 20% gain, pretty much in a straight line, not a lot of stress. And the beauty of it is the trade is easy for me. You wait for the range to be established. You wait for a clean breakout of that range. You take it there. If it falls back into the range, you probably get out and, see if it's going to break out again. Worst case scenario, you're out if it breaks the low of the range. So that's the idea. That's the setup. That's the scan. But of course, I always have some ideas for you guys. So we can go through there. The first one is NCLH. So Norwegian Cruise got hammered, because the pandemic, has been sitting around that range if you look at the weekly chart in the corner. But the daily chart, anytime you see that yellow horizontal line, that's the earnings day. You can see earnings responded really positively. We broke out of this range on earnings on increased volume. Whatever they said was great. And now it's been holding that range for a couple weeks now. So if it can break above this, 10% of this float is short. I like it, kind of above 14. You're wrong under 13. You hope that maybe the cruise lines are going to get a little bit of reversal here. Next one is HCSG. I didn't write down what this one is, but what I love about it is it's hitting new all-time highs, getting not new all-time highs, new 52-week highs. So we're breaking out here. We're holding $15 a share. Really important level for this one. You can see the massive green candle because of earnings, and now the consolidation that's happening. Another 10% short on this one. I like it over, like 1550 or so. And then if it gets back under 15, it's time to go. This one is a little bit more shorted in CNMD. And this one, you can see another really, really strong trend on this one for a long period of time. It's gone from about 80 to 120 in pretty much a straight line. Whatever they reported for earnings was fantastic. Look at the size of that green candle. And then this nice little pullback, kind of bull flag consolidation here. 13% short float on this one. Now, for the one that I'm really excited for, save the best for last always, is this HELE. So on the weekly chart in the bottom corner, you can see it kind of put in a double bottom here. So this one's, had a rough time. It's gone from about 250 down to 100, and it's been holding in that area, but sold off into earnings, gapped up after earnings, and put in this massive candle with more volume done on this security than I think has been done in the last 3 years in this day. So really, really got a lot of people interested, really, really made people take notice. Now it's consolidating sideways with a 28% short float. So nearly 1/3 of the entire float is short. So if this can get back over $100, that's where I'm interested. I'm wrong if it breaks back under 90. So I know I'm risking about $10 a share. If I'm right, maybe we get a nice little push up to 150 or so over time.
Great stuff. As I mentioned, on the day that these happen, on the day that these try to at least break the top end of the range and get going back to the upside, provides great opportunities even on an intraday basis. And then you can kind of calculate how long you want to take a shot at it, as you showed here. A ton of opportunity over multiple days, even on a swing idea. So great concept, not necessarily because yeah, earnings are kind of behind us, but we have to look for opportunities, and this is a great way and a great concept. I did notice, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday this week, Michael, that there is another test drive coming up for Trade Ideas. I believe the first week of June. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, and there'll be a special offer for Trader TV people, and I'll talk about that a little bit next week, but get ready for it. And if you go to tradeideas.com/TraderTV, that's always a landing page for the relationship we have with Trader TV. And this is what we do about every 6 months or so, where we open the entire product up for about, I believe it's $10 or so. You get 2 weeks of Trade Ideas, the entire products. You can poke around, play around, see if it's for you. We have a lot of support going there. We have a lot of live streams and webinars to help get you guys up to speed. But yes, tradeideas.com/TraderTV will help with that. And I'll have some more cool stuff for you guys very soon, probably next week.
Yeah, Trader TV 20 as well gets you 20% off as always. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
You too. Have a good one.
Michael, and we do look forward for that test drive. Also, what else you might have for us next week? We'll see what that is. But one of the names mentioned there by Michael, of course, NCLH. I think we were at. There he is. All right. What's up, Randy? You know what day it is today. Yo. It's always coffee time. Is it ever not coffee time?
Yes.
Bullish or bearish today? He's saying bullish. The bulls will stay bulls. That makes it nice and easy. We don't have to do anything here. I'm not sure how the poll is doing. I know Bears versus Bulls put one up there for people can vote. Is it bull right now? We bull side? Okay, so everyone likes Randy for the bull side. Cheers. That's what I like to see. You don't want a free fall Friday. It's not a heck of a lot of fun. I wanted to point out that NCLH has a few other things going for it in terms of a setup. I usually like when you see something like this where you're getting that little bit of flag, and he mentioned the short interest 10% possible breakout, but you also have support of the 50 and break of the 200 period. That's another thing. You start holding above the 200 period moving average and breaking out from there, that's a place where shorts can often be found covering. It makes a lot of logical sense. Right? Like, why would, if you're short in the long term, why would you care to give it up if you're hanging out below the 200 period moving average? Like, those kinds of things tend to be pretty decent. So that's one that if it can break out and get past that 15, there is some upside. Like, that's of the names listed there. I mean, A, I'm familiar with it and we've traded it before, but B, it does have a good setup. You set an alert for the day it gets there, look for the longs above it and get yourself a nice little trade. So I'm glad he pointed that one out there because we often look at like CCL. I'm not sure what that one's doing right here, but yeah, NCLH above 15 does look good. Doesn't mean we get there today. Actually, pretty unlikely, about $1 away from that here.
Oh, man, yeah. We are just looking at CCL and all that, and I think there's been a nice little bump up in some of the travel names, and then that just leads me to go back over to Airbnb, which is back down near that 111 area again here off earnings. Just a couple-day play here. We just had that report come through. Recently moved up, 126, 127, 128, bumps up there to that 115, 116, but there's the move down on earnings, and now right here, bouncing around 110. I'm so tempted to pull the trigger and buy some Airbnb down here with some of that sold off capital that I have. But I mean, I don't want to sell. The thing is like I can't, this is the day trader in me. It's like if I'm selling off, some of the big cap tech names that I have this week, it seems silly to buy another high sort of PE name here coming through in the tech space right now. So if we do get, a little bit of a pullback here in the NASDAQ over the next couple of days, and then, end of May into June and July, let's see what Airbnb does. But for me, if we're going to do any of the travel names, we've seen Disney get hit yesterday. I think it can break lower today, breaking below that $92 level. We'll see if it gets there. It had a nice. We actually made all our money back yesterday on the long. We went long early at 93 and lost. Then we went long at 92 late and took it out. So that was some good buys yesterday. Well, now we have that wick, so it's going to be impossible to show you. But was some good buys yesterday down there around $92. If the market really loses itself here today, I could see Disney dropping back below that level, and then we go short and we watch to see what happens at 90. So I like Disney there. It might not be a short. If it doesn't get to 92, then we'll probably leave it alone. But I want to see it go to yesterday's bottom of 91.80, and then we'll short that. But yeah, I like some of the plays that are available in the space. in this space, in the travel area, and let's just see if it can hold. But I'd prefer Airbnb if it can dip down into like that 105 area. I think I like that a lot better than Disney down here.
First segment, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. SurgeTrader.com/TTV for more info. You can use that promo code bottom of the screen there, TTV. Get you 10% off from Surge Trader. Shout out to them. A few upgrades and downgrades quickly here for the morning. Nothing terribly exciting on this page. We talked about Disney yesterday a little bit. Wolf Research with a downgrade on Disney today. Fox as well. Wells Fargo not liking Fox. Barclays, EA, Palo Alto, and Enovis on the upgrade side of things. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here as we head towards 9 o'clock on a Friday. I guess that University of Michigan number coming up at 10, Arun, probably the next checkpoint here today.
Yeah, and every time we expect these numbers to bring some volatility, we never get it. It's like a surge for 5 minutes, and then it never follows through. We can always hope, though, right? So 10 o'clock, we'll keep an eye out for that volatility spike. If there's something that can actually break through this range that we've been in for the last little bit, it'd be great. If not, we're gonna be stuck trading this range again. The problem with this range is the location of it. It's sitting on the top end of a multi-month resistance level. So even if we break through the top, you're running into another batch of selling that would be sitting just underneath 4,200. So even if we break the multi-day range of a high of 41.75 that we put in on Wednesday, we still have to now get through that 4,200 resistance zone to the upside. We had a chance on Wednesday to follow through. We did not. Since then, we've just been ranging, and I think we've got to respect the idea of the range at this point until we get enough action and trading done above the 41.75, 41.80 to take a shot against the 4,200 resistance. So for now, 41.75 is in play, but 4,100 is going to be the bottom. It's going to be a wide range. Somehow we've got to figure out if there's going to be a trade that makes sense somewhere in the 41.30, 25 area if we get down there. If not, the flip side is, do we get to 41.60, 65, provide resistance to play the top end of the range? And if you get the breakout above the range to 41.75, you now have to get enough confirmation to take the risk to go against the resistance level that sits close to 4,200. It's very murky. It's very not ideal. It's not ideal for a range to be sitting at this location. But whenever it does break, and I'm sure we can't stay here forever, at some point we will break. And when we do, the trade should be good. It's just going to be a matter of when it does happen. Could today be the day on a Friday going to a single number release? Remains to be seen, but we can always just pay attention. You never know when that break's going to happen. We just got to be ready for it when it does.
All right, thanks, Arun. Just seeing, they have confirmed the CEO for Twitter. I guess at least CNBC is reporting that. So not seeing much of a reaction there for Tesla. I mean, the news was obviously yesterday, but Elon on stage right now, in fact, with the new CEO for Twitter. So we'll talk about that, obviously, coming up as we go on. Let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning as far as what is moving around here in the pre-market. Tesla going to be top of the list, in fact. If you haven't done so, sign up for that, guys. Free watch list every single day has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market. I'm just waiting for an actual press release or something to come through to make sure we're all on the same page here. But it looks like, anyways, guys, that CNBC is reporting that this is now a done deal.
Yeah, her name is Linda Yaccarino. I hope I'm not butchering that, but she's an advertising heavyweight. According to her LinkedIn page, she does about $70 billion in premium video ecosystem. She runs a team of more than 2,000 global members and is responsible for generating more than $100 billion in ad sales. So kind of the idea that I get here is Elon's looking to shore up digital ad sales in Twitter. That's been really hurt since he took it over, and he's bringing somebody with a focus on that, Brendo. That's my take.
Yeah. So it's NBC actually announcing this. It looks like, anyway. So their ad chief, as you mentioned, Linda Yaccarino. I mean, they're still saying reported to be in talks to become the next Twitter CEO. But anyways, I mean, we saw what happened late in the day yesterday, guys, when Elon just tweeted that this is essentially a done deal, regardless of whether it's her or not. The positivity continuing here for day two.
Yeah, and well, I mean, look, it can't be official until the person who owns the company, who's doing the hiring, says this is who we've hired, obviously. But congratulations to her if that's who it ends up being. We're here for the price action, and it's to the upside right now on Tesla. And if to some degree, part of the relative weakness in Tesla had something to do with Elon being distracted, and that was a theme that you heard about, then you should get at least a little bit of exuberance out of the focus here. And I think that's all we're dealing with, right? So it's been a slow-ish climb up from 150, and now we're through that 75. You still got the 50 period sitting at pretty much exactly 180 bucks. I like the fact that you got the 50 period at 180. It's a Friday. You're breaking out from 175. It just all smells like you could get to 180 today. But it's a clean little breakout, I think, off that 175 level. Technically speaking, 174.50 would have been that double top. So I think you got to have some wiggle room on the under here if we do get a bit of a dip at the open. But when I see a clean break like this of a level, I'm just looking for the longs above it. So if it holds the open, we'll be looking only for the long trade. 180 is its own beast. If we get to that price, a lot of times it's like, okay, throw out the short idea at 179.90 or something like that, and just look to see if you can get a retracement off that round number. If we come to that price, let's just deal with that as it comes. I'm usually sitting on the offer, probably going to do it there. I'm not going to bother putting it in right now because I don't think we get there at 9:30. But yeah, looking for the longs on Tesla. There is, only because we're not going to mention EV names outside of Tesla very much. I just want to get one thing out of the way for Rivian. Rivian, obviously a big time pullback yesterday, well, in the last 2 days, I should say. And then now it's back in the previous consolidation zone. 13.8 to 14. You're also dealing with this 50-period moving average. A bounce here at the open can maybe give a bit of a run into Rivian. Otherwise, you could have a big rejection of that 16 level and underneath the 50-period. If we're holding 13.80 in the opening rush, underneath, I should say, then Rivian to me looks like a short beneath that price. But I'll let that one shake out at the open. If it runs away from it, obviously I don't like the short until it gets to 16. But if we can't hold on to this in the first 15 minutes or so at the open, I would be looking to fade it back into 13 even on Rivian.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I think Tesla, which is the #1 name here on the sticky note, you can find the sticky note right now today with some notes and everything like that. I wrote down that let's see if we can get back to somewhere where we closed yesterday, 173, but the NASDAQ is really just hanging out right now. So I want to play names with strength, relative strength, and this has big time relative strength with catalysts, right? So whether it doesn't, they could have announced, whatever, Brendan, the new CEO. It doesn't matter whoever the new CEO is. You're going to have to. There he is. Sheep. I know that's a sheep. That we got to change that. So I think, and actually that's a good thing to hit, Neil, because I feel like the new CEO is just a sheep for Elon, and I don't think there's anything different going to happen at all with all this. For people to say like, oh, now Elon Musk can focus on Tesla. What? The guy's changed the price of the cars like 5 times this month or something. He's focused on Tesla, trust me. But maybe this does give a little bit of credence to him moving back over and looking at the stock a little bit more, trying to figure things out. I don't really know. We've talked about what's in the plan for Tesla. I think I did a good job of sort of discussing that at their earnings call. Shanghai seems to be working out pretty good. We know Austin's going. We know that they have the Cybertruck. They're talking all about that, possibly new model. Anyways, we all know the story, and that's the thing. There's such a cult following behind Tesla and Elon Musk that I could really see this stock getting going again today. And I'm not even gonna, there's nothing even here. We're breaking through the 50 period right now at 176, so that's where that is. You've come up with this right now to 176.50 in the pre-market. I wanna be long Tesla today. It's just a matter of where and when. I always say, let's let this settle down. It's not an earnings play, so maybe we don't have to let it settle down for 10 or 15 minutes. But hey, if it does and it gives me a base, I am hella long right now, all that. So if we can get long into Tesla, I'll be there. We just got to find the right spot. I feel like this will be either the biggest loss or win fall for me today as we look to trade Tesla. Already almost 4 million shares, lots of momentum. This is exactly the kind of stock that I like.
All right, let's go on to Chinese ADRs back downside after a pretty impressive day yesterday for most of these on the high side. Here's JD.com. I bring this up just because they also reported and also missed estimates. So maybe a little bit extra catalyst to the downside for JD. But everything else under pressure on some economic data that came out to the downside overnight from China, suggesting that economic growth in that country nowhere near where people expected it to be for this quarter.
Yeah, I think prices grew slower than at any time in a previous period. I forgot, it was like the last 2-3 years. It's concerning because we heard energy prices were supposed to go up after the zero COVID policy was lifted and the Chinese economy could get back on its feet. We haven't seen that. And this is another indication that, maybe pointing the other direction. So eyes on Chinese ADRs, they've been beat up this year.
Yeah, even the EV names, XPeng, NIO, Li Auto, all downside. Li with a still a pretty impressive week overall, though, back to the upside on delivery numbers.
Yeah, I mean, things looking a little blue for that group, especially. I mean, JD's down 1.5%, but they were all so strong yesterday that the charts won't look all that bearish because everything was so strong out of China. So to me, that's JD there. Maybe 38 looks interesting. Remember Alibaba? It broke 85. This is why you set alerts. It's why you're ready for them. But yeah, basically the same thing. It broke that 85 level. That's a key one on the daily where it was just consolidating, tried to crush through that 50 period, resisted it for now. Didn't even actually get there. 89 would have been the level, but closed at 88. I think looking at that 89, if the programs get going again today and we're above the 50 period, that could be something for a potential break. That looked a heck of a lot better at the close yesterday, candidly, without this gap down. I think 85 might be, can we get back to that previous resistance level? That's where there was some supply at the open. Let's see if we can get there again. And if it does go sideways, maybe there's a trade on BABA. The dog of all of these was XPeng, and I couldn't really find a reason specifically as to why when the entire group was down 1 to 2%, XPeng was down 5%, but that's where it is. $10 has been a pretty decent price for the long on the stock. So if it breaks through that 10 even, it could be like a Rivian play where if we're beneath that 10, not able to hold that 990 low point over here, then yeah, there could be a trend downside trade. But I couldn't find a specific reason as to why this was weaker than most, and it didn't make sense to me offhand. I don't like trading something blind when it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's hard to ignore 10 on XPeng. That said, I'm very likely to be trading Tesla and Rivian over these, but it's an intriguing price level, at least on XPeng.
Yeah, we missed it yesterday, man. I mean, that Alibaba was such a monster yesterday, up 6-7%, all of them starting to go. And the reports are coming. They're coming next week. So the Chinese ADRs will be reporting next week, and we're going to be able to see about that $80 level. Shout out to my guy Shakib there. I saw you in the chat earlier. I don't know if you're still watching, but I know you've been buying Alibaba up here, and I believe other Chinese ADRs as well. But shout out to you, Shakib, because that $80 level, nice little 10% bump from that. We'll see if it can continue to go higher. Obviously, it's got to break 90 to get going here, but this looks like a decent spot. I mean, Alibaba's an absolute monster. The risk, of course, politically, we talked about that. China's given a couple slowdown numbers in the last little while, but right there, man, $80, that seems like almost like a can't miss spot. We've dipped down back there in March, so if you wanted to sort of buy some of those dips in Alibaba, I think that's even an opportunity right now to do so. But you do have their report coming through. They're not going to really guide or anything like that. I feel like their Singles Day and some of these numbers that keep coming through are always just so impressive. So I don't know, without doing too much research, about exactly where Alibaba stands. Remember, they have those 6 companies that they were planning on IPOing at some time, and if Ant ever gets going, their financial wing, I think that could be huge as well. So let's just wait to see what they do, and then hopefully after earnings, there's some talk about splitting out some of their divisions. We've seen what that's done to GE. GE is an absolute monster. Obviously, industrials are running, but that's done well. Kenvue's been spun off quite well with J&J. So let's see if Alibaba can have the same kind of success, and that might be a catalyst to buy the name after earnings.
All right, let's go on to Meta here. Nothing significant as far as news to talk about, but they did come out after the close yesterday. There was a press event in New York where they discussed more details on these AI-powered tools that they're going to make available to advertisers when it comes to Instagram Reels and increasing the ad exposure for anyone who wants to on those. So they're calling it the AI Sandbox, which is fitting, I think, for some of these testing tools anyways.
Yeah, so it's just part of a bigger plan to spend up to $33 billion this year in CapEx on digital ad sales technologies. Part of that you have to assume is going to be AI. So that's what was said on the call with Susan Lee, who is the Chief Financial Officer. So we'll see what more comes from this AI space.
Yeah, so the AI sandbox apparently going to be available starting early next week for some specific, some advertisers.
So I'm trying. It's one of these things where, like, when you sit down, you're looking for things to trade or watch. You always want to discern what's going on with the stock. So it's like, what can we discern from the daily chart on Meta? Like, what kind of a trend are we working with here? So when I pull it up and you try to grasp it a few straws here, are we in an uptrend? Are we in a downtrend? Are we going sideways? I mean, you're just looking for long opportunities, right? And we had this conversation with Refrain. We're talking about this in the midday. You know, when you get a multi-day pullback or a big level, okay, fine, maybe for a couple of days you're looking for that short. But you know, right now you're making another bounce. You bounce clean off 230 after a brief pullback. I mean, clean off 230 for a couple of days, double bottom, and you've been creeping higher with a floor. I mean, I shouldn't say a floor, with a resistance level. Hey, 238.5, call it that 238. When we did reject that earnings top, that was the first level of support. It didn't last very long, and suddenly that's your resistance. I mean, Meta looks like it's primed to break out. If the market's going to go today, I'd like to think Meta can be a bit of a leader, but it does need to hold above that 238. Otherwise, you know, you're just still a bit in this channel, and it's giving you higher highs, but they're not necessarily dramatic at this point. So the breakout's a little bit tricky because you have 240. The dip, however, right into this 35, 36 that we saw yesterday, if that holds, then you can be working longs into said number, and it's a little bit more clean. So given the fact that we're an upward trend and, you know, the higher highs have been pretty weak, you know, you look at that 235, 236 area at the open, and I feel like that's a place where if we start bouncing there early, suddenly you've got yourself an intriguing long where you can be adding along the way. But I'm not thinking short in Meta, not when every single day it's been, even when it's a bad day, it finds a pretty decent bottom. And we've been slowly climbing up here, aiming at those post-earnings highs.
So we talk about Meta a lot, and we'll definitely be trading those names here today. But we talked about that. CMCA Comcast there with Twitter. So I was just looking here at Snapchat. This is another name that, to me, U'd up right there. That's a nice little smiley face. We've seen it sort of happen right there before, and look where that took us all the way up to 12.50. Looks like it still wants to make that move again, possibly there. So nice little U bottom down to $8. Let's not forget about Snapchat. I don't know, daily active users still pretty high, but again, not the same kind of pedigree as Meta, that's for sure. But this is looking a little interesting to me here. If you're wondering that, hey, maybe Meta is a little overextended to the upside, or if you think that there might be some sort of a pullback or pull through here in Snapchat with the augmented products. Like, as we talk about the metaverse, I feel like Snapchat, they tried to get going with those glasses, and that never really worked out. But again, I was talking with my 20-year-old, and people are still using Snapchat, and he was saying that most of the popular methods for everyone at his school and some of his friends was Instagram for messaging and Snapchat. So both those names, we just talked about Meta, so I came over to Snapchat, and it's looking pretty interesting. If you could break $9, I think you can go, and then you can even use this 860, 870 area right here as sort of the loop, that if you come back in, you get out, and then you can reload it back down here at $8 if you wanted to. But I think Snapchat has a chance here to go. We've seen this kind of a move happen before, and pretty recently. So let's see if Snapchat wants to work back up to the upside. Just another play other than Meta.
All right, Netflix on the board there this morning. No real significant news as far as Netflix is concerned. Big day yesterday, though. So much strength all session long. It was just a slow grind all the way up to 345 again for Netflix. We're holding at the top end of yesterday's range. There was a couple of cautionary notes I read this morning, not only directed towards Netflix, but broadcasters and streaming stocks in general in relation to the writer's strike that's happening in Hollywood. And I mean, long story short, there might be a lack of new content coming out in the next few months.
Yeah, the writers are disgruntled. They say they're working more in the era of streaming and getting paid less. So this should be, an issue across the board. But let's have a look at the Netflix chart, Brendo, because we were just talking about this. A slow grind off that, 160 bottom, holding this trend line on the daily, though, creating higher lows across the way.
And this is going to, I was reading this morning, this is going to affect some of the bigger shows. Handmaid's Tale was one of them that has apparently been completely paused in the middle of production of their latest season. So some caution, guys, here with this strike going on.
Yeah, definitely. But sometimes these create opportunities. I feel like Netflix has been on a bit of a run, and from a trading standpoint, it wouldn't be the end of the world if it were to do a bit of a pullback here today. Because I look back at like 37, 38, and that would get pretty interesting. Well, more like 36 to 38, I should say. And that would get a little bit interesting if we were to get back down to that level where we broke out from. I came in this morning thinking we were making a run. I mean, early on, you're kind of getting weak in there, and you've had a few negative headlines. I thought we were making a run at that 350 level. 350, 352, like that price in there would have been one of those short, break it, flip long kind of areas. But yeah, we're now like $8 away and kind of slowly trending to the downside on Netflix. I feel like I'll sit this one out at the open unless we make a drastic move. If we pop down $6 or $7 right away, fair, but I don't have a trade off of 45. In some ways, usually I'd be thinking short it, but you know, there's probably a few other names I like out there more than to short Netflix unless we're at the 350 level. So I'm going to be sitting out Netflix, I think, today. I think Disney, that gets interesting at that 92, as Sean mentioned. Like it's more, it's more at a key decision price level as opposed to Netflix here.
Yeah, I've talked about this I don't think the writer's strike really affects Netflix. It affects the other guys a lot more. Netflix has at least a year of, content apparently in their pipeline. And you can see here just by the daily chart of Netflix, like if there was any issues, we wouldn't be right back to where we were basically at the beginning of April right now. Sure, you're a little bit red today, but that's nothing. You can turn that green in a quick time. 350 coming through. And also a lot of us know this is a Hollywood writer's strike. A lot of Netflix's content is not a lot of it is obviously written by Americans and things like that, but a lot of the documentaries and things like that, there are some content recently that has been, and not even recently, just in the last couple of years, international content that they've brought over into Netflix. And like I said, a lot of these shows have already been produced. A lot of the documentaries, the behind-the-scenes stuff. They're doing something, The Last Dance is doing something with LeBron James right now, although I think that's HBO, isn't it? So as it goes, those are some of the things that, Netflix kind of, for me, I'm interested in like what's up with Netflix gaming. Like I thought they were doing something in that space. I know that
pretty weak.
Yeah, I know. And we like to in my house anyways, if some of those Netflix specials where you can, choose your own adventure. I thought those were pretty fun. I think they could bring some of those back, and they have Bear Grylls and a few different things happening there on Netflix. We were talking about it yesterday with Ronaldo and Georgina. Again, another non-American production that's really popular on Netflix. So I don't know. I like the name. I'm still in it. I've talked about trimming some of the names, and Netflix is another one. I didn't buy Netflix until that recent dump into 170, so we've already got a double up on that right now, which is amazing that it's doubled up from their bottom. But Netflix continues to win, and I think it will be like that for a while. I like their ad-supported tier. I thought that they said that they're making more money on the active users that were part of that tier as they've released it. So, hey man, password sharing is going to suck. It's going to cut away a lot of their eyeballs. But I think that from a revenue standpoint, if people don't mind watching a couple seconds of ads, then I think Netflix is a winner moving forward.
All right, quickly to wrap things up here, let's go to Apple. Pretty good week overall for Apple. Minor headline this morning, they're going to open their first online shop in Vietnam coming out. They did something similar in a few other countries going back to earlier this week. A second in India was one of those, but Vietnam on deck for an online store for Apple.
Yeah, they're convinced Asia is the next possible emerging market that they can really take advantage of. Another little tidbit coming from the Wall Street Journal, though, with respect to Apple's new mixed reality headset. Come to the screen here for a sec. They're reporting that it may cost a measly $3,000 and still require a separate battery, guys. So Wall Street Journal coming in with a little tidbit there with a...
I mean, at least on this side of the border, I mean, the top iPhone now is pushing 2,000, right? Or 2,200 even. So it's, yeah, we're getting to that point. Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas, guys. Everyone on the show uses Trade Ideas. Everyone on the floor behind us pretty much using Trade Ideas as well. If you would like 20% off. Bottom right-hand corner of the screen right now, Trader TV 20. Scan that QR code. It'll take you right to the page. Trader TV 20 will get you 20% off over at Trade Ideas. Again, all kinds of great stuff. Michael Noss on earlier. If you didn't see it, rewind. He's very accessible on Twitter. You can reach out to him, ask him any questions. Trader TV 20. Shout out to Trade Ideas.
Yes, sir. Rewind it like VHS, baby. So Apple's getting close to something. Well, first of all, the daily chart speaks for itself, but I wanted to show we're about 10% away from the 3 trillion mark, and obviously that'll be that high where everything turned around for Apple, actually hit it to the dime. But, you know, if you look at it, I have AMD up there. But look, Apple, the last couple of days, you've been sort of trying to get through this top when you've had, I tried the break in the afternoon yesterday when I was trying to get through 174, and it didn't really go anywhere. You're just rubbing against this resistance, and you see the SPY resistance too. That's not a coincidence, obviously. So yeah, if we get through 175 on Apple, I think that'll be a little bit more telling. Like clearly the 174 break has failed multiple times here, which is a little bit weak underneath that 74. So I think 75 might be the go zone. I got my eye on a couple of things for AMD. One, I don't necessarily think we get to 100, but every single day that we're above 96 is a chance that you make the run at $100. And given what happened last time, I think it'll be a short if it gets there. But 1, 2, and possibly 3 days, you broke out 96. That's where the longs were off the other day. You bounced off it yesterday. I think that's going to be the level to watch. If we do gravitate to the upside, I do like that 100 for a bit of a short level. So Apple needs to get to 75 to get me really excited that it can make that breakout, which has been looming for the last week and a half. It just can't seem to punch through.
No, we're not, no. Neil's in a position. Or are you in position?
No, I got a bio.
Right, okay, so yeah. No positions on the board yet. Thanks, Mahad, for asking. Yeah, look, I love Apple. I think that it's going to be a good stock moving forward. The point is, it's just not breaking higher than where we are right now. The NASDAQ up that 1% this week in Apple. This is just a 1-minute chart. Just seeing that we had some dip opportunities, and you just got to wait for those. And if you really like them, that's 172. You know, we opened yesterday at 174 and dropped down to 172 almost immediately. Made that bottom at 10 o'clock and then took off into the afternoon before getting right back to highs and taking them out in midday near the end and then faded. So it's been pretty meh since their report. But again, you're $10 away from all-time highs here on Apple. They have a huge buyback. I just don't see any reason to really sell this. And I'm going to, steal Jim Cramer's line here, and he says, own it, don't trade it. I think that what a lot of traders do. On product launches, on big days, Apple could definitely be a mover. But, when the NASDAQ rips, pretty much so does Apple. It's such a huge component of all these indexes that, it's hard not to look at it when the market's moving around. And if we don't think it's going to be a big market moving day with very limited catalysts, then Apple probably not really a thing today. But hey, if it gets down to that 172 on a dip, we saw it happen yesterday. Why can't it happen again? The saddest person around is probably, she hasn't seen the note yet, but my wife there, she was looking forward to that Handmaid's Tale, so that's getting delayed. That's going to be a sad day in the Katina household. But I did want to give a big shout out to the High Park Jets yesterday with only one practice or two practices and no games. We wound up winning yesterday 11-8
Nice.
On superb coaching, not by myself, by others. And, we put our closer in. He got, it was 3 or 4 strikeouts there in the last 2 innings, and that was pretty amazing. And just absolutely unbelievable watching these kids play Little League, from coaching T-ball last year to now coaching that. It's amazing, and I think I'll be doing that for life. And got invited back.
Can we get your
to coach
closer on the Jays
again? Yeah, well, the Jays,
Can we get that closer to replace Romano, please?
No, you can't.
You guys probably need him.
Yeah, go. Oh, yeah, the Hurricanes. Oh, yeah, congratulations to the Denver Nuggets that embarrassed the Phoenix Suns yesterday.
What the hell was that? Oh,
you guys want to pay guys
even.
like, these guys $50 million, you do that all you want. See you, Chris Paul. We'll see you later. Yeah, that was kind of an embarrassing game. I was watching it. They gave up 81 in an elimination game.
Talk about coming out. Talk about not showing up, and I thought it was going to be a great. I thought that was going to be a great
I was just
series.
disappointed, and I thought the game could have been in Phoenix.
Too good a team.
They got blown out last year by Dallas in Game 7 as well. So That sucks.
A couple of things moving to the downside really quickly right here. Just with only 10 seconds to go or 15 seconds to go, Rivian made a bit of a move to the downside. I saw PayPal make a move to the downside just briefly. So there's a couple of names that started pulling back. Tesla did not. Alphabet did not that I'm also watching. But 4, 3, 2, and...
We are off.
Casino open.
Yeah, the casino's temporarily open here. We're going to, I was going to put a little trade through 176.50 if it gets there for Tesla, but here's the dump down into 175. Let's see if it wants to hold 175 as Tesla makes a little bit of a dump down here to start the day. And this is what I'm talking about. Despite liking the long, you got to sort of let these things settle down just a little bit here with Tesla making that move to the downside.
Yeah, it looks like I'm already into Rivian here. Oops, just gonna get a stop order set up because that actually came up a little bit faster than I anticipated. It looked like it was about to flush right at the open. Like Rivian got under, took out that 1380, right in that 1380 to 14 channel. I got 92s in there. I was trying to get some at like 95 if I could, but yeah, starting to head right back into the low. So gonna get that first bid out, see if we can actually get the low on Rivian. Just the one position on. PayPal was the other thing that had dipped right at the open as well. So PayPal did this. Made that double bottom. So this is 63. If it gets back down there, I do like that for support since those earning quadunk or whatever you want to call it. I do like that 63 level if we come down into it. If you're tracking Pac W or the regionals, no halts or any movement just yet. But if that does break down, I got my eyeballs on it.
All right, so we are just waiting around here for Tesla to do something. We're in it at 175.30, but that's not, this is just because I want to see if 175 held. We're trying to be a little more disciplined here and wait for this 173. So we're going to sit there and wait, but we did want to take the long because I don't want to miss it if it does come through. So we're flat right now on Tesla, waiting for that name to make a move. It just ticked down to 174.50, so... we had to hold that a little bit against us, but there it goes. Now right back into the money. We'll see if it can take out that day's high right now as well. I see some people chanting Amazon. Yeah, this was a name, this second, fourth, fifth, 10th day play. Amazon seems to be real strong, man, every day again, and bouncing off 112. So nice little level there for Amazon as you're starting to tick a little bit higher there, 112. Nice bump up there on Amazon. We could check out the biggest and the baddest yesterday, and that's Google, as that is moving around as well here. Trying to get to 118. I think I like that break. I wrote down that we like the break of 118, but breaking early is a problem, which is why
it's moving slow too.
Yeah, exactly. So let's wait on Google there. And then the other name that I had on the sticky note was AMD, shorting it if we get to that 98. So we're kind of getting around there right now. The short may not hit on all these names. I mean, the NASDAQ is starting to go here again. So we'll wait to see where that wants to head to. And we'll check out some levels. Disney's breaking lower?
So Disney wicked, it just wicked 92.
Really?
Yeah, it wicked, so it broke 92. I shouldn't say wicked because not everyone understands, but like it broke 92, got to 80s, and then right back into this 92 level. So it kind of did that under-over thing where it maybe ran some stops at 92 and is looking to recover a little bit here. Let's see, if it holds 92, I mean, you might have just trapped some longs. I'm still only in Rivian as that one continues to hold underneath. But yeah, it just made another bounce here. So it just keeps on bouncing. Like it's not really, a lot of times when Rivian rolls over at the open, it just flushes right away. So not really getting the same vibe, but we can be patient with it. I can reload in front of 14 in case we get a chance. Xpeng's at 10. I did not want to have.
There goes Tesla.
Yeah, I didn't want to have both of these.
There we go, man. Alert, alert, alert. Tesla right now, $1 in the money. As Tesla go boom. What's up to you, Blue McNeil, and everybody there in the chat. So let's just see, man. I mean, there it goes. It just got taken out to 176.80 there. Let's see if we can fly up. I mean, first stop for me would be 180, and then we'll see about where we go from there. So right now, Tesla go bloom here. So we'll see. Nice little 80 cents, 70 cents of the money. I still think we can get higher, so I don't want to take anything out. Here it comes right back down. This is what it is, man. If you want to scalp it, there's been lots of scalping opportunities, whether or not you've been short or long on Tesla. It just hit that breaking spot, right? We talked about possibly taking the long through 176.50. And if you did, then you had to hold this now 50, 60, 70 cents against you. So be careful about any of these top breaks. Didn't look like it worked there on Tesla, which makes me think that maybe if this Google 118 comes in, would rather be long lower than breaking out of highs right now. So we're going to have to still watch out for Google because this name is pushing. We should be buying some of these dips in Google if it ever does dip down. So that's one name that we're looking at. PacWest isn't doing a whole heck of a lot.
No, Beyond Meat broke 10, by the way.
Oh, Beyond Meat, see you later on that
goodness.
one. Ever since that, once we learned that they had that shelf offering potential, they filed for that $200 million when their market cap is $800 million.
It's SSR too.
That smells like Bed Bath & Beyond all over again. Bed Bath & Beyond was trying to raise funds when their market cap was below the funds that they're trying to raise. So we saw where that one wound up going. Snapchat pulled back down to 870. Meta as well pulling back pretty seriously. Meta pulling back.
Meta's starting to get into that zone. Like this is where it bounced yesterday. Well, not the close doesn't count, but 235 would have been that level. It didn't quite get there just now, so I might throw my bid down in there just to get locked and loaded for it. I got the next fill on Rivian, so I was able to ring register the second time as it made a hold at 1370. I'm going to try and get that Bed Bath & Beyond, but it needed to pop back up to 10. Sharif, what you got?
Silvergate, guys, it's trading on the pink sheets. SICP down 67%. Not much in the way of volume, but it's open.
Yeah, so we sort of
SICP?
Silvergate Capital. Yeah, so
See, no, we don't even have that.
SICP.
SICP. That's not the right quote.
That can't be right.
Okay, then we don't have it.
Okay, then we don't even have it at all.
All right, so that's fine. So we don't have that, so we will look at that another day when we do have it. So right now, let's go, man. Hit the bangers up one more time, man. Hit the sirens, hit whatever the heck you want. It is right now crazy time for our friend Tesla. Again, the #1 name here on the sticky note. We've got it. It's $1 in the money, and yeah, pretty happy so far about the trading here with Tesla. So there it goes, man. Right back up to the high, 176.50. Let's see if it goes. I have targets of 178, 179, and then possibly seeing 180 today. So again, follow it. It's all over the sticky note right there, the Tesla long. Okay, so Disney just took out the bottom. Fine. We wanted to go short if we did take that bottom break. We saw that yesterday as well. Come into play. Come into play right there. Oh yeah, that's right. We have that wick. Nah, it's not good. I'm gonna have to clean that up. But either way, maybe the 5-minute chart looks. Yeah, it doesn't really. Looks a little bit better. But right there, we just took that out. 91.85. So we'll go short on Disney here. Obviously, we recognize that it went down with this market going to the downside. So let's just be very cautious here with Disney early on here and see where it goes. Trying to limit the loss if it is even one. VWAP is there at 92.20 right now on Disney. So I feel like holding it up to that. Now that we've broken lower, let's just see if that's the level there to watch out for. 92.20 or so here on Disney in order to get out if we're wrong.
So Meta keeps on making another charge to the downside. I think it's going to be one of these, I don't want to catch it on the falling sword. I want to see it bounce and get the other side of it. I always talk about doing it this way. And it's not something I always do, but it's something I always try to do, which is allow it to bounce first off this price area, the higher low, the lower high, the higher low, whatever you call it, from yesterday's trade. That'll be about 235 to 235.50. So somewhere in that pocket, once I can catch it on the upswing, I'll go for it. Beyond Meat, I did just grab it. It broke 10 and got to 980. I got it on the way back in here, but you can see this was a stock that got really quad-doomed. I'm going to roll this back in to about 10.25, willing to add it into that price range. And yeah, XPEV, that's another one making some crazy moves here. It broke $10 very briefly and is holding the low. I don't want to be short too many things literally at their lows. I've already got a couple short at the low. I don't want to add a third, but that is that line in the sand for XPeng. If it manages to hold it, I think it can be a bit of a runner. Alibaba, not much of anything going on there, but AMD, holding this 96. Not quite the bottom from yesterday, but it's getting pretty darn close to it. That's another zone where if it holds that price, great. But if you break 96, you've got a couple of dollars worth of, I guess, downside. So nothing really crazy. I think the market looks like it wants to be headed southbound right now. Don't really see any longs unless they're dip buys. Nothing's really breaking out per se.
No, not really. Tesla was trying to go again, and it got to 177. So that fail right there, yeah, might be something right there. So let's watch out to see what Tesla wants to do on that temporary fail. Okay, so Disney, all right, we got some more shares right now on Disney as it just went to that high side. So yeah, we are getting close to getting punched out if it does take that 92.20 level. So we just got a little bit of a reload there at 08. So now let's see where it goes. It looks like it's coming right back up to VWAP. As this market goes down, Disney goes up. So looks like yesterday that long that we had off 92 was the right idea, not the short, but it's pennies away now from getting stopped out, which would suck for sure. But that was a try there early. It's 9:40.
I just got stopped on Beyond Meat, so that bounced as well.
Yeah.
But they're not related.
There we go. So there goes a nice little upside move. I'm going to try to hold on to a little bit of Disney there. But wow, Disney just took off to that upside. There goes Tesla again. I was going to get out at 177, but I'm going to wait, not get out, but put an offer around 177 to make sure that we capture some profits. But there it goes, man. Wow, Disney's really taking off up there to the upside. Damn it, wish we would have just stuck with Tesla, but there's Disney right now just touching that level. I don't know if that's going to be a key level or not. 92.60. I'm just holding on to this just to see. Maybe 92.50. We don't get too much higher then, so we'll try to put it. There we go. We'll put a short on there in the 30s, waiting for 92.50. Now, if this just comes back to 92, we get the dub, but I don't know if that's going to happen here. 92.50 out, and then we'll forget about Disney, and we'll look at that again. This is what happened yesterday. We went long on Disney and lost, and then got the long at a better price. So maybe the short will come in, but just at a better price. What's up, Sharif?
First Solar, Sean, FSLR up 17.33% on the news that they acquired a leading European thin film company by the name of Evolar, up 18%, guys.
Evil R.
That sounds like some kind of like a villain.
It does.
Like, I don't know, like does Dr. Evil work for them? Like, what's going on there? So I got Meta to the long side. That is a bizarre name. So Meta, finally we do it the right way. At least I think we're doing it the right way, where you catch it off the bottom. So it bounced off 235. I did end up paying up to 36s, 235, 36. So maybe not the greatest price in the world, but hey, that's fine. Like, at least I know there's some strength on it when it makes the curl, and we can get into that. So if it gets back up to 36, that'll be first out. I'll probably go for a dip buy as well. I know that drama stock is making some moves, but it rejected the high. If it could consolidate anywhere 280 to 3, then maybe that could be a late morning play, at least for me, on that name. Oh, I wanted to go over to Shopify for a quick second if I could. We forgot. So many things to cover. We didn't really talk about absolutely everything, but Shopify had rejected 65.50 the other day. It had consolidated 63. We shorted 63 in the afternoon. Now it's flushing again. So this, I don't know, if we're red today, Shopify looks like it's pulling back off of those earnings. And if we get any kind of a pop, this could be a trend that I want to short the pops after what I saw in the afternoon yesterday. So we got Meta long, we got Rivian short, which is still working, but Shopify, I want to add that to the list if we get any kind of a pop there.
All right, so we just took $1.70 there on Tesla, so let's just spin the money on that name right now. Look, we're looking for more, there's no doubt about that, but we have to take a little bit out there as it is coming back in. I think you got to take profit. If you don't take profit, then you don't make any money, because we definitely took losses on Disney as that ripped up to the upside on us. So let's make sure that we get something out there on Tesla. So again, the number one name here on the sticky note, we take that long and we watch it. Let's go over to see what else is on the sticky note. Google right now. This has been the open, man. I mean, look at now right down to 117 again. Look at this. This is the NASDAQ. Come on, give me a break. We opened up here. We go to the high side. We go to the downside. And we're right back to where we opened again on the NASDAQ. So, this is the frustrating part. I'm not frustrated with the market.
You just got to be patient. That's all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to be patient. And patient is the key there. And we weren't overly patient with that Disney tape breaking out that bottom. But now Disney's all the way up to 93. So that has been a good trade. Oh man, talk about a couple day plays. I was looking at, there goes Tesla. Tesla's just blasting off here. So we'll be able to okay there and hold that. Oh, new trade alert right now. Palantir is in the building on this move to the upside. No, not even close to 1030. I hope it gets to 1030 at some point. It just broke 10, but then it stopped at 10. So we punched there, a couple thousand shares. Let's see if it works to the upside for Palantir right now. So I don't know. We have this potential break higher there. This level is 92.92. I don't want to really, because of the amount of shares that we have, maybe if we come back into 9.95 or something like that, we'll be able to get this out on, there it goes, back into Palantir. Too bad. Break of 10 there and doesn't go. We talked about some of the breaks not really working out there today. So here comes Palantir right back into that 9.96, 9.97 area. That was quite the wick up, candle up there for $10. So there it is on 5, takes out 10. I liked it because we were busting above this level. So let's give it a little bit of room. But yeah, huge move up, big move back down. That's the story of Palantir right now. Hopefully it doesn't continue as we're long at $10. It looks like the only one that's working out so far is Tesla, but Palantir there, we're going to have to hold this one for a minute, it looks like.
Yeah, those breaks are tricky, but I mean if that stock gets to 1030, I think it rips some faces off.
PayPal, that
so
was
we
the
just
other
got
name.
to 30. I just got to 36 on Meta, and then you're getting a little bit of slowdown there. So made sure ring the register. If we're gonna hold 35s, you could always make a retest in here. Someone was asking if I'm going back into Beyond Meat. No. Like when you take a flat bottom break, and I'm shorting this area here, looking to do what it did yesterday. Once you take out the high, it's like 33% short interest. So it's either going to give you, like yesterday, it was just free money like $1 all the way in. And that's great, but you don't hold it or just fight the trend the entire way. I don't mind shorting lows. Someone's saying don't ever short lows. But yeah, but then you never get moves like that, where you can just hold it all day long and then it goes from like $12 to $10. But that said, short interest, respect it. It is grinding higher. I am not adding into that one. PayPal, you were just saying there, it made the bounce. Yeah,
strong.
Yeah, it didn't really get down toward that support level that got established yesterday. So it got, I don't know, not even within $1. That's kind of sucky. I really thought we'd have a chance. If it came back in, we could go long down there. Not happening. Google is a bit of a disappointment this morning. That's the word for it. It's not moving. Google's doing absolutely nothing. A little bit surprising. Amazon, one early break, now doing absolutely nothing. AMD was one we're looking at that 96 level. I know I have I'll cancel my 100. I just keep skewing the chart there. But that 96 level looks like it might come into play here on AMD still. But we haven't really tested it nor broke it. So it's just a matter of being a little bit patient with that. Rivian continues to be good. I'll probably reload Tesla at some point. Rivian, I think $13 makes a lot of sense. I haven't gotten a chance to get anything above 13.8, but that 13.8 obviously looks like the level now. As a matter of fact, now that you're breaking 13.50, resuming this short probably can be consolidation at 60s or 50s as well. So that continues to work downside, but as the market comes in, Meta's about to retest that 235. So I want to see it bounce first. Once I see a little bit of a bounce, I'm going to go for the long again. I guess 36 is a wall, so cover some in front of 36 like last time.
All right, man, that sucks that Palantir did not work out. And Tesla right now is still, we're in Tesla and we're in Palantir. So Tesla right now is still hanging out to the high side. Just waiting for something to happen now. DraftKings, nah, nothing. Lucid, you talked about Rivian a little bit. Lucid's pulling back here. As the market is just, like, come on, let's see if we can get something going right now somewhere here. Maybe, I don't want to dump Tesla, but this is pretty enticing to do that with this kind of a profit taking area here coming into 177. Wonder if there is people taking profit. Amazon, in a name that we thought was relatively strong, has turned relatively weak here. Down now 0.37 and looking to take out some of those levels there. 112 to the downside here coming through for Amazon. I mean, I've shorted this name before and liked it, so maybe there is going to be something in that play, but for right now, it doesn't really look like it wants to do a whole heck of a lot. And that is, of course, Amazon at that 112 area. Could be a good short. Is it? I mean, do we want to go? I don't think we want to necessarily go short names now that we're at the bottom of the NASDAQ right now when we're expecting it to sort of be pretty choppy. So let's wait to see if that does work out. But for right now, yeah, we do have a play here on Amazon. Looking to get short if it gets back up to that 112 area. I think we'll start at around 111.80 or so. So let's put an offer there and see if it wants to work. Oh,
coin broke 60. You knew what happened. So I got taken out of Meta. There was no bounce to be had. I had my stop. I'll do this every single time, right? Like, get it on the curl up. Try to get that long going. If it breaks the bottom, just get out. Had there been a bounce, I would have taken it once it started to look green. Unfortunately, you're just flushing through. So if you want to stay green on Meta, I'm not going to fight it too hard. But Coinbase is making a plunge. You saw Bitcoin yesterday break 27,000. It's already broken these lows once, but now it's taking a secondary run at it. So what I'd like to see here is it's already wicked 61, so I like the downtrend. I want to short the pops. It's usually the way to go on coin. I'm really at this point, I'm just into this RIVN. If you see me in ABST, that stock's going to have a 2-cent range, and I'm going to be on either end of it. So I'm probably getting in a flat of that a lot of times. AMD is now through 96.
Oh, what a good short.
I know. It's like it didn't pop to short it. Now it's breaking support. So I want to see volume underneath here. Obviously, you've already broken that support level. There was no bounce to be had. Let's see the volume underneath. If it catches a bid, I don't necessarily want to be rushing into the short, but the market's breaking bid as well. I look over at Intel to see if there's something I like on that one, but AMD's at that critical price. You know what? There's enough selling in here. I will take a shot at it. But you got to go relatively tight stops when you short these breakdowns at 950.
Oh, man. I'm going to have to hear my wife again say, why not you just follow what you write on your sticky note? AMD short, the only short, like it's there. We should have had that. We did have Disney short because that broke, but AMD, man, just get more aggressive on the levels when you like the idea. But it's all, you look back and you just say you coulda, woulda, shoulda done that there on AMD. Look at Tesla. Good thing we got out right there. We're still holding half though, all the way back right now for Tesla. So that could be a reload spot as well if we do get that. But I'm at least glad that we followed a little bit of our rules there and shorted Amazon. Let's take 20 cents right now at 147. If we could get it, did we get filled there? No, we did not. We'll see if we can get that. I just pushed bid enter and it went out at 47. So there it is right there. We got an awesome trade on that. Let's see if it wants to hold right now. Of course, that is Amazon trying to short that. I said we'd like it a little bit closer to 112. We took a 66 bill there, and so far so good on that. We'll take out a quarter of that right now and then see if it comes back up and try to short again into there. But there's the NASDAQ 13,440 right now, bouncing off that level. If you go into yesterday's NASDAQ, this is of course is a 30-minute chart. Pretty choppy in this area. So I think if you're looking for anything, it's this down here, either 13,400, which is 50 handles away, or you drop it down into this area for possible support, 13,360, where we bounced hard yesterday off of that level. So, the NASDAQ right now is giving it back. We did turn, no, we didn't turn red yet. We did.
We bounced.
Yeah, we did turn red, but now bouncing back up.
Yeah, and this SPRY, okay, it's not SPRY, it's APAR something. Pharmaceuticals, SPRY. I'm just going to call it SPRY. You guys know what I'll be talking about each time I say it. So it broke 7 even. It's got this 840 level. It's trying to take out here. No halts on it, but it is making pretty big power moves here. I'd like to see it take out the top. That would at least be a little bit more enticing. It's got overhead resistance. Pretty much the pre-market highs are at 920, so I think you got to get through that, and then it gets really, really spicy above. So big kind of wipe out, and then that wick up. I usually like that on the daily because it kind of traps the shorts in terms of confidence. But we short at the bottom is going to have a tight stop on AMD. It's underneath that 96. If it reestablishes, you can easily see VWAP, which I would never hold to VWAP on a play like this. We'll give it to those quarters, and that's more or less it. Tesla's starting to get back up to that high. And another name which is trying to hold the line, Apple here, basically taps afternoon support, wicks it, and is back to the upside. Apple looked really nice off that 173 level. So Meta wasn't able to hold as nicely as I would like it, but Apple 173 looks a little bit more interesting. Obviously 175 is a problem, but there's room in between to catch some scalp plays on this name.
Okay, yeah, it's amazing. We just called that Tesla right back to that bottom. And then if you're going to see the NASDAQ bouncing pretty good there, nice move back up. So yeah, we do watch out for that Tesla move. Oh, we're still holding a piece of Palantir. It's a small piece. Oh, it's not. It's a quarter of it only. That sucks, man. That drop off at 10. We tried that. I like that play there. We got some out at 96, some out at 92. So, yeah, a little bit of a move downside. If we can get, if this can go back up into that 1020, 1030 area like Neil mentioned there, then we'll have a decent winner on board. But that would be nice. And right now, that might not be happening. We did get an opportunity to load up a little bit more on Amazon. We still didn't get the full piece that we wanted because, again, here's 112 right there. And then our out's going to be around this 112.10 area. So we didn't get everything we wanted, but it is pulling down a little bit. We'll take an out here in the mid-60s. We're short at 76. We always like to take at least 10 cents. The last time there on the first piece, we took 20 cents. Let's see if this one wants to continue to fall down as Amazon relatively weak against the market, but we've stood in the way of this name before and got railroaded. So, Amazon does have huge potential to make a move back up to the upside, which is why we are trying to respect the 200 period. I don't even really want to look at these tops of 30 and 40. We'll have too many shares by the time it gets there. And honestly, off that Disney rate there, Disney's back up now. That's okay. This is where we got out, so we lost on it, but it wasn't brutal. And there goes Tesla now, taking out the highs. So, hey, man, if you only need one trade, hopefully it's the Tesla one and not any of the other ones. What's up to Glenn Smith? I already took profit at this spot here for Tesla, so no, I'm not going to do it again. If my target's going to be 180, let's try to respect that as there goes Tesla, man. The number one name here on the sticky note, and really the only name I should have been in. Damn you, Palantir, and damn you, Disney.
Yeah, great level at 175. There's nothing else holding strength. I mean, you look at the big tech names, they're bouncing a little here, like Apple's bounced, but it's like 15, 20 cents in the money. Amazon's trying to do something, like Google. They're all trying to move, but they're not doing it very successfully. So I got this one on Apple off 73. Wait for the curl, higher low. That's usually a way to get to dip by and not get run over, but it can't even make the first move halfway into VWAP. If it gives it to me, great, but you need to see 74 for this to be any good or the market to pick back up. Was able to get, so I got this over-under thing at 96, so paid down to 90s. I always hate when that happens, but it happens. And then they got the 96 level back on AMD, trim some on the way to the low, and then hold half for this to continue to the downside. I mean, if it continues to the downside. I shouldn't say when it continues to the downside. Rivian's starting to push back into the upside here, and I think it could reverse off of this VWAP. If it does, I'm going to look for the back end to get a short. I was mentioning Coinbase. Not really seeing anything. It's way too ugly on Coin right now. I need to see this do a little bit more. Hold beneath 60 even, show me some weakness, or give me the short off the top. Like, none of this diddling in the middle nonsense. Let's be a little bit more patient than that. Just got low of the day on AMD, so rang the register on that one. As the market, I mean, it's only like a 50 handle range, but hey, there's some trades out there for you. So AMD at a key level, we're able to grab that one as it heads toward the low. I'll check out Intel in a bit, but just to go to AMD, 94.5, that's probably where I think I'd be out of this trade and looking for longs at 94.
Oh man, Palantir got to $10 again and stopped. Stopped at $9.99. Nah, no, there's no size. I already broke.
Oh, no,
I'm long above 10. So,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no size there. We'll just wait. We're just going to have to wait for Palantir. If it comes back up, fine. If it breaks 990, we're going to get out. That was that bottom wick. Not enough volume there, though, to do anything about it. That was the disappointing thing for me there on Palantir, as we don't have too much volume on that down wick. So that might mean that, no one really got blown out there. So, one more move down, we could break that 990. I would rather have seen a lot of volume there to know that, the shorts maybe are out of this name, or sorry, the longs are out of this name, giving it that move back up to the upside, but we're going to have to wait to see on that. Okay, so there it is, man. We do get that Amazon trade. We're short at 82. We did reload it. It did come up a little bit into 85s or 88s that we got there. So there's another out there for 60. So far so good on this short right now as as Amazon wants to work back down. So the AMD call off the sticky note, great trade. I know Neil has that one. We'll see if that continues to work. I like Amazon right now as really my only trade. Tesla has just really, man, good call by Glenn Smith there again. Well, I think it was Glenn Smith talking about take profit again there on Tesla. And you may have been 100% right on that.
Airbnb?
Airbnb,
Are
what
you
is...
stink bidding it?
No.
Because it's down 3% already.
Yeah, I want 105s or something.
Okay, because, AMB...
Well, that's low enough.
AMB. Airbnb,
Yeah,
it's got this like flat bottom, it's not really a flat bottom break, but it's a multi-month low, let's call it that. 106.5, 107 area. Like, maybe you bounce off this area first. I think that's the first thing I consider, is bouncing off a level like this, but certainly if it were to break down, this is a name I think underneath that. Like, once it breaks that, it's like dollar cost average in because you've been waiting to get a value on it, but yeah, let's let it calm down. If it bounces off 106.5 to 107, I think we'll let it get there instead of trying to force it. But down 3% right quick. Thank you guys for pointing that out in the chat. Love it when you do it because we can't cover it all. We try to cover as much as we can. Apple bounced off 173. I kept saying it was only giving 20 cents. Well, there's the curl. Well, it's 30 cents if you got 73s. I got 73.11, so I get 20 cents. Not much. This is shaping up a lot like what just happened over there in Meta for me, where I get the one bounce off the level on the way back in, and it couldn't make another bounce. We'll see what happens when it gets to 73, but I only want it on the way back up. AMD with a little bit of a bounce here, so we got some out there at 60s. It's able to make another bounce to the upside, but I like underneath that 96. Rivian, this one curled without me. You can see the wick in here. There's your wick top. This is me trying to add to it. That's me failing. If it were to hold here, I might actually have to get, if it double bottoms here and reclaims 13.5, that could be a bit of an out, and then give it back to VWAP as we go to Sharif.
Hey guys, we have the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index coming up in about 40 seconds or so. We can talk a little bit about what it is because we mention it a lot. It basically rates the relative level of current and future economic conditions based on a compilation of 500 consumers. It's moved the market in the past, and with waning importance for these economic numbers, we'll continue to see if it does move the market like it has in the past. So 15 seconds or so. Expected is 63. Come to the screen if you're able to, Fahad. Expected is 63. Last time around, it was 63.5. 7 seconds or so until we get that print. There usually is a move on the futures and related equities. Here it is, much lower, 57.7. On a miss of 63, so a big miss there. Not looking at the futures to see, but oh baby, so we'll see what happens there. All right, let's go right into happening now. Masterworks brought to you by, happening now, brought to you by Masterworks. Masterworks returned over $25 million to investors last year, allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022. That's fine art. Paintings are all SEC qualified, and each of their last 12 exits to date has returned at least 9% net to investors. Check them out using the QR code below in the bottom of the right hand of the screen, guys. All right, let's see what is moving at the moment. Markets, yeah, well, they just got that print, so we'll see how they fare. The S&P right now up 0.13%, likewise with the Dow, as it fared much worse than the NDX and the SPX yesterday on the back of bad earnings from Disney. It's in the positive territory today. The NASDAQ flirting with that break even. It is now flat down as I see now. And the the TSX holding on to minor gains in Toronto here, up 1/4 point. What is moving though? Tesla. Yes, we saw that. That is up on the news that Elon is stepping down as CEO Twitter. The hope is here that he will focus his shift back on Tesla. There's been a lot of shareholders calling on the board to sway him in that regard. The Tesla shares a little bit down now from where they were at the highs, 177.38, now down 175 and change on the back of that consumer sentiment index. Second, First Solar, you saw me report on this one. This one is flying high on the news that it acquired the EU thin film producer Evolar. Sounds like an evil genius or something. This one up 25%. Guys, this started the day at 190. It is up to 228.55. Excellent move on FSLR. And last but not least, these Chinese ADRs, they have been weak as a group. You can see BABA here making newer lows on the back of weak Chinese economic data.
Yes, before.
All right, well, while that was happening, bang, because we just put on a new position as well with Roblox. We didn't have a chance to talk about that, but Roblox off $40. We just put that on as we went to Sharif. So that was good that the consumer confidence number came down. But the thing is that, honestly, if it was a better number, we were out at 40. So this is a trade where we're short at 88, out at 40 break. So like 12 or 13 cents worth of a risk. We're now at 2-to-1 for that. So we did start to take some profit on this name, Roblox. Oops, that's a New York name, down to the downside. So that's a new position that we just put on as well. And then Amazon gave us that Christmas present. We just got it back down into 111.20 on Amazon, and we just reloaded that short. So, hey, man, sometimes the market moves in your direction and sometimes it goes the other way. But that's why Neil and I keep talking all the time about being a risk manager and making sure that, you know, you have your out if it goes wrong. We have our outs. If that number came through and was horrible, we would have lost on our Amazon position, but we wouldn't have lost as much as we just took down right there. Let's hold a little bit. Not a great little number there. I'm pretty pleased with this Roblox trade, although the volume is pretty weak in this name, and it's a multi-day play because of the earnings that we had. That wasn't the move down. It looked like that up and down on earnings. Well, you can go right there. It is right there, down and all the way back up. And then we had some problems with 41, and then yesterday 40, 30, and you know. But whether or not this name goes down to 39, I doubt we get down to that level. But let's just wait to see what this market does as Amazon continues the bloodbath to the downside as well. Now let me guess, Disney's probably what, at 90? No, Disney's still there. This is a joke. All right, there goes Roblox breaking through the low right there of 39.50. We're pretty happy with that. We've taken down VWAP. We have a decent trade here for Roblox, and Amazon also coming back into the I guess I was going to say the lows, but this is the lows. And I know your AMD broke the lows as well. They got down.
Most things
Did you get anything down there in the teens? Because
I missed the teens.
Okay.
It was crazy. Like on the number, it wicked those teens. And then I put a trail for another piece in just because like it broke the channel to the downside. I'm like, okay, well, I might have missed that down there. I might want to get to 95.
Only got into 20.
And I trailed some out, but it didn't get to the teens. I was in front of 95,
okay, yeah.
But I got a piece trailed out when that happened. But while that was going on, Tesla made the 75 bounce.
Yeah, we gotta watch out for that.
I got a scalp trade on the 75. I reloaded 75. It broke 75. So it's like win first long, lose second long very, very quickly. So I have AMD and Rivian to the south side. It's worth mentioning, and sometimes it'd be like this, but Bed Bath, Beyond Meat, crap, damn it, Neil.
Bed Bath and Beyond Meat.
Beyond Meat is one of the strongest names in the market today. I don't know why I keep making that mistake. It is what it is. Get that Prevagen in me. But yeah, so we need to break this. We need to break this if it's going to squeeze higher. But if the market can't hold up, at some point I got to think this is going to come back to the downside. Just don't fight it. Like everything else is falling, and this one, as much as I like to short down here, it just does not want to go. Rivian is going. I tried to catch that consolidation curl. This is where you make a decision. Taking some out, maybe adding more. I decided I wanted to add more down here. I'm getting out at 13. I expect to see some size down there to be sure. FSLR is gone, and I know a lot of people, it's like, oh my goodness, FSLR is making a power move. We should be trading it. The spread is pretty gigantic at most times on this name, so anything up here, risk to reward, for longs, I can never formulate something that makes any sense. Down at the bottom where you've got room to run and you can give up $1 or $2 plus the slippage, which is going to be there, fair enough. But up at the highs, it almost favors looking for a fade at some point. But when you're broken out on the daily, all I'm ever thinking about is like those obvious even dollar levels because there's no prices. You're well past anything here on the daily. So it has to be 30s or like 35s or a dip back into a consolidation point. That could be at least a little bit spicy.
Oh, shoot. I was just noticing Tesla just broke. We took another bid there at 174.50. It just broke to the downside. So, yeah, we actually turned red on Tesla and holding a small piece right now. So, red on Tesla now after what was a good day, up a little bit there, then cranked to the downside. My net is increasing because of what's happening here in this market as Amazon is now 80 cents in the money. And we have 5 times the shares in Amazon than I do at Tesla right now. So, it's a nice move down for Amazon. But, yeah, that sucks. I just even noticing this right now, but we wrote down here on Tesla that 173 was a position for us, so I'm going to take it again right now against 173. So let's just do that regardless of what's happening. We wrote that level down for a reason. So, oh, no. Now we missed it. We're still long 174.58. Missed it. I don't know. Could still come back in, but let's get something. As soon as I just talked about it, looked at my sticky note, 173. So all good. We'll see if that wants to fill out or not, but if we can get a little bit of a bid down near 173, that's a position that I like. I'm going to put another one down there, 173.30 or so. And then if we take out 173, then we can get out of Dodge for that name. I'm just putting my stop order in right now. Thank you so much, Rob, has come here to refill the black gold, as he put it in the chat there. So thank you so much, Rob, for that one. Again, and it's the lovely Toronto Cup because Go Leafs. Yes, thank you. And we can do cheers. Neil,
I didn't even know there were 2 of
matching
these.
cups. I'm going to say this is for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and then you're going to the Jays game, so have fun there
the dome's
tonight.
This is a really okay.
This is a monstrous cup.
I have an issue with that mug. I'm going to show it in a quick second after I place a bid on. Well, I'm not going to place a bid yet, but PayPal now within spitting distance of that low at 62.60. But let me just quickly do this. There's a problem with this cup, and you guys can probably see it. Can we come to this shot for a second? Why is the CN Tower not the tallest building? It's literally like, I mean, what are we doing?
At least
here?
it's red.
What are we even doing here? That's ridiculous. The CN, like, come on.
Well, Neil, we're not. I mean, you could maybe write a letter to IKEA or whoever.
Whoever makes it. But yes, I'm wearing blue. I said I wouldn't wear
safe?
blue when the Leafs were playing, but I wore it anyways. The Jays were playing. I'm going to the Jays game tonight, so that's why I wore blue. Actually, I'm probably going to change because I have a pretty cool tee I might wear. But bouncing here is AMD. If it's going to trend down, it has to curl somewhere around this like 95.60 to 95.75 level. Doesn't look like Rivian wants to make much of a bounce here. Pretty strong move. Oh my goodness, is this true? Yeah, you're right. Top with a halt here. So just going to quickly show you. That's how I know it's halted. Halt at 10:08. Hasn't really said anything. Halted because of news. So, all right. So this has already made a few down halts and is halted now at 640, but this is not a volatility halt. Top is halted based on news, so buckle up. We'll see what it might be if it's disseminated yet, but it was already tanking before this happened, so my guess would be there should be something either speculative or out there, but we'll let Sharif get all over that. We'll see what happens on that one, but it's a news halt, so there's no defined time when it's going to open back up. The tap's not going to matter either because unless you know when it's going to open back up, no one's going to be putting orders in to said theoretical auction.
Sharif just keeps saying, I'm looking.
It's cool. I know you're looking,
so
brother.
We will look for Topps news very soon. And I could use, I mean, we do talk a little bit about trade ideas here. So let's just go into trade ideas and see if it has news on Topps right there. So click on news right now, and it doesn't have anything for today. So we'll find out about that coming out soon on Topps. Do you mean top or
it's top?
It's top.
No, it's TOP.
Yeah, we're not talking about top ships. Okay, so there it is. So let's see if there's.
That's probably my bad because I'm familiar with top ships.
There we go.
More.
Oh no, that's okay. Still, wait a minute. Top news. No, they don't have anything on here for a long time, since April. So that's not a great news source right there. But Top Financial Group right now halted at 642. But it sounds like potentially Sharif has found something. What's up?
Hey, we don't hear him.
That's because Rob.
My mic is on.
Mahad.
So okay, maybe you can try again, Sharif, please.
Okay. The SEC
go.
announced the temporary suspension of trading in the securities of Top Financial Group Limited of Hong Kong at 9:30 a.m. on May 12th, 2023, and terminating at 11:59 p.m. on May 25th, 2023. That's coming in 9:36, an SEC announcement.
All right, there we go. Yeah, no, it's Rob is running the board there, and it was used to the Brendan mic there. So what's up to Rob? Thanks for filling in there as Mahad takes a quick little break. So thank you for that. And that's the whole thing about what we're doing on the show, right? We have so many people helping us out. It's absolutely fantastic.
And we're live, baby.
Yes, and we're live as well. But okay, so now we go right back to positive, obviously there on Tesla. Ye of little faith, man. Just wait for your 173 level. But there it is. Nice move right back up to the upside as we get going one more time here on Tesla. Whether or not that was the bottom or not, we talked about 13.4, and there it is. It bounces off 13.4 there. Pretty smooth off the 1 minute chart. Literally hits it, and now is up 20 handles off that letter. So we'll wait to see there if it does come back up to the upside. Excuse me. Because we're long at 174.25, why not get something out if it can come back up to 176 right there? So if that happens, we'll do that on Tesla. 175.50 or so is what I'm looking at. Roblox has come back, man. So I don't know. Good outs down there. Maybe Roblox is relatively strong, but whatever. We're still waiting for a 40 break. Plus we have a bid in the 60s. And then I'm pretty happy about this one, man. Amazon. You know what? Let's take another bid right here at 23 if we can get it. There goes, did we get it? No, we did not. Yes, we did. Amazon has really been weak today, and I'm glad that we're able to find that. And as some of you in the chat were shouting out about Amazon. What's up to Bears versus Bulls?
Yeah, so I got a curl reload on AMD. We're bouncing a little bit here in the market, and now you've made this 95, 20-ish bottom a couple of times. So, my blended price is pretty much gone. We're shorting it at 96 earlier. Now we have 95.60. I did take some out there at 95.45, I think I got. But if this trend doesn't hold, I think you can get back into VWAP. So a 95.6 re-entry, I want to have a relatively tight stop to then work back into VWAP, something along those lines. You're making a bounce in Rivian, and it didn't quite get to 13 even. So you're consolidating off this low here. If it breaks down, I think 13 is a reasonable out. But I'm going to trail this. I'm not giving it past 13.30. We've kind of come far enough here that if we do make a bit of a bounce, it could be a big one. Someone just asked short bet Beyond Meat at 11. It's already at 11? Seriously?
Beyond Meat?
Okay.
I talked about that yesterday. I thought it would pop, but it looks like it's popping today.
Yeah, it's definitely today. But keep in mind, like 11's a good level. This did come from 12. So if it wants to go full squeeze, then it can definitely get there. It's not at that price yet. Like, to me, I wouldn't be shorting it at 18 even. Like, you want to have a reasonable out. To me, your out would be at 11.20 or 11.25. That makes a short at 11. Right? It gets at 11 if you're giving it that 25 pennies. So, I need to see it get a little bit higher before I'd consider it. And as I said, AMD starting that curl back into the upside. It's been a good short, but if it gives this one up, which it looks like it's doing, we're going to have to get out and reevaluate. The money fills, I think, if we re-engage the short, are going to be above 96. Like 96 into 96.25, not necessarily at 96. Sometimes you like to get that break of the level and then work it a little bit higher. So we're just in Rivian right now. Shopify, and that'll be, it's at that zone right now. I wish I had this one off the open. This is the short that we liked yesterday off 63, and that was available, seconds after the open. But it is at that level where I was waiting for this pullback. I want that fill. Like, give me that over VWAP look where you can get short 62 to like 62.20 and then maybe stop out at 30. So if it starts to make a bit of a curl there, fair enough. But we got to be patient because the market's bouncing off 13.4 in the NASDAQ. That's the other side of this coin, right? Like, if you slow down for a second, remember what we're doing here. Like, we're trying to, like, the NASDAQ's making potentially a higher low if you look at these things, and that 13.4 level, we broke it yesterday, but, we actually recovered pretty well. So if we bounce from here, you want to respect some longs off of this level and not necessarily jump into a short as it's making a bounce.
All right, so I actually just jumped into a short right now. We'll see if it works out, though. It's AMD. We got the short now. I know you're on this name as well, so we'll wait to see what happens with AMD here. Sub 96 right now. I actually don't mind this. If we break above 96, 96.10, that wick right there is 96.11. So we'll be into the short for hopefully quite a while now into AMD. So let's just see if and when it wants to work out right now. What's up, Sharif?
EV, Sean, that's for sure. They're getting creamed today. Rivian, let's go to the chart. Down 5% on a lot of volume, actually. Lucid also down. Fisker down 4.25. Polestar down 4. Nikola down 5 3/4. So they're all weak today, guys, and still printing lows.
I wouldn't say that PACW is breaking down, but PACW is actually holding the low right now. So it's about 5 cents away from breaking support. Were it to do that, I'd be watching out for like a flood of volume and then a halt down. If it happens, I'll be on it, but it's not quite there yet. But I am watching for a monster, like a big move is what I'm looking for in that name. We'll see what happens, but it's not really doing anything yet.
All right, so far so good. AMD now 10 cents in the money. We'll take a piece out for 20 cents at 50, 53 or so. If it can get down there, again, just to take a little bit of profit, and then hopefully we can get back into the 30s, which I expect to do. We are below, there we go. Did we get that? No, we did not. Just bounced off 53, which is where we're sitting. Just randomly picked it because we're randomly in a short. There it is. Get us, yes, sir. Did we get that? Yes, we did. Okay, so it broke, so we get it, of course. So that's a nice little temporary banger right there for AMD as it's 20 cents in the money immediately for us. So that's good. What I was getting at here with the NASDAQ, and again, this could bump back up, right? 13.4. We're trying to bounce off of it, but we're low with the 50 period and pretty decently. So that's why I do expect if AMD can bounce back up, then we'll short it, and then we'll see about breaking. I feel like it would break that level at the same time that we get back up to the 50 period. So let's just try to hold on to some of these shorts. It's 70 cents in the money on Amazon. Roblox, we already got out a half of that one. That's not really as weak as we had sort of hoped it would be off that $40 level. and then Tesla, although it went right back into the money again up to 174.78, giving us 50 cents of profit. That's all that it gave. And then I was waiting. 173.50 has been the bottom. I'm waiting at like 173.20 just because we want to put on a bigger position. If it gets down there, we want to use 173 as our area of support. So that name, to me, that's the close sort of yesterday. I mean, obviously we ripped up there into that news, and now we know who's going to be the new CFO or new CEO of Twitter, so that sort of cat's out the bag. So let's just see if we want to hold that 173 area right there. If not, easy for us to get out of it. We already have that plan of action, so we'll get some more at 173.30 as AMD back into the 50s, so that's good. Amazon, making the moves down into the lows again. We'll put some, we might as well put a trade down here. I'll just put it right now, down near flats. So if we get something around 0506, we'll definitely get that out on Amazon. And then Roblox and Tesla. It's still the same names. If there's anything else. Oh, that SP.
Google's kind of strong.
Okay, good. So that's another one. SPRY right now, 820. I know that was a name that there was some looking at there as it halted at 920. Now you're just sort of barcoding here against $8. This doesn't look bad. You have some lines. You've got the 50 period, the moving average, the VWAP right there as well right now. And we've sort of protected and sort of defended that $8 level. So that looks like a decent long there. Maybe if you break through 860, then you can get back up to the upside right now with SPRY. Good on you if you're long this name.
Yeah, I'm just calling it Spry. Forget it. It's not the name of the company, but that's the ticker. That's a good runner. Alphabet's kind of strong. I only say kind of strong because the market hasn't been strong. And we're actually technically trend down if you roll over at VWAP here. But 116, which was the afternoon or the early afternoon, and then a bit later in the afternoon support level, that has bounced. So I think if you were able to retest it, you'd go for that long. However, there's another way to think about this here. And the way I like to think about it would be, well, you made a wipeout low through pre-market bottom to yesterday's close. You held 116. If the market bounces here, you're trend up, and you can be looking for a breakout. So consolidation above VWAP's in play as well here for me on Google. So it's either retest the lows, and I like that 116, or you can just play a consolidation above. That's definitely going to be in play. Meta's making a bit of a bounce here. First long, good. I didn't even reload this one. It's bouncing off 233. Let me just zoom out a little bit here for you guys. That wasn't quite to where I thought the support was, which is in the last $2 into 230, but I guess that's a good sign that it didn't get all the way down there. But this is downward trending, and I do see some real proof that it's showing strength. Obviously, you're getting more strength to me out of Alphabet than elsewhere. I didn't flip Tesla. I like that 75 level. That's where we went long. I probably should have gone for a bit of a flip there. All I got on is Rivian, which is about to make its run at 13 even. So it's not the Alamo. If it's size on the bid and it bounces, I'm likely to have a tight stop trail in here. We'll see what happens. There's not a lot of size on the bid. Now that I look at it, it's like 700,000 shares. Oh, sorry, check that. No, it's like 70. Yeah, it's like 70,000 shares, 700,000 shares. It's not even that much on the bid, but if it makes a strong bounce, I'll likely have a tight stop and a trail out on that one. We'll see what happens with it as we go to the small cap recap with Sharif. Oh, Coinbase. Every day.
Is moving in small cap world, GIST. Yes, a company by the name of GSI Technology. Let's have a look at the chart. This one is moving up over 90% on the news that it caught an upgrade from EVA. So that upgrades it overnight and it pops up 90+%. 330 the high, 174 the low. There's another one. Neil called this spry. I'm going to call this spray. Let's just go with that. This one, 965 high, above VWAP though, holding that $8 level. This was all sorts of strong. It's given up a bit of the goods, but still playable. And as I say that, it breaks down below that 8, still up 75%. Keep your eye on this one. And then the other one that I wanted to look at was Drama, DRMA. DRMA, this one is up 50%, but it is now down after the bell, 13 points. You can see it giving up the top there at 368, now looking to test the low of day at 282, guys.
All right.
Yeah, apparently there was a hot mic when I was complaining about the fact that I'm not short Coinbase, but it's true. I am frustrated that I'm not short Coinbase right now. I brought it up. I like the breakdown. It was a bit of a flat bottom break. You know, that's everything about that's a good setup, right? So when you don't have it, when you see a setup that's good that you think is like, I mean, look at it, the daily chart too. Yeah, you're also rejecting the 50 and the 200 period in the last couple of days. So when you think something is a high level setup and you're not in it, you should be a little bit frustrated. But the 13 even's broken on Rivian, so I'll give it a few shekels underneath here and then put my trail in, but it's not exactly falling apart down there because it's SSR. But yeah, I need to see this maybe come up and we can rejoin the trend. You see GSI, which one? What?
T.
GSIT is flying, he says.
Sharif, get into the chat, bro, and just put the names in there,
throw
dude.
these in the
Like,
chat.
it's not
This is
rocket
a halt.
science.
This is a halt possible name. It's probably actually it looked like it was about to get to the halt band just now. I don't think it's halted yet. No, it has not even halted just yet, but it just got to the halt bands now. If it were to pull back, this has been consolidating breaking. When it doesn't halt, a lot of times you can get to that band, get a little bit of a dip buy, and then try to take out that top again as the band resets. I think that would be somewhere around that 330 level. These low float runners are crazy. Usually I like playing the halts themselves, to be honest with you. But yeah, this one probably in the wheelhouse if it were to make a breakout and do the halt to the upside for me. But it hasn't done it yet.
All right. We did get taken out at 173 on Tesla, but then it just made a bottom, and we're going to try it one more time here in case this NASDAQ does bounce again off 13.4. So we're red on Tesla, but, you know, one little move. If this just gets into the 50s right now, we're probably back to positive. I'm going to put an offer. I don't have any offers out right now. Let's put an offer at 45, see if we can get that back up to the upside right now. We did get our Amazon trade, so this one for me has really been the moneymaker for me today, has been Amazon. AMD's been a good one as well, but that we only got one piece out. Actually, AMD just came back on that move. So let's wait to see there as Tesla's trying to get back up to the upside as well right now. Ooh, we just missed our fill again. We're at 45 on Tesla. So there we go, we got it. So we got one fill there at 45. Let's see, actually we got two fills. We were waiting one at 45, one at 50. Again, didn't realize we had that. Oh, stupid me. So right now Tesla trying to work back up to the upside, and we're not doing bad, man. It's too bad that we did get dumped out on some of those plays that we had there for Tesla, but for right now it's a decent level at 173. We'll take 50 cents twice there, to try to get us back. We didn't mean to do that. Now I'm going to wait for 175. Hopefully that's the next shoe to drop there for Tesla. I'm thinking that that's a good opportunity to get back up there, but here we come, screaming right back in. If this market still stays low, we're happy because we're short AMD and really just did really well on Amazon, but the Tesla long seems to be pretty squashed right now. And then, a name that's fallen asleep on us here is Roblox. Roblox, really falling asleep. Came back up to 40, didn't do anything. Really bouncing off 71, 72 there. I was bidding 68 from before. We'll keep our bid there. Maybe that will work out for us to the downside. Roblox right now, only short right here at 88. So, not really doing that dance that we'd sort of hoped it would. AMD, man, I don't know, Neil. I know you're in this name as well. I just put a bid down here.
I'm out of AMD, actually.
In the 30s.
I'm actually out of both my shorts. I'm out of AMD short, and I'm out of Rivian. I got trailed out of Rivian. It did, this is what happens when you get to a level like a 13 even. It wicked the bottom, huge volume spike, and then it makes a bit of a bounce. A lot of times, if I was a little faster, it might be reversed long at like 03s or something, but I'm out of the long. I grabbed what I did get into the long, I'm out of the short, I should say, on Rivian, but there was this that happened on Apple. I was able to get this little double on one.
Oh,
really?
shoot.
We're all the way back? Okay.
AMD's really ripping.
Yeah, I just got a 95.90 fill, or maybe just in front of that. So that is ripping, because I just got back into the short right quick. But you got this double bottom that happened on Apple. I waited for it to make the wick under. I could have made the same play on Rivian and been long, but it was Apple that I was watching, whereas I had a trailing stop on Rivian, so it did it automatically. But Apple can't seem to get through 172.5. Oh, sorry. 173, I should say. If it cannot break this, I should be relieving some pressure around here and then getting a better price. If that's going to be the double bottom, I should be tighter to it. I had to get on the way up, or I wanted to get on the way up, which did mean that we hold out a little bit. That's not where I want that bid. I want 172.55. There we go. So if we cannot break, then we're going to try and hold this channel in. I did just get AMD. That one, yeah, back. It's not making its move back into VWAP, so I do like the fills above 96 as well into said VWAP. Looks like it'll be a decent one, but you're getting a bounce in the market here, and I wanted something alongside. Meta, unavailable. It's too far away. Google's another one that we do like, but again, consolidation, like why play it here at VWAP when let it break and make a move? Of course, Beyond Meat dropped. I mean, at some point when I'm not in it, Razin, it was, you're my boy, Beyond Meat. It didn't get to 11. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't have been back in this one, but it is back into VWAP. That's me shorting it. That's the L of the day. It's the only stock you could have shorted today and been wrong. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm sure there's something else out there. Well, you short end phase and your day's probably over. But yeah, Beyond Meat, I took my hit. Now we're out of it. So we got AMD and Apple. That's pretty much it, as Rivian might be pulling back. And oh, there's another one. If I wanted to go back, like, the number one thing I'm going to do when I'm like thinking at lunchtime is like, why didn't reverse at 75 on Tesla? Probably. But yeah, you got to move on to the next, and the next for me is going to be NVIDIA here at VWAP.
Yeah, reversing Tesla would have been a good idea. It's a good thing that we did get a little bit more shares out than we thought we did there, because there goes Tesla taking out the bottom again. So this was fine at 173. We should have just like waited for that, but there's a dollar there. Then we lose the dollar back, and we told you we just went red on that move. And then right here, we added a little bit to it, but then got taken out again at that very bottom. And there goes Tesla right down to the downside. I was really thinking that this was going to be a name that, you know, got a chance to bump today. I really liked it. I still don't think it's dead in the water, but I mean, you know, to keep fighting this long, no, man. We've done that before and gotten run over a bunch. So right now, we'll take it as a small hit today. You know, I'm actually down more on Disney than I am on Tesla, and that's about it, right? And Palantir as well. Palantir was a great long that I thought we got through $10 off of, you know, a couple good plays. There's 10. You know, really in there yesterday, didn't do anything. And then today, I mean, the thing is the market is down pretty good, although it doesn't look like it as a percentage point, but the market really hasn't been able to find its way today. So, you know, obviously if you're taking longs from yesterday's levels, you got crushed. And that's what happened there with Palantir. And then that's what happened with whatever other long we had. Oh, with the short, the out on Disney was short. Like we got hit short there on Disney. Short, and out, short again and out. And now Disney's right back to that 92 level. Probably should have looked at it more at this 200 period when it came back in, resisted again. We should be short here at 50, and we're not, but that's okay. The big win right now for me is going to be, and yeah, man, we'll ring the register soon, because AMD, we just got a great short down there. We're making pretty much everything back right now. Like we're already up more on AMD than we're down on Tesla. So there it goes. Yes, sir. What a great play that was, and we'll have to, you know, we talk about our losses, we'll talk about our winners same way. This is a good one, man. We talked about AMD being weak today. We found that name. It comes right up to the 50 period, which is supported by 96. So hell yeah on this move. Wow, we are really, this is a good one, man. We'll take some more profit out here as it comes right back in. That's to me, we're waiting for more shares, but we got a good position anyways, as this one's really falling down. And then let's go. Look what's happening with Amazon right now. That one is an OMG trade for sure. This one's making its move down. Unlike Roblox, which is doing nothing, this is a nice move down there. Let's put a bid at 94, and then we'll get that for Amazon. So far, so good on the Amazon short. Bad on the Tesla longs, but it just broke 172. So I'm actually feeling like, you know, being down, whatever, I'm down 60, $50 on it. Like, that's unbelievable how much that we're only down there on Tesla today, considering the risk that we had. So good job so far on Tesla. Not good job saving the net. As Amazon, you know, we're well up on that, and now we're up, like I said, obviously more on AMD than we are there on Tesla. Relatively light today. I didn't really find any big opportunities to put on shares. We did have that Palantir trade.
Coinbase would have been one.
Where is?
Not to lament on Coinbase, but yeah, that was probably a good short.
Was that 60?
No, I'm not. I don't have a single trade on the stock. That's why I keep bringing it up, because it angers me, because so many times you look at the same stock in the same price ranges when they're going to put a trade on, and that 60 level has been a good one. It just is what it is. AMD's back toward the lows.
Yes, sir.
My covers are at 50 and then bottoms. I'm looking for 95 at this point. So it did make that push into 96. We're able to get back into it. However, we have one long on. It's doing it again. So Apple gets some breakdown, gets some scalp out, bounce, scalp out, and then it's back down toward the low. So, you know, I'm not going to tell you that, yeah, well, you got these bounces and they're working every now and then, but the futures just keep coming to the downside. It doesn't matter. Like, we're going to break these lows, and it'll be, once again, we find a decent bounce zone. We're disciplined about it, but it's not going to fall through, because that's the kind of day you're getting. Disney's back breaking those lows.
Damn you, Disney.
Rivian is back to breaking those lows. I got trailed out of Rivian, and it's right back to breaking those lows. Like, this is maybe we got a free fall Friday on our hands here, because like this is, I would have expected even close to VWAP or something on Rivian the way it was coming to the downside. Everything is absolutely flushing. At least SPRY, congratulations. At least this is somehow holding a bid. Maybe not a bad opportunity
Google's
off of VWAP
positive.
here. Google is positive on the day, so it's holding up.
Look
but
at
it's not.
AMD.
It's now finally above VWAP, so I wasn't looking to, retest those lows. Hopefully, if it can hold VWAP, Google is one. I wasn't willing to take it underneath, but if the market can show any sign of strength, yeah, Google looks really good. This is the one I've been sort of scouting here for it to hold above VWAP. AMD, my bids are sitting right in here in front of the 20s. Looks like I might have just got it, but if there's a long, maybe it's only Google that's worth it, even as I sit in Apple. I think it's the crypto update.
It's something.
Right on, Neil. Yeah, guys, crypto down with the overall market down 1.5%. It's been a tough little go for Bitcoin ever since the rumor came out that the government was selling seized Bitcoin. That's that move over there back on May 10th. This is the explanation. Lowest levels since March. Current price 26,440. Super thin liquidity and regulatory pressures. ETH also taking on the chin, down 0.7. The equity names also not faring any better. Coin down 3%. And this one, Silvergate Capital on the pink sheets, down 67.2%. We can't trade this on our platforms, guys, but this has done almost 3 million shares. I guess that's not that much for a 41 penny stock.
Why not?
Yeah, like it's not as if it's untradeable at a level. It's just that we can't trade it. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very tradable level.
AMD. Holy shoot. Like we just got back in, like we just got into this, man. Like 10.16 right there, and then again at 10.30, and huge moves continuing for AMD. Unfortunately, I only have a third left of this play, as it is really like $1 in the money on AMD, $1 in the money on Amazon. Roblox is really the strange one for me, because with this market moving the way it is, I thought Roblox would have been down, especially off this 40. So if we break higher on Roblox, I mean, we're out of more than half already, and we got a great out when it tanked off CP was Michigan consumer confidence, or was it just consumer confidence? I think it was consumer confidence. We got a big move down on that one right there, so that's all good. But man, to get an out there at 95 flat, like that's an absolute monster move there for me on AMD back down to the downside. So, we talked about it. We looked on here, and what I wrote down for AMD was that it can't seem, I mean, it's on the sticky note for the short. So, I mean, so is Disney, and we lost on Disney, we make on AMD. So, although Disney is fine on the short, we just got blown out there. I don't know what happened there on that move, but again, that's trading for you. So, but anyways, AMD, what I wrote down was basically pretty simple trade, man. We have that huge news on Microsoft. They had a quarter that nobody liked. I think this AI is a pretty decent bubble right now. So when you get all that talk about chips and everyone buying everything, NVIDIA, all that kind of stuff, Google's still high today as well. But I just felt like there was going to be some steam coming out of this. We were waiting for 98s. We didn't get that. So we had to wait for it to give us a level, and that's exactly what we did. Here's the level, man, 96. So we just shorted it, and we say thank you, come again to AMD, and literally come again, come back up, because we don't have too many shares left on this piece. But, we still do have a third, so we'll put something else on the bid here just in case we do bounce, and it does listen to me and come back to the upside. Let's take another piece out down here on AMD, and then, hey, if it rips back up, we'll just reload it as per usual. So right now, nice move on AMD, and then Amazon, for some reason, air coming out of this name as well. We're well in the money, $1.20, in fact, on Amazon.
Yeah, exactly. And we always steal terms from, I like to steal terms from Shreve. It was a flat bottom break in 96. It would have been nice if it held up, but it hasn't. I think you could see 94 today, especially if this market doesn't want to keep it up. Does want to keep it up going to the downside. Worth mentioning, however, there's a but, that previous high in the NASDAQ, this is where we're at. So we bounced here yesterday, just above, it's like 13.36, change or whatever it might be. That's where we bounced yesterday. It was that previous resistance that we had just punched through. So, this is where you could anticipate a little bit of a bounce in the overall market. And if you're looking for strong names, here's the list of names I kind of think are relatively strong that you want to look for the longs if we make that bounce. Alphabet, nice channel, higher low, market bounces off these levels. You're not really necessarily fighting the trend. You got a green name that wiped out the bottom and is now consolidating back above it. Netflix, and we go for Netflix. Netflix is, okay, well, yeah, let's throw that out the window. What in the actual, really? I promise you, I just looked at this stock and was like, okay, if this can break out and hold VWAP, it's got a nice little bottom, and all of a sudden the stock is like $4 higher. So like a huge volume spike. I'm assuming between the 30 seconds that I was seeing it on my chart and actually bringing it to you guys, something might have happened on Netflix, obviously. It's frustrating because that's no longer available, taking out VWAP or taking out 343. Wow, $5 move on Netflix. I mean, huge volume. Something must have just happened here. I mean, I'll be looking to see if
Truth is, I guess, looking it up, so we'll find out if there is.
Just looking at that.
Yeah, for me, I don't see anything. Netflix. I don't really see anything there. She's just asking us about it, so he'll have a look. Okay, so we're still positive on it, but we will flush down that last little piece. Not a little piece, we have less than half, about 40% left on Roblox, as it just takes out that high at $40. So we get out right there. Small hit. We're still positive because we were able to get that out when it dipped down, and I was like questioning myself on this play anyways because it just kept on bouncing. That is, of course, Google. I'm looking at Google. That is, of course, Roblox. And the reason why we're looking at Google, first of all, another out, man. We got a good out right there again at 17 on AMD. So this name really printing out for us again. I know we keep talking about it. Amazon holding a small piece. That's bounced a little bit as well as the market. One more time, trying to see about what's good at 13. Here it is right here at 13,400 again. So nice downside move here. Let's see what's going on with Sharif.
Yeah, guys, Netflix plans to spend or to cut spending by $300 million in 2023. That comes to us via the Wall Street Journal, coming out at 10:39.
Yeah, I mean, it ran $4, $4.50, almost $5.
Came back half.
It's almost half back. But that breakout was at 343. So you have the break of the consolidation. If it holds that level or maybe holds a pre-market low, any kind of a consolidation, one of those prices would still be bullish. Blowing through them, I think that gets pretty nasty. I still like Google if it can hold above VWAP. It doesn't look like it wants to. And I lament you coin, but it just might have presented an opportunity here for me. So it just made a bit of a pop back above 59. So I have this area to 59.50 that I can at least work with. Again, sometimes you miss out on a trade. I'll cake it on the back end here, work into VWAP. It doesn't mean it has to work, but I've been looking for the trend short on Coinbase. A bit of a bounce as I double check. What are we doing over on BTC? Okay, nothing too crazy when I look at my 15-minute. You're not flushing, you're not exactly breaking out or anything like that. So looks pretty secure here. If we get above VWAP, I'll give this one up, but I've been looking to join the trend finally on Coinbase. A little bit late to this party, but it's a decent entry price. At least I know I'm working it back into VWAP, which at this time of day I do like.
Okay, you might be right here, Mr. Glenn Smith. Revenge trade time on Tesla. Without those terms, though, if we just look at Tesla, we just bounced off 171.50. So if we're gonna try it right now, this is basically right into that bump area there. But again, like, I really do feel this. Like,
nobody
I
can
talk
cross
about,
it.
yeah, no man shall cross it, but it looks like they may cross it right now because, and what I mean by, is it really a revenge trade or not? Now we're long, is because, like, when you're looking at some of these levels, if it bounced off here, which is where we were initially long, we would have said, oh man, that's great. We waited for this level, came back in, and it bounced, right? But instead, it didn't bounce at all from 173.50. It actually, that's what we tried. We got a little bit out there when it first came in, which is fine. This is the same 5-minute candle, but then the next 5-minute candle was the largest 5-minute candle, maybe not, but equal to this move to the downside where we basically went down $1.50, almost $2. What am I talking about? To that bottom again. So, shy of that happening one more time, I am going to use this very bottom wick of 170. Actually, I put it at 171.50, but now that I see what this is, 171.35 is my out now. And not to say this is the last line in the sand, because probably down here at 170, I'll like it again. But honestly, this is worth a shot right now. The risk to reward on this one is well better than anything that we had up here, because if it does retrace right now, we're giving this 70 cents. And honestly, just a bump up to here is close to 70 cents. So if we get a move back here, that's 70 cents right there. We'll take a piece out, go 1-to-1, and then the risk to reward becomes much more favorable, and hopefully we're able to have a trade that is bank worthy at some point right now. But the bank is not open. Like if Tim Duncan was here, he wouldn't be happy with Tesla today.
It's always open for him.
It's always open for him. So maybe if he was long, then we'd get it right there. But 172.66. Look, we had profit on Tesla. We took $1 early and then lost $1 right there on that move, and then took the long again and got hit. So far, not so great on Tesla for me. But here we go, 172.04. So we got to wait at 172.70 to make this worth our while. So here's a little bump back up. As I said, we'll go 1-to-1 on a third, and then we'll see if it can make some money moves back to the high side there and look at a 175 VWAP print. But for right now, Tesla, let's just sit on it. What was that?
You just quoted Cardi. That's a Cardi B song.
What?
That Money Moves thing?
Oh, yeah.
I actually hate that song.
It makes money moves? Yeah, a lot of her songs are annoying.
There was a thing that one of the chats with a couple of my buddies from high school, it was like, find a song that you can't listen to for more than 1 minute if you can get through the entire song. And that was one of the ones that was a bit of a challenge, to listen to the entire thing. But she's got some good music, but I mean, most of it, I don't know. It's to each their own, really. Alphabet, okay, so the market keeps on making bottoms. However, I cannot ignore, you just wicked 13.4, held that previous low. I mean, a consolidation above 13.4 would indicate there's a potential bounce incoming. And at this time of day, usually I'm looking for it. Alphabet's giving you this 116.5 zone. I just was talking about not going long underneath VWAP on this name, yet it's just presenting you with this over and over again, and then you're out in front of a potential break. Yeah, as the market starts bouncing, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get something in the 60s into that 116.5. We still have AMD, and I am in that Coinbase short. I haven't really taken anything out yet nor added to it, but I'm going to look to work this long into that 116.5. If we break down, fair enough. There's other shorts that'll probably work here. I don't think I like much else long, to be honest with you guys. We'll see what happens, but realistically, there's not too many names that are holding green and are giving you an entry with at least a reasonable stop. Netflix, that's now come. It didn't even hold that 343. So I was looking for an actual bounce somewhere. It's been all red since the news came out of my 3-minute chart, which obviously indicates no bounce just yet. Maybe it goes off the bottom and bounces. But yeah, retraces all the way. That sucks, because sometimes if you know the headline really fast, you can make a decision on whether you want to fade it. But when it was up there, I had absolutely no clue what was going on. You saw that live. I was like, what the hell is going on in Netflix? So I would never short a pop like that unless I knew what the news was. For all I know, it could have been something a little bigger.
Yeah, I don't think you would have faded it anyways on cost cutting, but maybe.
Yeah, it's probably not.
Those names are so hard to, $4, $5 move up.
If it was 350, probably.
I mean, you could trade.
It's like it's 347. What are you doing at 347? At 350, yeah, because I would have shorted that level anyways.
Right.
But that's the thing.
It's 1050 right now, so we're getting close to being in the middle of the day already. And I want to give a big shout out. Look, man, I don't have a problem, obviously, taking credit when we're right, and then also taking credit when we're wrong. And we talked about that today with Palantir and Disney and all that stuff. And we really beat ourselves up on this Tesla trade and the performance that we had on that name. But I got to give a big shout out to you, Mr. Glenn Smith, because you mentioned Tesla being down here. That's AMD. Sorry about that. Tesla being down here at that 172, and that potentially was time for a curl up. And glad to have agreed with that because there's the long at 172 and there's the out at 70, just as promised. So for you, my friend.
Awesome.
And spin
money,
the.
Money,
so right there, that's for that. I used to always do that for Sharif in the chat. and now Sharif is sitting at the desk. So big shout out to Sharif, and a big shout out to you as well, Glenn Smith. And we talk about it all the time, man, about the relationship that we have. Adam, I know you're big in there as well. I highlighted Shakib. There's so many of you. We can go on and on that are giving trading ideas all the time. And I apologize if I missed anybody. I mean, I can go back and look at it. I'm just seeing James D as well. You've given a couple good trades. And even it's not even about the result of the trade. That to me doesn't matter, because we traded in and out. Me and Adam yesterday, I was short square. That was a great trade for me. And you were long square, and that was a great trade for you. But it's the idea generation. When levels get, when stocks get to key levels, it's great to have them pointed out to Neil and I so we can look at them and, again, make our own damn decisions. And that's the important thing about all of this. Like, no matter what Neil and I are doing here on a daily basis, you guys are the ones that have to hit the keys. We'll hit them for us.
You got to trade your own account.
Right, and suffer the consequences or reap the rewards of the decisions that we make. But that's why, I love doing this, and that's why this has been what I've been doing for 20 years. Obviously wearing many different hats, but this is really fun, and trading it should be a little bit fun. It should be a little bit stressful, and definitely being on the show and being with a lot of you traders makes it fun. So let's just keep that reminder there. You got to like what you're doing, and if you're too frustrated with trading, take a couple steps back and really, slow down on your account. And we don't talk about other traders' nets or anything like that, but trust me when I tell you, like May, there's not, from traders that I've spoken to, there's not too many of them that are green this month. So if you are having a rough May, nothing wrong with that. And I told you already, although I battled a lot back yesterday, we're going to be red this month so far as well. It's halfway through the month. So, turn that frown upside down if you're still in that camp.
Yeah, and someone just mentioned PayPal's back at the lows. Oh, my goodness. That stock, I'm telling you, it had all the signs of making a bottom, this one. It's frustrating because you look at this, it's like, okay, double bottom, the longs were looking good, it was set up. Look at if it breaks 65, at one point I had a stop order for this breakout. You're almost at the low of the day. So if that's another spot. Look, if it bounces off it, I'll probably take a shot. I understand people are like, well, why would you ever go long on a trending down stock? Well, if it's at a big support level as a day trader at lunchtime, that's usually what I'm going to do. So I know where my out is. It's out underneath that yesterday's low. It's not there yet, but I think it gets there. I just got some Coinbase out. I have to move over in 10 minutes. I just got some Coinbase out in the range. If it gets above VWAP, I'll take some more out. This is another one. Like, I usually look for this trade. And then it wasn't until people were pointing out to me that Coinbase was beneath $60, and thank you guys for at least pointing it out, because quite frankly, I wasn't watching it, and I should have been watching it. So you can't track it all. That's what we're here for, but that's what you guys are here for as well. Let's go to the desk for some money talks with Sharif. How's that US dollar doing?
Up.
The Dixie, or the DXY, Neil, is up again 1/3%. That's 2 days in a row. And currencies are faring poorly again 2 days in a row now against the greenback. The euro down almost 1/2 point. The CAD almost 1/3 of a point. The GBP a 1/4 point at the moment. And the yen down 1/2 point against the greenback. The Australian dollar's 3/4 of a point. And the ruble, which had been doing fairly well against the US dollar as of late, 2 days in a row now to the downside, 0.83. Crypto not faring any better, down 2 1/4 for BTC and 1.5 for Ether, guys. Oh, let's have a look at earnings. Forgot about that. Not much. Maybe that's why I wasn't excited about it. Not much coming before the open on Monday, but there is a blast from the past there. Workhorse showing up.
I was about to say, how dare you besmirch the name of the powerhouse that is Workhorse.
Yeah.
By the way, so
what the hell's wrong with you, Sharif?
You know what?
Get your shit together.
What price?
Look at all those earnings after close today, Sharif.
You're not going to believe what the
Get
stock
excited
did today.
Get excited.
This is not Workhorse. Actually, has had a trade
Let's
available.
Let's go to Neil's screen here, Mod, because we're looking at Workhorse.
Yeah, we're looking at Workhorse.
Disaster.
This broke $1 again. Like, this had just made the move above $1. Like, I remember this because it had just made the move above $1. It looked like it was in the midst of a breakout. On volume, broke it down, and you can't recover it. So a lot of times, like a penny stock gets that run up to $1, and this is like it. Obviously, you need to try to maintain compliance, hold above $1 for a certain amount of time. For it to get back below almost immediately is incredibly. That's very bearish, by the way. Maybe not enough volume to trade it here today, but yeah, that's available on Friday. Like on Monday morning, I anticipate, I don't care what direction it is. If it's anywhere near $1, to me, that's just a trade in either direction, whether it's breaking out above with a tight stop, or whether it's failing the level and shorting in front of it. That's like one of those penny stock trader dream levels there. So workhorse, I'll be looking at it in the morning. It doesn't mean I have to trade it, but yeah, that's an earnings name worth trading. AMD, where are we? We're back at these
We're going
lows.
down, man.
But it bounced off 95. Actually, so the low is 94.98. The way to say this was it wicked the 95 level, meaning it broke it, ran some stops probably, and then came back above. But if it retakes the low, look out below. This and coin are all I'm in. I'm looking for a Google long. I don't know if the market wants to support it. As a matter of fact, now that I look at this Google long, I'm gonna cancel my bid here. Like I need to see.
Where are you trying to buy it? Down
No,
there?
I'm trying to buy in this consolidation, but I keep.
Why don't you
That's
like
not
that?
an entry that I usually like, unless I'm getting it bouncing. Like I don't want why I don't need to sit in front of the support. If it bounces off the support, then I can get in after it's made the bounce instead of getting run over. Like nothing is happening here. It's in a bit of a channel. I can be a little bit patient with it. And the market's trending down. That's the other thing. Market's trending down. Let it get there. Let it bounce. Or we're just looking for a breakout anyways. You know, it's not really holding above VWAP, at least not very long. So let's be a little bit. Let's just be a little bit more patient is the word I'm looking for. Netflix is at 340, so that just broke the low and continued to the downside. Yeah, I mean, hold on to your shorts at this particular point. It's one of those types of days. I'm going to be really patient with the longs and hold on to your shorts, look for reentries on anything trending, and just keep it simple, stupid. Me being stupid.
No, that's the market has an easy way of making you look
As
stupid
I say that,
all the time.
As I say that, I get out of coin at the low of the day because it's already there.
Yeah. Great. I mean, that's exactly. Take the shorts. AMD right back to 95 again, by the way, and Tesla's right back to 172 as well. But what's up to Anthony F right here? Good start to my month on a 34% win rate. That's great. You're averaging, is that three or four risk to reward? That's good. I don't know if you have 3:4 there. I don't know what's going on, but okay. Up 12 shutdowns on the month. To me, 12 shutdowns means losses, but I guess that's good for you. You've shut down your account after being up, I'm assuming.
No, I think I understand that.
Right. So that's good on the month so far. Made some adjustments to the process to be more selective. And I think that's, I was just talking about the month of May, and, every month is going to be. I don't really, and I saw Dan McIsaac say that he was looking at his months, and month of May has historically not been a great one. I don't really. For me, I've never. I'm going to get out of AMD as we're back down here at 11 again. We're short AMD 80 cents in the money. So we better take some profit again as we're dipping down to 13.4 again on the Nasdaq. So that's another level to look at right here for that one. But I don't really look, and maybe I should, and maybe this is my mistake. Like I don't really look at it and say, oh, springtime or a specific month, I do better or worse. I mean, I just taking the trades that are in front of me, and I feel like the volume has been pretty good this month. It's been a little rough back and forth the last couple of days, as you know, on some of these earnings plays. But I mean, I just use a name like Disney as an example. Like, why the hell am I red on this name? Like, we were short Disney. It was a great idea. I don't have we should be short. Like you write down here, and this is what I'm talking about with my wife. Like she writes down in here, Sean, you said short Disney 92. It's right here. It's right here on the sticky note. How could it be at 91.50? And you're bitching to me about being down on Disney. Well, yeah.
Happens all the time.
I mean, when this happens right there, rips up like that after me getting short, I'm not holding this $1 because if I'm wrong, which we could be at some points, then yeah, we get stopped out. The only thing is stick with the names. That's the only thing. And I'm learning this more and more. It's why we went back to AMD. It's why we're back into Amazon. And quite frankly, why we're back into Tesla. I believe Tesla's a long, so I just got to find the right areas. Disney was a short. We took it, we lost, and should have stuck with it back here when we went back to the 200 period once, back to the 200 period twice. We could have made everything back in spades right there and then been positive on Disney. So I do like to talk here about, refreshing your blotters, refreshing your trade ideas, and thinking about some new things as you start to maybe struggle or as the market changes its pace. So that's my little tip there for everybody. And yeah, hopefully that's a little valuable. That's all.
Exactly. And you never guess what else is green today. Maybe you will guess it. Intel's positive today. somehow, miraculously, it is up 0.17%. So that was pointed out in the chat just now. So two things. Okay, I'm gonna move in like 2 minutes, but like one last thought before I get in there. Hold on to your shorts. I don't think, like, we just failed 13.4 again on the NASDAQ, so I'm not really feeling the vibe that this is at any kind of a bottom just yet. However, you did have a kind of consolidation level here in Intel lower. So yes, it is strong, but I think that's because it was so weak the last little bit, so it's at a supply zone. Above, like, the way I would approach this is above 29 or maybe at 29 into 29.15 is a short because you're short in the supply zone and it's a downtrend. So you short the supply zone, the downtrend, and I don't like a long when it's trending like this. I'm not trying to pick a bottom on that. If it breaks out, it breaks out. That's a short till it's not. I would short this above 29 into 29.15 and then work it to the downside. If it breaks a flat bottom, you hold on to a piece. That's just my approach when I see trend down. It's back underneath the 50 and the 200, which means once you're through 28.5, all roads lead to $25 on this stock. That's just how it's been. It doesn't, I can want it to go up all I want, which quite frankly I do in the long term, but the trend is your friend. And what is the trend telling you with this? It tried to break out, it failed, it's now coming back in. Next stop, unless it holds 28.5, is going to be 25 even. So I'm looking short and looking for short setups. That means short the top of a supply zone. Thank you for the super chat, Ian Respeto. What do you guys think of cybersecurity stocks like PanW, Crowd, and Zscaler? I love PanW. I haven't looked at the other two in a while. I've been long on these stocks as they are headed or being touted as being strong going into inflationary and recessionary periods. And they've traded at premiums and held despite trading those premiums. At least PanW has. Crowd is getting off the schneid a little bit, but Palo Alto has been coming down. I know I haven't looked at it in a while, but I know it had been pulling back a little bit here. But this play is not going away. Like, when you really think about, if you really think about what's going on in the world, more things going into the cloud, everybody talking about AI, security is going to be even, doubly, triply, quadruply more important. You're going to have major corporations that are plugging into every single AI system in the damn world, and they're going to have to beef up their security. Wow, I didn't realize it had made this kind of a bounce off those lows. I'm pretty happy to see it. I barely own anything of this stock because I think it's a rich price, and I've waited for it to come down for any dollar cost averaging, and it's never happened for me. Crowd, I think, has been a little bit of a laggard, though. At least I want to say it's been lagging a little bit. Maybe it's catching up, though. My daily chart hates me, so. Oh, no, it is catching up. Okay, it's back above the 50 period. Yeah, this has been a little bit better for Crowd. Nice little recovery there. Maybe a more reasonable entry. If this breaks 140, that's a big if. But anyways, it's 11 o'clock, so I'm going to get ready and move on over there to join Sharif for the midday. Thank you for that super chat, Ian Respeto. I do love that space.
Yeah, PanW is a stock. I've been buying PanW for ages. I don't even, I haven't bought it recently, but PanW has been in my portfolio for probably 10 plus years. Obviously, the space has been hot and will continue to be hot as well. But look what happened, man. The chef got back into the kitchen right there, and we just bought some Tesla. We waited, man. We were super patient for that, man. It came right down into 171. We actually have a 171.20 fill right there. Sorry, 171.23 we have right now. So that's $1 up right now in a minute on Tesla. It got flushed out there. Look at the volume on that flush. Boom, breaks that low. And again, because we were able to get some out, we waited for another reload, and here it goes, man. Maybe that's the bottom in Tesla. Maybe it ain't, but we're long Tesla right now, 70 cents in the money as we got out of 40% up here at 172. We're not trying to play around. We've made some money back into this one, and it's good. And by the way, down on AMD. Here it is. It's in the building right now. Brian Shannon will be on our program. The 24th rings a bell. So there it is right there, the 24th. Hey, sometimes I can remember things. Here it is, the anchored VWAP. We'll be talking about that coming up very, very soon. I'm going to read this, and then we'll get back to you on what the anchored VWAP's all about. Shout out to Trade Ideas, Michael Noss and Brian Shannon right here. We're going to talk all about this. I'm going to read it. We're going to find out what's good. It's anchor VWAP time, baby. And I'm going to ask him if I can implement this into like a scalping kind of a day trade little event happening there. So we're pretty happy to have him come on. Big guest coming on the 24th. So a couple days, 12 days from now, we'll be on right there as we watch out for some of our trades. And hey, man, this isn't an anchored VWAP right there, but this is a VWAP. 96 96 short on AMD. Boom. Right now, $1.20 in the money on that one. It has been a fantastic show. We're riding this Tesla move to the high side. We got some energy back here as it's been an exciting one, as AMD's been a monster, Amazon's been a monster, Disney, wish we were still in that one. Palantir, so for me, really the worst trade of the day for me by far is Palantir. I told you, man, we put on decent amount of shares. We talked about in the thousands there. It came down in, and we wind up losing. You know, our worst out, our best out actually, is this 96, but that was only for a quarter. Then the bigger part was out here at 92 when it broke the 200, and then right there, the last piece out at 90, which is a good thing that we got out, because that's a month ruiner there on my confidence there with Palantir. So we've made money on it. We don't give back what we made over the last couple of days, but this does ding us a little bit. All right. It is time to throw it over to Sharif, as we're doing extra work here. It's 11:03. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks to everybody for watching. I'll be sitting here trading throughout the afternoon, getting my voice back and reading some anchored VWAP there. So let's go over to Sharif and see what he's up to.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif, and Neil will be here in a minute. And we are red on these futures. We are 0.2 down on the ES and a third down on the NQ, hovering around that 13,400 mark that we diddled with yesterday, and breaking down below that 4150 on the ES, which is an important level that's been recycling itself as of late. As I look at my big tech charts, I'm seeing most things at lows, saving except for Google, that just kind of bounced off that 116.50. 116.57 was yesterday's close. It's held that particular level quite well, and now bouncing off it. Now here comes 17 on Google as it breaks through. 1736 is the high of day on Google. We are now through 15. You all right? Okay. You'll shake it off.
I'm actually frustrated.
It seemed, to be honest with you, when I was at the big desk, like it had been holding out a little bit better than some of these other guys in large cap land. We're holding 17 now. You know, quite frankly, these 5-minute candles closed at 17.10. Yes, we did wake up to 36s, but we didn't really stay there for any prolonged period of time. We're right back at those levels as we knock on the door of 10s, 11s and 12s, 14s. Oh, baby. Google's starting to go here. Let me look at my blotter to see if anything is afoot, Neil. I don't see anything coming.
Afoot.
What's that?
The game is afoot.
The game is afoot. I should have gotten that reference, because I got scolded for that last time. But yeah, here we go. BZ.
It's fine.
Benzinga essentially was reporting some interesting options activity on our friend Google this morning, but that has nothing to do with the move currently. Here we go to 20s, Neil. We're 19s, 21s. Google's going. Well, the market's going, right? We're bouncing off bottoms at 13.4 held quite nice well on the NQ, and we're bouncing off 41.33 going into the 40s on the ES, possibly looking to go green here on the ES. 41.43 on my chart. That'll take us to flat. And then 13.446 on the NQ. That'll take us to flat. So that 13.45 area, it looks like. Here comes Google, man. 117.30. I think it broke that, actually. Got the 31s. All right, enough talking. Let's now pull out the old stock trading window here, Neil. We're going to get in our Google, because we've been looking at the chart, but we haven't been looking at the tape or the book. And here we are at this is after market high. After bell highs. What's up?
I just randomly punch it. No, I'm just saying, like,
No, you didn't.
No, I
Did you
did
really?
not. I'm just saying you can randomly punch in. I like it all the way back to VWAP. I know that much, but I'm just getting myself set up here, so I will not be randomly punching in. But it did make that break. I didn't have a stop because I was logging out and back over here. So
Rock TV, Sharif's worst nightmare would be waking up skinny. I was like skinny most of my life. I'd shake it off. As long as I could be physically fit and you know, go out and do stuff.
I'll be able to do stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Things. The most frustrating thing is, like, trust me, when you get old, it's more about, like, you just want to be able to do some of the stuff that you
I am
could
old,
when
bro.
you're younger. No, I know. I'm thinking in general sense. Like, it's like you're basically always just sort of fighting. Oh, I like to be able to do this, like like run and go play flag football or chase kids around, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you can't, it's frustrating. So it's frustrating that I'm not long Alphabet, but I'm looking at AMD still holding down at 95, and it's like, okay, that can't break away from 95, so that's still relatively weak. And yeah, you're getting a little bit of a dip now, so Alphabet might present itself with that opportunity. You get back into VWAP. I know I didn't take the consolidation, and I didn't have a break because I canceled an order. But let's see if we can't get a dip back into VWAP here on Alphabet. You look at it, that's a good supply zone. If it's relatively strong and the market wants to hold up, at least you know you got a name that's supporting 1165. So that'll give me the 3/4 range to be able to work into on Alphabet. So we'll get something out underneath there. If we catch it, we catch it. And then we go from there. Coinbase is another name I was in. I got out at the low of the day, and it bounces. Like really? I mean, well, maybe it's a trap.
It's a trap.
But I just sat down looking, okay, well, is there something that I was trading before that was giving me the same entry or a similar entry? Okay, well, Coinbase popped up and is giving me essentially the same presentation for the opportunity to pull back in. So I'll take that. AMD's not giving you, I mean, you could look at a 95 long, actually, because it broke the 95 again, and it's sort of, now it's holding it. Like, this is a more convincing. That was where the lights just went off.
Yeah,
Flickered there, but
saw that, right?
I saw that too. But yeah, you're holding that 95. I still favor this one trend down as a chip name, as a weak name, so I'll go with that. But if you get back down in and really start holding higher lows here above 95, that could be something. I'm going to hold on to my short there. As I said, I reloaded Coinbase. Google's the long that I want. The question is it the long that I'm going to be able to get?
All right, so while Neil was going through that, I was trying to figure out what's my in on Google. I guess maybe a dip into 117, see how it trades. Does it hold that level? Former area of resistance becomes area of support. I guess if I don't get that and it continues, then I miss out on the trade. But I'm not seeing a real catalyst here to justify the move. Yeah, sure, we had the IO event not that long ago, and there's a whole like as Michael Noss was explaining today, he's like once these major events or these upgrades or these earnings, whatever, comes into play, which initiates the hedge fund to reassess its position on that stock. They don't just hit the buy button like you and I hit the buy button. They go through committees and the whole thing. And then once that news is digested, then the buy button gets hit.
I have to make a joke here.
Go for it.
If Cathie Wood goes through a committee when she buys some of the stocks she's convicted in, then it's the most efficiently run committee I've ever seen.
Must be.
Because it's like you'll have like a bad earnings or whatever call, and it's like right
she
in
buys
the,
and
right
sells
in the
on a
next
daily
day.
basis.
It's like the
I think there's a difference between actively managed and the other ones.
I think they probably have some kind of a technical thing where it's like they're just because they're looking long term. It's probably some wild dollar cost, like averaging thing where it's like, okay, if it's in this price range and we get a dip down in, once it enters here, we buy this amount. Yeah. And it's like, okay, well, we're adding 0.5% or something along those lines.
Yeah, some hedge funds.
It's got to be. Like
they run on technicals. Some run on fundamentals.
Yeah, it can't be the news for her. It can't be. Yeah. You know what I mean? Anyways, that's just a random.
No, I agree with you because it's actively managed. We get their updated positions every day. I mean, it's not going through committees. Probably. I don't know.
Them.
No idea how they do it.
Updated every day.
Yeah, they do.
Like,
and they make
show me. You can say whatever you want, but show me. They show that's a fund every single day. We added this much today. We took off that much on a daily basis. Go to Cathie's Arc. It's a website. You can check it out there. And I love that. I mean, it's kind of like we're day traders, so it's very different. Obviously, like getting in, we'll show you the ins and outs every single day because that's the purpose of it. It's a bit more weird to see that on that level, but it's also cool to see in some regards.
Yeah. So basically the whole spiel there about what Michael Noss was saying this morning was to maybe say, the Google will have continuation after the IO event as the data and the information gets digested and acted upon. And so, expect possible continuation days. And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at here. Now, look, we haven't looked at any small cappers. We talked about them at the big desk, but we didn't look at them right here. So let's get to it. GSIT, that's the big dog, up triple digits, about 107%. I'm looking at GSIT, guys. I know you get some people, they're not happy with these charts, so I'm repeating it. GSIT is what we're looking at right now. We started the day off.
They get the gist of it. Oh, that's not real. Oh, never mind. That's
Yeah, that was
No,
good.
it's
Well, it was close enough, bro. You switch the I and the S, and you're golden. So you're gonna get the bang for that. We start out the day in the pre-market at $1.66, and we got up to 384. It's been bull flag continuation after bull flag continuation. This is the 5-minute. Let's look at the one. This one, is it running up on news? I think I looked earlier and I didn't see anything. So let me just double check that real quick. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on my blotter. Doesn't mean that it's no. Oh yeah, that's right. It's the upgrade. What am I saying? EVA upgraded it overnight to overweight. So it's moving on that. No idea what the company does, by the way. What is this company? It's a provider of semiconductor memory solutions. The company provides in-place associative computing solutions for applications in high-growth markets such as AI, surprise, surprise, and high-performance computing, HPC. Okay, didn't know that was the acronym for that, including natural language processing and computer vision. Yeah, sure. So a lot of the LLM stuff we've been hearing about. Anyway, 1-minute chart looks decent, and we've got some defined levels of support. It looks like a couple of peaks around this 320 area, and it's also converging with VWAP, which is hanging about 315. So a bit of a possible buy zone in between support and VWAP right there, about a 5-penny buy zone. So this could be an interesting dip trade. Now, the out, where's the out here? It's the newer low. Where's the newer low at? 285. That would be my out. So you'd have to risk wherever your entry is between 315 and 20 to about 285. That would be my look on that. And you're looking for a minimum continuation to high of day. And I mean, do you get it? Again, we've talked about this ad nauseum. Where are these small caps in their cycle? Are they still bullish? Are we mid-range, or are we on the way down where we're just basically fade the highs? You always have to be aware of that. And we've been seeing decent continuation with these small caps, but we're not seeing them in the same number that we saw them last week and the week prior, which has me thinking we're cooling off a little bit here. So to expect these ones to start fading soon, that's what my thesis is on that deal.
Very quickly there, Google's starting to pull back into VWAP in here. So this one, the market's going back down, man. And we're back at the lows on the ES, retesting that. The NASDAQ is back beneath 13.4. I just got back into that curl. The timing was rather fortunate because by the time, like the second I was back to like my layout, everything loaded up and getting everything set up, it was making that curl at the same level. So we reloaded. It's already back at the lows. Going to hold on to a piece this time for a bit of a break. AMD's back beneath 95. Oof. We'll see what happens with.
Dang.
Look, man, we'll see what happens with Google here at VWAP. I have a bid in here, and I keep saying this. It's like, why do it? If it's going to bounce, let it bounce. And if it shows strength, let it bounce first, because there's not a lot of strength in the market. Market's at the lows. Let it test the lows. Once you get a curl, then go for the long off of that. And, yeah, we'll see what happens. But the market is giving you the indication that we want to go to the downside.
Yeah.
And if that's going to be the case, then, picky with long entries. I don't want to say aggressive with short entries, but if you got a level you like on the short, then you go for it. That's what you want to take.
Oh.
Did you talk about SPRY?
I talked about it during the small cap recap, but yeah, go for it.
You haven't really you've traded it?
No, I haven't. I haven't traded at all. I haven't punched into anything.
It's giving that whole like ridiculously tight consolidation that a stock up 87% is not going to hold for very long.
Yeah, I got
like
it.
These don't usually do this for too long here. I just don't have usually if I like, one of my charts must have crashed. Okay, so usually if I have an idea of which direction I like off a price, if it was doing this a little bit closer to like support at 7, I'd like the long. If it was doing this maybe at the high, I'd take a breakout, but it's doing it right in the middle, which a lot of times it'll quadruple. I know the risk to reward's pretty good to favor either direction, but I don't have a read on it at that price. I guess 8, maybe it's a long above 8, but yeah, I don't think it holds that for very long. The market is headed down in. I'm glad I pulled that. I just pulled the bid on Alphabet. See, I was going to take VWAP. I'm like, why bid it? If it's going to make a bottom, just let it make a bottom first and then go for it.
The 57, Neil, is yesterday's close, if that makes any difference to you. That's an area that I always use for these large cap.
And that's where it bounced. That's where it bounced and held before, right? So it's showing you that. But you can see it do it first and then get the green on the other side of it, which when the market's trending down like this is what you want to do. Everything else, I mean, AMD continues to flush. At Intel, I don't think I didn't get what I wanted out of Intel in terms of finding my way into the short. Why am I having to hit enter? There we go. So it got above 29. Looked like it was going to get into that zone, like the top end of the supply zone. And it's just very, very slowly still inching up. So it's relatively strong. I think it's a bit early to work into this to the short side just yet because it's got enough strength that maybe I shouldn't be fighting that short. And did PACW quadunk? Did it?
I'm not looking at it. Let me have a look.
You know what? It broke down but didn't quadunk. That's a breakdown. That's not a quadunk. You know what? You know how you know if PACW quadunks? Because it halts.
Yeah.
Like that stock's not, if it makes that kind of a move, generally speaking, it's going to halt down. And then the halt indicator is what you need to be able to watch. So yeah, if you see a halt down in that stock, you know, but it is a flat bottom break on PACW. That would favor entering the short, which I did pay for. I paid for the locates, but I wasn't sitting here when it happened. So I'm not going to have a stop to go short this stock and not be sitting at my station.
Okay. Debating whether to get into GSIT. Here's a chart on it. I'm looking at the 5-minute simultaneously on my side chart here. I got VWAP at 315, but I also have an interesting area of support at that 325 because that's where we peaked out last time. So do I get in here? And I can get in a quarter here, and then I can put a quarter at VWAP with my ultimate out being the lower low. You know, I probably have to give it to 3, right? I mean, the lower low here technically is 285, but I'm not giving it to that because the risk to reward ratio will be completely skewed. I mean, 384 is a top. If you use that as your maximum, then it's skewed. So that wouldn't work for me. But let's see how it's trading here around the $0.25. It's holding it for now. I think that, you know, this warrants getting in a quarter position. I'm going to try on this one. Let's go quarter position here, and then we're going to put a quarter position at 16. I'm going to front run VWAP by by a couple of pennies. So let's go quarter position on this one at 17. So let's go into, I'll sit at 18s actually. There we go. So it'll sit there. And then the idea here is to 3. So that's my move. D. Westminster had a super chat question. I didn't get to that. I will look. Oh, there it is. Took sound. SOUN. Swing 2K shares at 253 thoughts. Okay, give me a sec. I'll have a look at that in just one moment. So it's SOUN. That one reported, I believe, yesterday, right?
Did they?
Yeah, they did because I had them on.
Oh, that sounds.
I had them on the board.
Sounds
Yeah.
right.
So I know that they reported. So obviously, there's probably got some volatility there. I'll have a look in a second. But where'd I get in? Okay, so it's not showing up on the positions board for some reason. So maybe we'll be able to fix that in a sec. But I'll tell you what my price is real quick here. Quarter position at $3.33. Okay, so 5-6 pennies in the money. The idea here is to try to take some through. Yeah, you want that $0.75 touch, right? Technically, the high is 84, but the $0.75 area probably the better area of resistance. So let's see if we move around. We're 10 pennies in the money now as it's running up, holding this $0.25 area. So the former area of resistance at the $0.25 for the moment becomes a what?
So no, I'm just reading something in the chat.
Okay.
About top. Are they reversing trades? And someone just said they're canceling the trades in top from this morning, which is that this would not be. I've heard of this. This happens from time to time, but I'll double check there because we'll get it right. I don't want to make sure. We want to make sure we get this one right. But sometimes you do see like crazy price action. They halt it for news or for whatever reason, and they decide that they want to essentially cancel trades between X price and Y price. Very rarely does it happen, but trust me, like it wouldn't be the first time. But I want to make sure this is actually what's going on because someone just mentioned that in the chat.
Can you explain that a little bit? Because I've never heard this before.
So, like, there's two reasons. Like, you could have a stock be erroneously they meant to have it not open because there's news. It opened for whatever reason, and then that period of time, it's like, no, it shouldn't have been trading.
Okay.
And then they will just wipe out all trades. So if you made a bunch of money on it, like you didn't,
it goes back.
That's just. It is what it is, man. Like, trust me, like it's very rare that happens.
Interesting.
But if that's the case, we'll double check to see what's going on. It's obviously news halted still, despite the fact that there was a suspension in Hong Kong of their shares, and maybe it wasn't meant to be trading here either. And that would be the case that they just wiped those out. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm now into Alphabet. I talked about waiting for the curl. See? You don't have to catch a falling knife. Like, it bounces, it holds, it reclaims VWAP, we get in, we scalp some out at 117, ring the register there. It's a better way to counter trend trade. I say this every single time. It's easy to say. It's not always easy to do because you get that FOMO on the way to the downside. You're like, oh my God, but I want that perfect price. But when it runs you over, it's like you just didn't even give it a chance to show that bid. I just find like here, you're probably going to make a little bit less, but have a higher percentage would be the way to go. And they can both work. Certainly, if you have a perfect level, who cares? But if you're not trading at a monster level, allow it to make the bounce first. And that's not a monster level on Google by any stretch of the imagination. So that bounce play starting to come in there. I know Coinbase, which I'm in, is making a bit of a bounce. At some point, this is not going to be as available just above 59. And I'm not going to want to short it if it's getting too strong around VWAP. But it's working for now. And we'll see what happens with Coinbase. I still have that AMD, but it's making another bounce as well. So another wick beneath 95 and showing some signs of strength here. This, when I consider what's going on in the overall market, like you're still beneath 13.4, still trending down, still looking pretty weak on my 15-minute, but AMD is showing more signs of strength down here. Yeah, it's starting to get to that point where, do I want to be out of this one? I'm not at that point just yet, but I'm definitely thinking about it. I have one long trade. I don't really see anything else that I like, but I'm starting to think about getting out that AMD. Not just yet, but it's creeping into the back of my mind. The futures, they don't seem to want to do more than 0.5% today, which is weird. Like you thought with that reverse, we'd actually get a bigger day, one way or the other. Good sign for the bulls that we're not absolutely flushing, but if you're looking for that directional, let's just trend all day long. You always have to put a damper on that. JWAC halted. Yeah, I see. There we go. Not a lot of volume here for a stock that's up this much, and it's only halting now, but it hasn't even done 500,000 shares worth of volume from what I checked. So liquidity, without stretching the imagination, and my 15-minute is gone, but without stretching the imagination, liquidity probably sucks on this if it's done less than 500,000 shares. So I wouldn't be paying for low case to short it unless that looks a heck of a lot better. At some point, sometimes these do they'll pick up after the first halt and get more interest in it. That's what I'd look for on the daily. $10, obvious sort of top level. Came from 5 yesterday. You got 10 on the daily. They're sitting as well. So I'd be treading very lightly with any name that isn't even doing 1 million shares of volume.
No, goodness, no.
Yeah.
It's
almost like a no-fly zone, to be honest with you, a lot of times.
But it typically depends on what time of the day it is. But if it's any time after, I want to say 9:45, you should have done 1 million shares.
If it's
a mover
and shaker,
Yeah. All right, guys. This is the reason why you should be concentrating when trading these small cappers, because they're not in a zone for very long, oftentimes, especially if that zone is the high end of a range, right? Usually they touch it and then they move back real quick. So you either have to have resting orders or you should be paying attention. I wasn't paying attention when it made that move up to 60, so I wasn't able to take some out. I'm long 33s, so I took a little bit out here at the $0.5. Now it's flirting below the $0.5. I'm looking for continuation. Ultimately, I'm looking for a 65 break. That'll be a newer local high, and then the ultimate high, the high of day in the mid-80s. So looking for that. We're dancing with the $0.5 now, but not making another low. But likely, this is going to be a consolidative area, with maybe breaches of the high-end areas every now and again. But you're probably going to be trading within a range. So if you want to get in here, either long or short, get in the higher end. Wait for it to establish, and then probably get in. I got in the lower end. I got in towards the 30s. So to me, that's kind of helping this trade. Now, the other one that I want to talk about is this FSLR. I talked about this a lot when I was at the big desk, and this one has just not stopped. What is it up now? It's up 25%. We were talking about this one at like 12 and 13%, man. This is FSLR, guys. FSLR. First Solar. It's up on news that it acquired a EU thin film manufacturing producing company called, what are they called again? Something evil? Evolux? Evolux?
The only word I remember is evil.
Wait. Evolux, something like that. Yeah, it's something sinister. Let's have a look here. FSLR, I'm sure it'll come up.
Go long. If you have a cool name, it's not a reason to go long.
No, we're kidding, of course, guys. But yes, Evolux. Yes, that's the name of it.
I like the name. Go long the name.
Yeah, Evolar. Evolar. Evil L-A-R. So that's the news catalyst on that. The high is 229.80. So
wow, Tesla.
Bit of a top here brewing at 230 because you have an initial touch near that level at 10:05, and now we're right back there. So let's see if we get decisive break through 230. Let's see how it trades. Do we Do we reject or do we break? So I'm not going to be taking the break or the rejection. I'm going to wait to see how it trades. Like Neil likes to say, I'm going to get in on the other side of it.
On the back side.
On the back side
that's
of it.
the way to say it.
Yeah. Oh, references there, you know. I'm just.
Yeah, look, man.
This one was apropos too. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, I'm gonna wait to see how this. I'm gonna wait to see how this trades.
Apropos.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
All sorts of words around
No,
here.
I mean,
man.
you have to stay sharp when you're sitting.
Sorry,
sitting
soon.
next to you.
Soon. We keep forgetting to SOUN. That was a super chat. I haven't looked at that.
Oh,
Let me
no,
just
go
look at
for it,
that
go
real
for it,
quick.
go for
Yeah.
it.
SOUN. Thank you, Westminster person. SOUN. There we go. Let's go to the 15-minute chart. Have a look here. Where's the? I don't even know where the news release was. Hold on. Let's just double check that we had that right. That the earnings, yes, was May 11th. So that was yesterday. Sorry, the day before. Yeah, yesterday. So May 11th. I'm assuming. I don't know. Usually I can tell on the chart when it came out. It says 4 p.m. Okay, so here we go. We get a little bit of a move. Wow, so anticlimactic was the move. It moved a little bit to the downside at 4 o'clock. Not even at 4. At 4, it popped up. I guess the call came in because that's when it made its move down around 445.5. Made a bit of a bottom there, but within a range. Still between that 250 to 232. Now let's look at the longer term picture here. What's the 4-hour look like on this one? So very consolidative within that 3 range to about $1.50. That goes back to January. You have the occasional break here and there. February you had the break with all the AI hype, but within a range for the most part. What's the? Yeah, you're seeing some higher lows here. Not much in the way of higher highs. Maybe one here. It's very consolidative. I'd say wait for a decisive range breakout. Let's look at the daily real quick because this is the 4-hour. Let me look at the daily. Yeah, bit of a compression pattern forming here where you have descending highs and ascending lows. So yeah, could break out in either direction. I don't really have an opinion on this. Do you? I mean, I don't know.
It's not at anywhere interesting on the chart.
No.
I think it's like what you said. Like sometimes you just wait for the stock to make a move. Right, like it's not telling you much of anything, a story one direction or the other. Which, I mean, a lot. If you're in it, that's maybe you can be a little bit more. You're not panicky or anything. That's a good sign. Like even if it's in a downward trend, like you're not at a decision point. Maybe you've got to stop underneath that level.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really see anything there. I'm getting more and more pessimistic about the market.
Yeah, I am too.
In the longs because like we took out that 13.4. We're holding beneath it again and. You got another bounce here on Alphabet. I didn't get the reload, but then it rejected the same 117. So if it can't really, like if this can break out, like if something can show strength enough to make that break, get back into this high. As a matter of fact, if it gets to 117 quarter, like how am I not even on the offer there? Like are we that strong that I'm not taking profit? Come on. I'm taking profit if we get to 117.25 on that VWAP bounce. The way this market's going, you got to. So I will. Is getting that order out as we speak. But yeah, I don't know, there's definitely got to be names to short. And I kept talking myself out of, like Intel wasn't at the spot. Like it wasn't there. I wanted it above 29 or at least significantly above 29. Maybe I can start that at 29. Coinbase, I'm in it. I'm looking for re-entry points in here. It's at that low. I don't like shorting the bottom at this time of day, so like, is it going to give me a little bit of an upprint there? There's still some things available, but it just feels like you're at that inflection point.
Yeah.
And if you like the short, you're probably already in it. I don't find a lot of names that I like to the long side. I mean, you look at what Tesla's doing. I mean, normally it's like 170. Yeah, why not 170? I mean, we closed. What was the exact close on Tesla? Let me look at my level 2 on Tesla. Where are you? We closed at 172, but really, if you think about when that news came out, because that's the more important number, throw out the close price. If you think about where this was, like you were trying to break out 170, I know, because I was in the 170 break on Tesla. It then dipped down in to like 169.5 there, and then you get the explosive move right at the end of the day on that Twitter news. So somewhere in the 169.50 to 170 pocket is probably where I'd look for the long traditionally, and it's trying to bounce off it. So this is actually at a defensible level. I will never forgive myself for not. The reason why I should be reversed on this is not because it was obvious or anything. Like, you're trying to break out 175, right? You have the consolidation above it. I'll take that long into that level pretty much every single time. But when it fails, it's like beneath that line. If it's a line in the sand, above look long, below look short. It's like the over-under game. And here's why I'm mad. I don't have to reverse here. But it then pops, tries to get back to 175 and fails. Like, you have multiple entry points to give it to 175 again. And I just go long, try it once, work, try it twice, fail, and then go away from that level. Well, it's a good level. If you got the right level, you can always trade it the other direction. So anyways, that's a bit of a learning. That's a lesson that we always learn, and sometimes the hard way. If I go long Tesla, as I showed you there, 169.5, I think it's more appealing down here, like it holding underneath, maybe trapping 170 shorts, than just sitting in front of 170. Like, sitting in front of these bids doesn't make any sense, man.
No, I mean,
it's like, get it underneath that price.
It's
and then
70, 170, and so what?
Yeah,
I mean, you
who
need
cares?
proof at that level.
It's chewing through these.
Exactly. All right. No, I totally agree with that. The market really making a move down. It's been stair-stepping down, whether on the NQ or the ES. They're both decidedly red, with the ES actually handling today a bit better, down only 1/3 of a percentage, while the NQ now breaking half, 0.53 to the downside. Neil, we are still embroiled in this small capper trade.
Are we embroiled?
GSIT, yes. I'm sitting on the other side of 60s. We've been bouncing off 59s, Neil, and we haven't really broken through that level. So it would just be aces if we could, print me on the other side of 60, please. We're still holding a position. Finally, the position board reflects our entry. I thought I had 33s. I guess the computer rounds up there because it was like 33.5.
Oh, it does. It rounds up.
Making me look bad. It made me look like I'm lying there. No, I had 33. So computer says 34s. All right, I'll give it to the computer. We're running up. I took some out at, where did I take some out there at the highs? I took some out at 55s. I didn't get out any in the high 90s. Again, we're looking for a high day test that comes in via 384. But like I said earlier, that $0.75 will be the area where I get the majority of the shareage out. FSLR, I talked about this one. We had a 230 breach. As expected, we get up to 230.84, and then we make a move back down. And this one, it's rangy, okay? $3 on a 1-minute candle is nothing on FSLR, quite frankly, because it just retraced, but still not out of play because it hasn't made a newer low. Sadly, newer low comes at 223, so you've got to have to give it a lot of range if you get in at these levels. And that's why I said I want to see how it trades. Does it range and straddle 230 from the downside, or does it reject it and come back down? What's up?
No, that was fast. At least I wasn't long 170, but I was in and out of Tesla there just now. You probably didn't even see it on the position board. That's how fast it was. There was one bounce off that 169.50. When it happened, I got in at 62 and not Huadong because it doesn't qualify, but it broke that low. So I took the shot. Instead of going for the 70 level, I did take it out in front of that 169.50, but it's in and it's out. And really, like, it is a kind of a scalp bounce that I'm looking for there. So it's a bit of a, like, it's a tiny, like, you're taking the shot to risk 20 cents, really, to try to make 50 cents to $1 on that kind of a play, but you pick your spot. It's the same thing at 175, but realistically, we're just, all roads are heading into the downside. But, oh goodness, AMD just bounced again. Yeah, so AMD was like, the market just made another leg down. AMD wicked the bottom again. So it's slowly moving to the downside. I like 94 as an out, but it's now really starting to grind slowly to that downside. Coin, better story though. Coin's now breaking more decisively. So through 58, just to zoom out for a quick second, you can see a bit of a support level at 57 previously. This is where I want out. There might be a chance to work back into shorts around the 58 level if it were to break, but it hasn't broken 58 just yet. Brad Kitt, newbie question, what is, it's Huadong.
Huadong, yeah.
So I forget where you said it first, but Sharif.
Me and Luca.
I don't know, like it was, you and Luca.
Yeah.
It was like some small cap stock, had one of those down candles or halt, and like, oh my gosh, I just got Huadonged. So we've now made that a bit of a term. You can actually look it up.
On Urban
Bears
Dictionary.
versus Bulls. He's got it. So look it up on Urban
Hey.
Dictionary if you want the definition. But that's how you actually spell it. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. The best moderator
Yes,
on
sir.
all of YouTube. It's not even close as far as I'm
Luca and
concerned.
I.
So like, he's on it. I'm not even finished the sentence. He's already. I can't even spell Quadun correctly.
Well, I just got corrected in the chat,
all
Neil. I
over
said
it.
me and Luca, and I should be saying Luca and I. Yes, you're
I
correct.
usually say that.
I want to talk quickly about our friend
true,
Gist
it's true.
over here, GSIT, because we've got some large sizage here on 60, and we've been rejecting off 60, and now it's reflected on the book. But earlier, when we were getting those rejections, this size was not there. So, I have to assume that there's also an iceberg in addition to this at that level, because we're not getting the breaks. We're not getting the breaks at all. We're accumulating all around there, which is great. So, have your resting orders ready on the other side of this, because typically when you have these type of breaks, here we go, we're at that 60 level. So let's wait here and see if we get that break.
Are we there?
I have, yeah, there we go. We get the big fill.
There
we go. You know, yes, I do. You're not making me question myself on this one. This was a good trade, Neil. As we go through 60s, we get some into the 70s, and then here comes the flush, and there I go out for the remaining amount. No, this one was not going to go against me, despite the fact that it was holding the $0.50. I just couldn't risk it. It holds a $0.50, Neil, and I end up looking silly. But we get a good size out right in front of the $0.75, as we said we would.
Take
and
the money
that's the
and
end
run,
of the trade, baby. So out of the small capper, as it. Does this count as a Huadunk? No.
No.
Right? That's not Huadunk-esque.
No.
This is, rejection-esque. Rejection-esque.
Rejection-esque. Okay, why not? I mean, that's a different one, but it's definitely not a Huadun.
No.
It's definitely not that.
We get a rejection of the high to be expected, and that's why I kept saying put your resting orders there.
You have the siren? Why
I do.
I don't have the siren.
I don't know.
I'm going to look on your stream deck, and I just need to find
you
the
take
code,
whatever
and
you
I can
want.
put it on my mind. Yeah, you're right,
Yeah,
Tony
exactly.
Price. Happy birthday, Luca, wherever you might be. Comp SRX. What, other people, anybody, it's a free market. Anybody can trade any stock they want to.
Baby.
Are you, no, we've been talking about coin for a bit. Are you trading that one today? Let's see what happens. I mean, I hope you're short up the top. That would be nice if you actually got top on this name. But that one is rugging. It's not really rugging, but trending down. You saw what happened to Bitcoin. I'm just looking up at, every time I look up, I'm kind of checking out my Google chart. It's kind of, I'm not really going long off VWAP because I want to reload in the weak market, but it's holding pretty nicely. I mean, it's not that bad. And every time I don't get the reload, it's like, why not? Like, there's not much else out there that looks relatively strong down here. I mean, everything looks pretty darn weak when you look at it that I'm seeing. Like, what's Amazon doing? Amazon's trending down. Maybe this gets to 110. Amazon at 110 looks pretty spicy, but you're not quite there just yet. You're a little bit early. There's plenty of time here at lunchtime for you to maybe grind down to some of these lows and then find something that we like a little bit better. Shopify, John London mentioning Shop. Let me just quickly pull it up. Come on, 15-minute. Ooh, whoa. Yeah, why don't you make a bounce like, okay, I don't know what happened to most of yesterday on my Shopify chart, but yeah, why don't you make a bounce like that in something I'm long? That'd be nice. So dollar move on Shop, that's some relative strength. Market catches one, Shopify, consolidation, breakout, that sets up 62.25. Yeah, you know what, that's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, Google's a stronger name because it's already green in some sense, but you've already bounced $1 here in Shop. If you hold above this breakout, suddenly, yeah, you have one that I'd put in that long category to be sure. So good look on that one. Oh my goodness, Jeff Erickson, Peloton at all-time lows. That doesn't necessarily surprise us. We knew what happened yesterday. It made a temporary bottom, Peloton did, after that recall situation, right?
Yep.
And even today, there's a wipeout bottom in a recovery. So,
What does that mean?
No, so you had yesterday.
Got it.
They had the recall, and then you get that. That's a Huadunk, you can call it that. It bounces off like 650 or whatever, recovers, kind of holds support level. Then it does another breakdown of that support level, and then holds it again.
Yeah.
So you do this enough times, and eventually all you see is support at like 675 or whatever this works out to be,
Yep.
and then maybe you break out off that, and then you're looking like 7 break with a 25-cent stop. And I'm pretty sure the short interest is very good. I just realized I'm not even. I can't check short interest because I'm not.
I can. I got trade
yeah,
ideas right here.
Just
Sure.
go quickly because I'm not
Sure.
in right now.
Yeah. Piton. Let's find out. It's usually
I
pretty high.
want to say 22%. I could be wrong.
12.4.
Damn it.
Close.
Something I looked at yesterday was 22%, and that's why I said that number. But it's obviously not that.
All right. I just want to recap this GSIT trade here. So we're holding the $0.50. So we don't break below the half. I mean, we print 49s, but that doesn't mean anything. We got bought right back up, and now we're consolidating at the $0.50. Now I got in at 34s, so my lack of a hard stop here hurt me because I had to play this by feel, and it was rejecting off that level. And typically, when they reject, they make newer lows, and there it is. So there's a newer low that comes in, but still not to my entry, but does break the $0.50. So I won't trade this for a little bit, right? I mean, if it stops here and then makes a newer, a higher low, then we could be on the verge of a trend, and I could try to play it off a trend line. But if it makes a lower low, then it's going to be sporadic and not for me. Now look, it's right back at my entry. So I am happy with my exit. I was dissatisfied with it for a bit because it held the $0.50 level, and I felt it may bounce. But now that it comes back into my, so funny how humans just need to have validation rather than just actually make money off the trade.
You say
Come on.
You say humans in a manner as if you're not one.
I know. I'm talking about myself, right? Like, right? Obviously. But yeah, hey, it was a positive trade. Made money on it. I got the majority of the out at the highest point, like I wanted to, so I'm happy, right? But
I'm just saying,
man. Is I would obviously have liked to take out more. But Neil, I want to talk about this one real quick because this one is
you're just glossing over the fact that you're not human, apparently.
I am human. I was talking about myself.
Robot. No, man. Okay, you guys tell me. Did it not just sound like Sharif was speaking like an android would speak? Like humans do this, humans say that. That's what you just did. I'm just saying.
I meant like that's kind of.
That's what everybody heard.
How do you say when you talk about like general characteristics of people? You say like what's the reference to that?
You might say people often do this.
Yeah, you could say human.
It's common for you don't say humans. Aliens or robots be like humans.
Maybe
do this
I
all
am
the
an
time.
android. Maybe I am sent here from afar to infiltrate the system. You don't know that.
What is going on here?
Yeah, you don't know. All right, guys. No, this is what I want to talk about here. SPROI. This is creating a bit of a top breakout. We're rejecting off the same levels over and over. It's that 850 level. You get a bit of a retracement to it and then another rejection. I think this is kind of the same thing as GSIT. You're going to end up breaking this level, but you're not going to be above it for very long. So have your resting orders ready or be quick on the keys. My suggestion, and this is what I'm going to try to do, try to get the lower end of the range. Now you have about 2 different ranges here. You have the range where it's traded at the most, which is that 810 to 820 level. And then you have the lower end of the range, which is VWAP. It dipped there once. So if you want a VWAP dip, you're less likely to get that than you are to get, an 815 or an 810, even 820. Because this is the range I'm talking about. Then you have the extended range down to VWAP. So I'm going to try to get in here for an ultimate break maybe and get mid-60s. You might even get 80s, but be on the lookout for the retracement in the same way that we had the retracement on GSIT when it breaks that level and then retraces back down. Android out.
Android out, he says. See, now you're just acknowledging.
Oh my
it.
God.
So Shop just kind of made a run at that top. So come my chart for a second. There it is. So you're back above morning resistance. A little V-shaped bottom and a bit of a breakout. Shout out in the chat for pointing that one out. I like it back into VWAP here. Maybe we can get up to that 63. Now, if it gets to 63, that was an absolute brick wall yesterday. There you go. So there's a brick wall at 63. Plenty of room to get to it. So, working 30s into 62 even. If we can get up to that high, that's about 1-to-1, and we can start covering it at the opening range top on Shopify. So opening range top on Shop as that heads to the upside. We'll see what happens with it. AMD, again, continues to make that curl a little bit. And Microsoft, apparently I should be looking at that one, according to Pass Overdose. Interesting name there. Come on, load. Yeah, that's pretty good too. Higher low, trying to form a bit of a breakout there. I think if you got it off the bottom, you're good to go. Not necessarily, this is not really an entry level. I would say you could maybe have been long just underneath 08s. Let's see it hold view up. I got Google, so I kind of feel in terms of the big cap names, I have coverage for a move to the upside. I wanted something that could move a bit more. That's why we jumped into Shopify. I do like it. What's Meta doing here? You're starting to pick things up because the market, the NASDAQ and the ES are trying to make a bottom. Meta's available, but that's still in the range. Like maybe if it broke 234, I'd be a little bit more excited about that one. I got to watch out for coin a little bit here. So shop, long, that's okay. Coin, we have our last piece. If it cannot hold beneath that previous low, it's probably headed back into VWAP. So I'm going to let you go trailing stop into 58.50 or 58.60 on Coinbase. And a similar look for AMD as well.
Man, I was reading through these comments. Oh, it just killed me. Hilarious.
You said it.
Oh, yeah, it's hilarious. Everyone, you guys are so creative, man. All right, I can't even read some of them, but because they don't fit into the political correct sphere, but they're hilarious.
I must have missed a few then.
Yeah. Some shout out to you guys for that. I really like it. All right, where are we at here, Neil? Let's get back in business. Yeah, we're still at that same level. I haven't gotten into that SPRY area, but I might set up a dip trade here, right at that A15 level. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go quarter position, obviously, guys, because of these small cappers. Just not feeling the same way I used to about them. So definitely not going to size up in that regard. So we got the dip trade in there around 815. The idea here is to play the bottom end of this range. There's a clear range that's been developing since, yes, and this qualifies as a Huadunk off the top at 970 right there. You get an 8 hold, and then a consolidation. Looks like for most of the time we've held above 8. So trying to get this range, and then we looking for that 850 break. We've been knocking on the door of 850. Geez, for how long now? The entire morning, since 10 o'clock onwards. So for the better part of almost 2 hours.
Knocking on heaven's door.
Knock on.
Good song.
What do you got?
Shop? No, I mean, we got an offer out in Shop. If it gets to that 62.5, we're going to get that out. Well, we're going to get some of it out, I should say. Meta is now trying to break that 234. Yeah, it's at that 234 level. As I said, I think that's pretty available as well if you're not in a big cap name. I just grabbed a couple of longs on this little move to the upside. I say little move to the upside because in context, right, like we are bouncing off of that low that we put in yesterday, 13.36 or whatever it might be. That's where you're catching a bid. So it's at the right spot on the NASDAQ. You check out the ES. The ES is a little bit closer to that low from yesterday, and why not? So you're at the bottom end of the range where you should be. Well, I shouldn't say you should be, where often you are looking for longs, and the longs are starting to come in. I like it. The SPY is trying to go when it's been pretty weak. The NASDAQ has already made a decent retracement or decent bounce here. Yeah, Meta, the volume's not great. Can you guys see volume here?
You might have to move it.
It just broke that. Like, it just broke that 34. There was no volume above. You didn't see any significant spike there on volume as it tried to get through that 34. There's not a lot happening on Meta. Like, look at how tightly it's converging. Usually, if it's going to break a consolidation and go, you should see a decent-sized volume spike as maybe some shorts are getting trailed out and people are piling into the long. There's nothing happening like that on Meta. So I'd be a little bit more hesitant with a Meta long, at least for now. I'm not saying it can't be a long. I'm just saying it's not exactly exciting me. And it's not to say that Google's going, but at least Google is trending to the upside. Like, it's not going completely sideways. You're getting a little bit of a bounce off VWAP. Someone asked in the chat something about what lines are in your charts. The only line on my chart, on an intraday chart, is VWAP, and it's the red line. On daily charts, if they were loading right now, I have the 50 and the 200, but the only line I'm going to put on this chart is VWAP, and the other indicator I have is volume. Those are the two I like. Thank you very much, Spin1 Master, for the super chat, for the beer fund, for my favorite midday team, Neil and Shreve. Thank you very much. I think the boys are having a few brews after the
Friday. They always do.
Well, it's Friday. It's also a social today.
Yeah.
Every other Friday, there's like a social in the back office. So that will be today. So there will be a few drinks, and thank you much for that.
And it's always good laughs and good times. And we always end up talking trading somehow.
Well,
markets and trading somehow.
It is the trading floor.
Yeah, I know. But you think we'd had enough of it. But thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, and the Leafs today. Oh yeah, shout out to the Leafs. You're going to the Jays game?
You know what's interesting? I actually found that the boys, like some of the guys from the trading floor, are also going to the Jays game, which
nice.
surprised me because the Leafs are playing tonight. I mean, I know I'm going to the game, but I'm a baseball fan. Like I'm a big baseball fan.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that the boys will be going to.
You go a lot.
Yeah, we go often. Like
Yeah,
I'm at the game tonight. I'm at the game tomorrow
yeah.
with my family. So if the Jays are in town
And to
on
remind
a Saturday,
everybody,
I'm going.
you went to spring training in Dunedin, and you do
Yes.
this yearly, right?
So, well, we did spring training before my daughter was born.
Okay.
And then this was like the age we said, okay, like now we'll start doing it. We'll
Okay.
start going back. I don't know if we'll do it every single year, but certainly, because I mean,
Which is awesome. Do you have
sometimes
family
you
there?
want to do different things. I have family in Florida, but not in Dunedin.
Right.
Yeah.
Dunedin is Greater Tampa?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I
It's-
went there, but
there's a lot
years
to see.
ago. Last time I was there in '94. So it's Clearwater, St. Petersburg,
St. Pete's.
Tampa. That's all that
Yeah,
same
that
area,
whole area.
right?
Like,
Yeah. Okay.
when you're down there, you want to do basically all. Like there's stuff to see in each place. Like, you
Yeah.
have a really nice pier in St.
It's been a
Pete's,
minute.
St. Pete's, and it's like everything has its own little flavor. But when you're in Dunedin, like that's for the game. Like,
Yeah. You're not there for no reason, right?
no,
You're
actually,
yeah.
they have like a nice.
Is it by the water,
there's
Dunedin,
beaches,
or
like,
is it
a couple
inland?
Nice beaches there. We're able to go.
Is it
see.
inland?
Not that. No, not.
Oh, okay, so it's more watery.
Well, I mean it's Florida. You're not.
Yeah, well, everything.
You're not usually that far away, but yeah, it's on the water. Like inland Florida would not be Dunedin.
Jeff
What else we got? going on?
Henninger. Hey, that's where I live. And then Tyler
live in
Normandin.
Dunedin?
I'm from
Where?
St. Pete's. And then
Shout out
Darwin
St.
used to live
Pete's.
there. So shout out to you guys. We're talking about your HUD. We usually talk about Toronto, so now.
T-Dot.
Yeah, I know. All right, couple of trades to update you guys on. I'm in this SPRY trade. I'm long 16s. My out is the break of 8. I'm going to look for an 8 hold. That'll cost me 16 pennies of risk there to break through 50, so it's a good risk to reward for me. Is 8 the right level, though? I mean, the lower low is here. It's at 7 1/4, right? I'm going to give it to 8. I'm just going to structure it that way. If it goes, it goes. It doesn't, it doesn't. I'm also in FSLR. I know I'm late to the party, but I looked at the daily chart on FSLR, and oh,
good, right?
baby, let's take this step by step. So I was like, okay, well, this is a great V-shaped retracement on whatever. I didn't dig deep into why we got that, but obviously today's news is because of the acquisition. On my daily chart, we're almost at all-time highs. And then I go to the weekly, and we're still at all-time highs. And then I got to go to the monthly to find a time we were higher than this. And this is back in 2008, guys. Okay? Maybe some of you weren't even born. I don't know how long the viewers are. Last time we were up here, we got up to $316. That was in January of 2008. I was still living in England at the time. And so we have, for all intents and purposes, it's almost a blue sky setup. So hence, I like the look, especially on the news catalyst today. So I took some sharage here. We'll see how it goes. So I've got those 2 trades.
So yeah, I mean, our viewers are all over the map in terms of like demographics, where they're from. That's one of the best things about the community. So you absolutely never know. We've got young, we've got older, as I point to myself there. And I love when there's all the shout outs. It's like, oh, like, hey, shout out from here or there. That's what it's all about. One of these days, the Trader TV Live meetup needs to obviously happen. And it's one of those things we've talked about a heck of a lot. And we want to get going on some those types of things. So apparently, like, Tesla is weird, right? Like, it's trying to make that bottom. It's right around where we liked it, and it just wicked 169. So there's a wick at 169. Now it's consolidating up. Like, is a 170 breakout available? Might be. Shopify just missed my order by like one or two pennies there, and I wasn't able to catch the fill. But it is trend up. The market's still trying to hold this bounce, so everything looks okay for that break, but nothing is moving that rapidly. You're looking for that oomph, like something to give you that real press. Oh, and by the way, one other name out here, Netflix, man.
Netflix.
So load, there we go. That's another one. Netflix was strong early, and then had the cost-cutting news, made a huge run, and the profit takers have been enjoying themselves today on Netflix. That's also in a consolidation channel. It's a downward trend, but in that nice little consolidation channel where it could go. Like, if a couple of these start to break to the upside, our longs are going to look a heck of a lot better. Like, I have a couple that I want to go, adding like 2 or 3 more. I don't know that that's the way I want to play it. Shout out, I just saw Mr. Maros? I can't, Maris, maybe that's what it is. From Lithuania. So I'm probably butchering your name. I apologize for that in advance. But Lithuania, that's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah.
We love to see it. I see Woodlands, Texas, Orlando,
I know where that
Florida.
is.
Yeah, those are ones we can be a little more familiar
Woodlands,
with.
Texas
but,
is
shout-outs, man.
it's a like a big property area, big houses around there. I've seen that place.
I've only ever been to Dallas a couple times in Texas.
I've never been to Dallas.
That's
Having
only
been
that's
a Cowboys fan.
Well, technically speaking, Fort Worth too, but
Yeah,
I mean
same.
it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So because the rodeo's in Fort Worth, which was a cool. I had no idea what the heck was going on the first time I went. It was a heck of a lot of fun seeing it.
There's a bunch. Arlington. There's Irvine. They're all in that
Lots of
area, right? Like it's like that's the area. All right, where are we here on these markets? We're getting a bit of a curl, that's
Yeah,
for
this
sure.
bounce is real.
13,370, the low on the NQ. We're looking to curl back into 13,400. Could that be an area of resistance? Keeping an eye on that. 41.27 3/4, the low a day on the ES. Looks like we're curling back here into 41.35. The 41.43, that is yesterday's close. So I'll be looking at that level for a key area of resistance. But I'm in this SPRY trade. I'm 1 penny in the money for all, break even for all intents and purposes. The out is 8, the stop is in, and I'm looking for a 50 break. If we could curl to the higher end of the range, by that I mean like, the 40s, mid 40s, I'll be looking to scalp some out, hopefully for a top break. I'm in a quarter position, as I stated. The reason I'm in is I got in at the lower end of the range, looking for the higher end of the range, and then the breakout, right? So that's what I'm looking for here. FSLR, I'm looking for this one to continue. Got in, maybe I could have added on the dip, but I'm looking for a newer high. This one, again, we just talked about this one. There we go. And now I'm in the money on this one. And it's pumping to the high side. This one is all sorts of strong. Wow, I just went into money real good on this one. So we'll take some shareage out there, Neil. Careful though, guys. Very spready. You may not get filled on the initial move because of the spread. But
That is a very Trader TV Live term right there. Spready.
spready.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet.
I feel like we coined it.
We're moving up nice though, Neil, I'll tell you
Oh,
that,
we
and
are.
I'm very happy about it. So I'm taking another piece there, and wow, I crossed by 15 pennies, Neil. I crossed by 15 pennies and I still didn't get filled.
That stock, that's how it rolls.
It's so illiquid.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
You always have to be tricky with those. So remember, whenever you're trading one of those, if you trade with a stop order, just make sure that you factor the slippage in.
Yeah.
Like that spread, it'll present a 30-cent spread or 25-cent spread,
Easy.
but it'll be like 50 sometimes, every now and then, when you
Yes.
actually try to take an execution.
There it is.
But we're now high of the day, well, on some names. One of them, you're in the high of the day on FSLR.
Yes.
Alphabet just made it to the high of the day as well. So I just got my next out there. I'm looking for the breakout, and then the next stop hopefully is 118. We like that 118 level. We'll try to hold for that. Hopefully, if anybody was looking at that meta, it looks a little bit better now, but not exactly flying. That's relatively weak. So yeah, your 34 would be in the money, but it's a tale of two cities there when I look at that move. It's not necessarily that strong. What's going on over in that Intel move? Because that was relatively strong. Not a lot of acceleration. It's holding its top end. You know what? If this breaks 29.15, it actually doesn't look that bad. But yeah, it's starting to get to that spot where you could even look for a tight stop short if the market curls again. And if the market cannot hold 13.4, let me just go to my black chart instead of flipping over. Look, if we don't hold 13.4, that's where the consolidation and that last little ditch effort to get back to the upside was earlier. If this doesn't get held now, then there's some re-entries to shorts that are available for me. One of them, we'll see what happens, but AMD, right at that level, you're kind of giving another lower high in here. If the market doesn't hold up, I kind of like adding in this spot. I'm going to be giving it to like 95.6 anyways, and then working back to 90, working back to 96 as a separate trade if we get to 96.
All right, took some shareage out in front of 232 on FSLR, letting this one run. SPRY still holding towards the bottom end of the range. There hasn't been much of a change for me on this one. My stop is going to be the same, below 8. And my objective is that 850 break. It's just kind of slowing down a little bit. Now, to be expected, we're at lunchtime. We just got in lunchtime. You're overtime, bro.
Oh, shoot.
You are fully
My
overtime
bad.
at the moment.
My bad.
Yeah, not like I'm complaining or anything, but yeah.
Aren't you, though? I mean, you did point it out.
Yeah, because I looked to see what time of day it was because it was slow.
I usually have like one of the things I put on my layout, generally speaking, is a larger clock. So I'm aware of, generally speaking, so I'm aware of the open and the close. But I don't even have, I don't have it. So I have like the little tiny Windows thing in there. That's why I never seem to notice that we're past time.
We have a bit of a hack on P-Pro 8 where we use the time and sales to make the clock,
You
right?
can definitely,
Oh,
you can do that too.
Okay.
No, I use the Windows clock. It doesn't matter.
okay.
Just so in general I don't miss out. Like I know when, I know when it's 350 for the imbalances, like little things like that. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here in a minute. Like Sean will be coming on, and once I see these, you know, kind of ready to come over here.
You want to just take us through your trade?
Yeah, just to reiterate, just a couple of things. I did jump back into AMD, sort of reload AMD on that last little curl, so you can see that there. Shop is working back into VWAP, so that relative strength. I liked it back into VWAP, but I got some on the front. Like, this is on the breakout, and I am getting some in the front end there. If it bounces off VWAP, that's where I try to add above 62, but I need to see it bounce first, so that's those two. The shorts on coin, I'm kind of just holding on to that one. You know, there wasn't a bounce for a re-entry, I don't see, so it's a matter of it breaking 58 and maybe reestablish. Maybe I can get short underneath or something like that, but yeah, for now, not a heck of a lot I'm doing except for holding on to that one. And then Google, we're still in it. I like VWAP as well, but I'll probably cancel out to bounce. It got to the high of the day, and now you're getting a bit of a turn. So I like relative strength in Alphabet, but it looks like it's turning around. Intel, J-Mott just asked, I should probably be short this already with a 29.15 stop, but you know it's too far away. I knew I should have been short this name. It was relatively strong. It was at that supply zone, but the reason why you see it up on the day, but the reason I'm saying it's a short is because it's trend down, so short the supply zone because the trend is to the downside. Like it's the same idea why I'd be looking short here, why I'd be looking short here, or when it gets, like in this day where it's strong and it goes into the supply zone before, 30.5, I'd be looking short there. So it's the same sort of thing. Like if it shows you there's sellers that can't break and the trend is down, well, until they break, you should be joining the overall trend, even if the trend on the day looks like it's to the upside. I tend to favor, I look trend first in the higher time frame if I can, if I'm going to be sitting in a position, especially during lunchtime. But either way, I'm now over time, so I'm going to start getting set up.
Yeah. Okay, so just hang out over there, and then I'll pick over. So let's have a look at SPRY because I just set a little bit of a stop profit taker right in front of 40 there as we curl back up into the mid area of the range. So I'll be looking to take some out, and I'll be looking at a little bit possibly here on FSLR as it does that dance around 230. So we'll see as it continues to stair step up. I like this one into 225, quite frankly. There is a bit of a consolidation area on our friend FSLR at that 225. So you got to give this one all sorts of range. It's very spready as well as very volatile, but holding the general trend. So keep an eye out for this one. It's time to get in a little bit on this one as it retraces right into that area. So wow, the illiquidity is real on this stock. So be careful on this one. I'm taking very small size here. So SPRY, FSLR, those are my two trades. Let's keep a look here. Amazon apparently is weak. Yeah, Amazon, weak as hell. Let's have a look at this one. This one is down, what, 1.5% on the day, right? So let's see what the 15, nah, that ain't gonna cut it. Let's look at the 3 minute real quick. Yeah, it's been stair-stepping down from 112. Like, look, I think, did Amazon close green yesterday? Yeah, it did. Look how many green days in a row Amazon is after that ridiculous move down from earnings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 green days in a row. Today looks like it's going to be the first red day as the overall market is down. The 113 level was the level that we rejected yesterday. Broke it a little bit, but retraced right back down. Where are we looking on the levels here? Let's have a look at the 15-minute chart. Have a look here. All right, so where is the level that we're looking at? 110 level is going to come into play. That we have a lot of action around there. Back on May 10th, it was essentially a top, and then the next day in the pre-market, we used that 110 level as support. Flips from resistance to support. So here we go. We're about 54 pennies away from that 110 level. Yeah, so we'll see if that level comes back in. If it does, to me, that's a long. Again, it will depend on what the market is doing at the time. Is the market, wadunking, or are we starting to range? So I'll have a look and see how it trades at 110, but my goal will be to get possibly in out that 110 level there. So I'll have a look at that. What else we got on board here? GSIT still moving sideways, nothing going there, but this SPRY trade still in the money on this one. Didn't print into the 40, still waiting on that one. Likewise with FSLR, still waiting on that dip trade as it retraces into our levels. Wave 3 trader, DXY, UUP bottomed, equity sell-off, summer sell-off. Yeah, sell in May and go away, man. That's the way it is. I mean, wouldn't that be nice to be able to do once in a while, Sean? Sell in May and then actually go away. Sean getting ready here.
You can actually, oh, you mean like in stop trading?
Yeah. And then come back in September.
I mean, you're going to have to.
You're going to have to really kill it on the days that you trade from September to May.
No, you're going
to be able to do that.
I'm going to have to be dead. I mean, I don't. Like,
you don't stay away from the market.
No, I take a day off and I'm logging into the damn show. So, no, I don't. Trade.
He doesn't sell in May and go away, baby.
No, that's ridiculous to do that. But it is a strategy to do, and I think that can
pipe
be
dream to have.
A very profitable one. We just lost on AMD, breaking through 94 right there, as we were trying to hold some of those longs, thinking that maybe we switched up a little bit here. The playbook has been the last couple of days to go long around now, like wait for that little dip down opportunity in the market and then hit the long. But for right now today, no, the market is not going too far back up to the upside there. There's AMD on the daily. This is what we were doing. We were just trying to defend this 95 a little bit. We had great shorts on AMD. I mean, the AMD short was really good until it broke right there. And then we started to go long off of 95. And then, yeah, it got up as high as about 95.35 there. And that's where we were getting some out. And then, unfortunately, just went back down to the downside. Nothing seems to want to hold today, needless to say, as Tesla's back down to 169. I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about that as we've been in and out of Tesla. As I'm just getting my my layout all set up here. But yeah, what
yeah, I can take over if you need time.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's
Stonconi, Elon stepping down from Tesla. No. He's stepping down from Twitter.
He's not stepping down.
Yeah, no. He's not going anywhere from Tesla. Yeah, so the news item is that I guess, the advertising director or executive at Comcast NBC. I forget her name again. I'll have to look at that.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I saw it. Forgot her name.
Oh, you saw it. Was it Linda something?
I forget. Anyway, she's going to be, that's the report. I don't think we've gotten confirmation yet. I can have a look to see if that was confirmed. But
it's confirmed, I'm pretty sure.
It's confirmed, eh? Okay, so let's have a look here at our friend CNBC. Hires the ex-Universal ad chief, Linda Yaccarino, to be Twitter's CEO.
I thought you only said our friend, the stocks. Now you just said our friend CNBC.
No. Well, why? I didn't have an exclusivity agreement with stocks.
No, but I thought our CNBC, sometimes you call it CNBS, and now it's
I should go back to that.
And now it's your friend again.
I think I actually took that off you, to be honest with you.
No.
No, it wasn't you?
I only know that you've been saying it.
That's
your line.
I gotta tell you the truth. I stole that from somewhere. I just don't remember exactly where. But
for that one anyway.
Elon Musk. Here. Yeah. So this is there's no picture of her here, but this is them together, Elon and this Linda Yaccarino together at a conference called the Possible Conference back on April 18th. So they obviously, were speaking at the time. Here's my take on this. Clearly, he's looking to monetize Twitter. There's been a lot of reporting with respect to the reduction in their digital ads revenue, and it's a business. He spent his own money on it, so it needs to make money. So she's the one he's bringing her in, I guess, to monetize the hell out of this thing. And then he's also going to retain creative control over products. So, Elon will be Elon. But I was telling Brendo this morning, there was a little, micro documentary that I was watching, one of many about Elon, I'm sure. And one of the individuals being interviewed said something to the effect of, if Elon has to micromanage you in a managerial role, you've probably got one foot out the door in the sense that you're about to get fired. So apparently he does give you a degree of deference and autonomy, and then when he doesn't, it's because he's displeased with how you're running it or what you're doing, and then you're usually going to get fired. So
I mean, I think that this, bringing somebody else in to help run Twitter, I mean, he's going to have his eye on that
No question.
business a lot. So I would expect that to continue there as I'm almost, I'm already set up. I'm set up, ready to go
we're
here.
talking about macro stuff anyway, right?
No, it's okay. I mean, there's not much happening. It's Friday right now. The NASDAQ is actually not much happening. I mean, the NASDAQ's going to the downside. The only position that, we still got Neil's
Well,
board
this
on, of
position
course.
is wrong. The position board is not working. I'm in
Great.
2 trades, in FSLR and I'm in SPRY. I'm not in even just anymore, so that one is incorrect. But we'll Muhammad's back there on his own. We got he's trying to fix that, so he's already there. He's doing his thing. We'll give him some time, but yeah, I just want to update you on my positions: FSLR and SPRY. How about you, Sean?
Nah, I was short AMD, and then it broke through the 50 period here on the 1 minute, and then, we could have gave it to the 5 minute VWAP there at 95.65. We knew we wanted to stay short, but I was thinking, maybe AMD was going to break off this bottom here of 95, and it didn't do that, and it just went back. We're green on AMD today. It's all good. We had a good short early off 96 a couple times, and then we shorted it again right in this area. And it's just, when you're short at 14s and 10s, and you look back and it just was touching the 80s and 90s, you sort of say, maybe we're just, we're not giving it enough time right now. And I think that that's something that's very important that you have to do when you're trading, is make sure that you give, the trades room to breathe. This is not the open or anything like that. You are going to get whipped around a little bit right now. But yeah, come on 4 p.m. I was just saying to Randy outside, I'm really overworking myself. I mean, thank God I have such a great wife, because, honestly, last night I left here right away, right to the diamond.
Wow.
Not home until 8:30. I obviously haven't ate yet, right? So
you're here
eat here at 12, get home 8:39. That's not very healthy to eat that late, but that's what we had to do. And then whatever, you go to bed at 11, 12, probably midnight or so.
Yeah.
Come in right back to here, and then tonight again. More. Now she has a rep trial for baseball happening tonight, so I got to go to that. This is all good. I like doing it.
It's active.
And then tomorrow morning, right away at 9 o'clock, we got hockey tomorrow morning, followed by something else, and then I'm taking my parents. I'm taking my kids to my parents because I got an engagement party tomorrow night, which should be a hell of a lot of fun. Then I'm meeting my parents again for Mother's Day early on Sunday, but it's not even for Mother's Day. They got to bring my kids to their hockey, so they're playing that on Sunday. And then we have our own tryout again on Sunday. Oh, we have a Little League game tomorrow. That's what it is.
Okay.
We have something in the morning, then a Little League game
I can't
again
believe
at
how
1
much
o'clock.
you have.
No, but it's
She's very athletically inclined, isn't she?
Both
She's
my kids do a lot of stuff, man. Karate.
Yeah.
But no, it's great to be busy. It's just, I was thinking about it with Randy. I'm like, oh my God, I haven't had a minute to breathe in forever. And then, of course, we're just back on the air. But that's all
duties,
good, man.
baby.
Yeah, it's dad duties, but I've been a dad, I've been doing that for a while, and it's not, I do tons of other things, it's not.
You had Baxter Young then?
Yeah, he's my stepson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was part of Baxter so he's 21, so I've been a dad for 18 years right now. So, I'm doing what's good, and it's been a lot of fun, but it's just exhausting, that's all that it comes out to. And I want to make sure that, people talking about getting, getting lots of sleep, and I think that's what's important. Is getting into a routine.
I don't know how you feel.
But I'm not sacrificing. I don't think you should sacrifice your life. Too much. I think your kids are very, very important, but you definitely have to have time for yourself, right?
No question
about it. The number one thing there. So we'll have a lot of fun. Thing is, oh man, I got to be up at.
You have a lot on the hopper, bro.
Huh?
You have a lot on the hopper this weekend.
Oh, 10 times more than anybody you probably know.
Yeah.
Elon Musk. Yes, that guy's always super busy. But hey, you got to stay busy. I mean, what else am I going to do? So you got to do that, and So, anyways, and I was saying to Randy, it's they're at that age now where it's 8 to 11. Mm-hmm. They're very I have one that's 8, one that's 11, so they're very active and they still need you.
Right.
Once they get a little bit older is when you can start to give them a little more responsibility and leave them at home or whatever. But for right now, obviously, we can't do that.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, exactly. You still got to love yourself, and we love trading, and we are here every single day to trade for you. And I'm looking to see if there's any news pieces out here that's possibly moving around. We talked about Snapchat earlier. That's a name that we haven't looked at a bit. Let's just see.
How is that doing?
Nothing. I was just going to look at it to see if there was a move here in Snapchat.
I got to tell you, I need to know the short float on this thing because I got to tell you, Sean.
It's not super.
I'm
huge.
quite bearish on this stock. I have my doubts that this is going to be able to 5.5%. That's it, eh? That's nothing. So clearly
nothing.
there's something that I don't know.
Free coffee.
Yeah, I guess maybe the TikTok tailwind is for real, and people do stand to benefit off it. Not a lot. We don't hear much.
TikTok tailwind.
That's what I've coined it. The TikTok tailwind,
like
which
that one.
is defined as a tailwind induced by the TikTok.
Oh, you missed my
ban.
kids' drawings? I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my kids' drawings because I just saw a bunch of them because we had to clean out our thing. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, do your thing. Yeah, of course. All right, let's chat a little bit here about this SPRY trade. We're 1 penny in the money, but for all intents and purposes, we are flat on this bad boy as it continues to trade sideways at the bottom end of the range. I've got my stop in place on this guy through the mid area of the range, which is that high 30s, right below that $8.40 area. But quite slow is an understatement at the moment, but that is to be expected during this slower time of day. But what I do like about this FSLR trade is even though we are in a slower time of day, it is still holding nearer the highs. So I want to see if this one can hold. What do you got?
Nah, man. It's just, we were just the wrong way on Tesla. We took I feel like I play for the Blue Jays, man. I'm swinging and missing like every single chance I get here. Like, look at Tesla. Look at this move here. Just straight to the downside. It's been really, we've caught some longs. You know, we talked about that earlier on in the day when it's 171 up to 172. We caught some longs right here. Then we dumped it off. Then we just were flat right there. Then we got a 171.50 or so. Out right there. Back up a little bit. Then we tried it again at 171. It's like, it's funny because they're not huge hits, but they're hits nevertheless. Yeah. And it's just frustrating to get it so wrong today on Tesla. I thought yesterday with and again, like, you know, some people, it's hard for some people to admit when they're wrong, but for me, no. There it is. Nice move to the upside right there. I thought we'd have continued momentum into this name today, and it just looks like it just didn't happen, man. We were very, very patient. I was very happy waiting for this 175. We talked about that. We got it back up to 177. There was numerous times up there where we could have got out. Literally 10 times. Kept bouncing up there to 177 and then dropped down. I was like, okay, let's try 174. Nah, that didn't work. Let's try 173. Nah, then 172 worked pretty good. A little bit of bounce up a buck, and then a 171 held. Got some of those at 172, and then we just tried again, and then boom, right down to the downside. But look at this 50 period. You know, it's just boom. You could have just reloaded there at 170.20, and then again at 170. Now you're down to 168. As we continue to make that move down and basically flush everything down the toilet. Okay, you wanted.
Baby.
It's because we're cleaning out. Well, I don't know. Greg wants that boardroom. I sure hope it gets used as a boardroom. Here we go. Flamingo.
Oh, is that why he's throwing out the
Who knows
costumes?
what's going on around here? Here's Flamingo. This is my daughter drew all this. This, of course, is just a coloring. If I rip it, I rip it. This is really just, told you. Right here. Some kind of princess.
Very cute.
Yeah, this is nothing. I don't even know. These are ones they were way younger. I don't even, like, these were all taped up on the wall. So there we go. She put her name on there. There's Gia. Oh, backwards, her name's the wrong way there. Okay, the one.
Is that a painting?
This is I Love You.
Yeah,
this is, oh man, everything's stuck. I should have done a better job preparing this one. This one's for you, Sharif.
Ooh.
Go Pack, go. Go Green Bay, go. Right there. Don't worry, your kids will write you something about Dallas one day.
Hopefully.
There we go. Some nice. She was really
There's blue colors there.
She's
There's
really
Dallas.
into waves. This
I
was
like
supposed
that.
to be Trader TV Live colors.
Oh, okay.
As you can see here,
Yes,
red
yes, very good
and
point.
blue. This
the
one
white.
is extremely near and dear. I mean, I could show you lots of other ones here, but these. So this one's near and dear to my heart because it says I love you on it, and it shows kind of a monster with her name and everything like that. But the number, I mean, we can go over all those, but the number one drawing of all time ever done by anybody in the world of drawings? Keep this up. I can't really hold
Love
it up.
is the best.
Love is the best. The Trader TV Live building.
Oh, I love how it's brown. She got it right there. And she's got the sign in the front. I love it.
And then me at the desk.
It should be the concierge.
So
but
there
yeah,
it
you're
is.
in
Love
there.
is the best, and it's Trader TV Live, and there it is right there. So the best is not this market today, but
No,
thank you,
and I just want to
thank you, Comp
update
SRX1
everybody.
for asking about.
I'm
all
not short FSLR, so the positions board is acting up. But yeah, disregard that. I am not short FSLR. The positions board is wrong, guys. So let's go to SPRY. Still flat in this trade, not doing anything, waiting for it to go. But the market is really tanking to the downside here. You have Meta all the way down to 232. And now Amazon is at that 110 level that we talked about. So here is the level. Let's get to it. Let's go over here. Let's get to this. Which one am I going to use? Google is very strong. We'll talk about Google in a second, but Amazon is the trade that I want to talk about for the moment because this is what I was looking at my side chart. Let's have a look at the 15-minute here. Bring that in a second. So this is why I was interested in this trade. This is the 15-minute on the Amazon chart. 15-minute on Amazon. Yesterday, this 110 acts as a bit of a top. You have a top after the bell there. You break it a little bit after, right during the power hour, but you retrace right below it in the aftermarket. And then we use it this morning as a base. So I want to see how it trades. I'm not going to be punching in right at that 110 level. I want to keep my eye, see how it does, what's the overall market doing, and then maybe we'll decide to punch in. But 110 on Amazon, definitely a level for me that I'll be looking to go along on. I will not be looking for a short play here. Whether one exists or not is kind of not really what I'm getting at, but I'll be looking for a long bias on Amazon.
You don't see I'm only in one trade right now, and it's Amazon short, and we're short at 112.
Yeah, you're short at 112.
Yeah.
Are you going to take profit at 110?
No, I'm not taking any profits. I'm going to wait till this thing goes to $100.
You heard it here first, baby.
Oh, someone mentioned to us the other day. They said, "Oh my God, Sean, you were long yesterday, Tesla 169, and it opened up at 177. Why did you get out at 170 or something?"
Because we can't hold
yesterday?"
overnight. Yeah.
Exactly. So I just want to tell everybody that we are unable to hold overnight. So if you do see any sort of positions that are coming and going for Sharif and for myself, they have to be flat at the end of every single day. We're sitting here live on a prop trading floor here in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada, right there. We get ready for the Maple Leaf game tonight. Edmonton Oilers, congratulations to the Hurricanes. Denver Nuggets. I don't know if the Lakers and Warriors are tonight, but that's going to be something else. If I ever get a chance, I will watch some of that game and be very, very excited to do so. That is for sure. I feel like the NBA has been pretty hot.
I can tell you what Premier League games are on.
Nah, no one cares about that.
Nah, come on. The Prem, we're at the final stretch, Sean. You have to understand, these are the last few games. So we have a battle for the title.
So there's all the positioning happening.
And there's a relegation battle. So this is something that we don't have in North American sports. You're in a franchise and you're there, you're guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
No, not so in Europe, not so in soccer.
They should relegate like baseball. They should relegate,
Yeah,
honestly.
it's
But there's no other league to go to.
So what I'm trying to say is, in the North American sports, you have a battle for the championship. In Europe, you have a battle in the top and a battle at the bottom, and they can be equally as heated.
Important.
Obviously, you don't want to you don't want to be the team that keeps your eye on the team on the bottom, obviously. But
no, watching football, like soccer, football, whatever everyone wants to call it. No, that's the best, man. Like unfortunately, I'm not super into all of those teams. I don't think any of us are besides you.
I know,
here,
yeah,
but there's nothing wrong with that, and that's what I'm saying. It's a very heated and passionate sport. The number one sport watched worldwide, so a shout out to everybody that has their teams and everything, and just be passionate about something. And there's absolutely nothing wrong, whatever your sport is, man.
Oh, and I'm out.
Like I coach curling, hockey, like baseball. They're all this, and my daughter wants to play basketball every night at the school now. We got home at 8:30 last night, after being here all day, getting home at 8:30, and she turns to me and goes, "Daddy, I'd still like to do some more fun things today." 8 years old. So I told her,
I'm tired.
no, so I said, get your brother. So her and her brother went and did a couple of laps around with their bike as
Nice,
I
okay.
helped
She's got
prepare
some
dinner
energy.
at 8:30
Wow.
at night. Not good idea to do that. The Miami Heat Knicks. Oh, that's tonight. Okay. Yeah, that should be a, no, that's not tonight, is it? No, because they just played. Oh, yeah, maybe. They didn't play last night. Yeah. That's Heat Knicks is another great opportunity to watch hopefully a good basketball game there. The Knicks and the Heat, both great franchises, of course, in the NBA. Look, Carvana right now just dumped off $11, straight to the downside there. Nice move on Carvana with extended volume right now. So there's the move down on CVNA, and it looks like it may want to continue lower here. I got to pay for shorts if I want to dance with this. The Carvana on the daily, though, you have the 50 periods here at 9, and then we can see what happens after that. But there it is right now, $9, $9.10 coming through for Carvana. Again, that could be a stop spot, but we've already been down here to 10 before. We've wicked up a couple times, so I would say watch out. Here comes Carvana. I don't see any news on it, but hey, I don't expect to see too much news when a stock that's been up so much recently. I mean, it was just $6 a week and a half ago, $7, up to $14 yesterday and this morning. So nice move there for Carvana today if you're short to the downside.
It is doing central on everything here, man.
It's funny because the futures are only down 0.69, right? We've really altered what we believe a quadunk is. No, because the thing is like
it's very downwardly
we think that
sloped.
like Amazon moving down $2, which there we go, we're short. So there it is. It's showing up now, so that's great. Here's the trade from the morning, and it's just like, and I'm guilty of this myself. Like, look at all these outs. Amazon, the number one name traded on the show today, profit-wise. And there it is, all the way down to the downside. And now you're bouncing off this 110 area. And in fact, man, we broke it and went down to 109.90. So, like, there is a lot of pressure in these markets. And again, my daily doesn't work on Amazon. But look where we are on the daily. Like, okay, it's a big move down, but, like, you can still fill this all the way back here to 98.99 for Amazon, which is why I said the next stop probably $100. But I've been selling some, and I don't know. I think that we're getting a little carried away thinking that Amazon's getting down to $100. But, hey, you never know with this market. Okay, so Google still staying up there. I was hoping that we would get a dip buy opportunity for Google. Are we okay going long, everybody, in this market right now?
That's the thing, and I'm watching Amazon. Like I told you, this 110 area, I want to see what it does. I don't expect it to hold 110 to the T and to the penny. That's not the look. I'm also hoping it doesn't just bounce off 110 right away and then move back up. I want it to trade in and around this area, and I want to see a market curl. Otherwise, I just won't take the trade. Simple as that. So it's at that crossroads, at that inflection point. Now let's just see what it does at this area. You don't have to jump the gun. Down almost 2%, 1.92%. It's been down and to the right, Sean. We got, it's not a lot, like you said. You just made the point. It's only down $2. It went 8 days straight green. Today is the 9th day. Finally, looks like we're going to have a red day unless we get a really crazy market bounce here. But yeah, so we're at lows on a lot of things, but it was brought to my attention in the chat that Google's still green. Yeah, and we talked about the relative strength of Google, 117.78 high. It's above that 117 area at the moment, 117.31. So, yeah, big red candle with that big market move down, but we'll continue to see what is going on. I'm not ready to jump into anything as of yet. Yeah.
I was looking for I'm just looking. We wrote down on our sticky note that we wanted AMD short. So for me to lose on the long, it just adds to my frustration. But I'm thinking here that here's AMD. We've made a huge move down, and we were short there and got stopped out. Then went long, made money back on the long, and then got stopped again. So it's fine. We're up on AMD today. But what about just a pullback into here, 94.70, 94.60? I'm not going long. I don't care. Google be damned. It's going to have to drop a little bit more than where it is right now before we get long. So we're gonna scratch that going long idea today. I don't think into a Friday. And the thing, the only reason why the long might be hot right now is we talked about some of those levels, man. And look, this is that bounce level that we already talked about here, 13,360. We're already right there. So it goes back to these tops. It goes back to the beginning of May. It actually, if we extend this out, we can show you. but then it just gets a little bit. There's April as well back there. We talked about some of these levels at 13.3 back in April, and if you even go further, you'd see some more. But let's not even worry about that. Let's just worry about where we are right now. So it's this 13.350. Look, 13.350, 13.350. In there, we only get as high as 70. So you are at a possible bouncing spot right now in the NASDAQ. So I could see potentially some names starting to bounce from here. And then I guess we can get out of the way if it does take that level. So if we're going to look at the NASDAQ, maybe we should just go into the TQQ and play for a bounce right now off of 13,350. So that could be something to look at. There's the futures here. Let's just zoom out maybe on the TQQ again and just to see what that level would be exactly, where we're going to be wrong on that. I think it might be worth a scalp bounce. That's kind of what we're talking about right there. So 20, we're right here right now. Damn, Daniel. 28.40 right now. Good job on that damn Daniel thing there.
Yeah, because my nephew's name is Daniel.
Damn, Sharif's nephew, Daniel. Yeah. Good one, man. I like
this
that.
guy.
Brad told me about that, by the way.
Probably won't put him on blast.
Well, you can put him on blast, but we don't have to say your name. How many nephews do you have? Are they watching this?
One. No.
Oh, one. Well, then you are putting him on blast if you only have one nephew. So, okay. Younger, I guess, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, but how, like?
He's
blast.
turned 17. Just turned 17. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Let's see,
no,
man.
I have nothing bad to say about him. He's just
no.
It's not like that at all. It's just more like he's just got something big at the moment for his age. All right, Sean.
What do you mean he got something big? I mean this now. See now.
Yeah, I like to dance around it. It creates controversy in the chat, Sean.
Okay, I'm down with controversy. Well, congratulations to your nephew who is working on something big right now. And we will find out once it becomes mainstream.
Yes. 110, though, Sean. How do you feel about this Amazon 110?
I'm long TQQs here, so I should probably get out of Amazon. Okay. It is bouncing around 110, and I like it. Okay. I mean, there's the base bottom.
Right. And how do you feel about that? So I think I'm going to dance with this one. So I'm going to wait. I'll give it to low days. There we go. So we're long Amazon. We'll see what we do here, as it's probably not the best trade quarter position. Let's see. I want to wait a little bit longer to see.
Not everything's going to be the best trade. That's one of the other problems.
Oh yeah, and especially in this market too.
You're never going to find the bottoms or the tops of anything, man.
Right. So
what about a stop? What about a stop then on Amazon? If we do think that is the bottom, but we're uncertain of it. First of all, we're in the TQQs right now against 20. It's funny because the bottom, we've already talked about that bottom, and it's just going to coincide with what we've talked about on the daily chart again. So if we're going to load this up, it's a 30-minute chart, but it's just these, it's just these tops right here that we're coming back into. And chart. There it is. We'll just do like this so we can see it a little bit better. This 28.40 area is what we're going to do. We zoomed it back out on the 30-minute chart, so we'll just see there. We poked our head above. Now, if we stick it back in, like when a turtle is scared, sticks it back in right there. We'll wait to see what happens. 28.40 is going to be that. And this is just a play to see if we bounce off of that. So that's all that we're going to do there. Where did my chart go?
There we go.
Somewhere. There it is right there. So we'll see what's happening. We are going to go long right there. And then just to answer your question, what do I think about it? I mean, now we're starting to bounce back up. I mean, we can get out right now. We're $1.70 in the money. So let's play off this 1033 area. If it breaks the 50 period, which it's done there, but there's the bounce. Yeah, maybe we get this bounce. I mean, we're happy to be, like I said, we're happy to be long the market. Let's see if we can get a little bounce here on Amazon, which is what's happening. Good call, man. Did you even take the long?
I did.
Yeah, okay, so that's good.
I'm taking some out. But I'm not, it's a low conviction trade. Let's just call a spade a spade. I'm taking it. It's a counter market move. I don't really have a particular level on these futures for why I'm taking it. The level is off the equity. It's the 110 level, and that to me makes it weaker. So I'm cautiously optimistic. My out, the low.
Look at it come down so easily there.
And that's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. So low conviction trade, but I'm riding it, and we'll see what it does. We took already a couple of pieces out there, as you can see, and I've got a resting order hanging out just below 35, but low. Remember that segment on, it wasn't Saturday Night Live, it was Mad TV.
Yeah.
Lowered expectations.
Yeah. I'm not as big of a.
This is a
Matt
lowered
TV guy.
expectations
Yes, it is.
type trade, my
Yes,
friend.
yes,
That's
yes.
what it is, okay? We're already out
And
of
I
the
feel
money.
like when you're long, you got to sort of have those stop orders, and especially in a market like now. But you know, I say this all the time, kind of, and I mean it. It's like this is what trading's all about. You know, all you can really do is find setups that give you the odds
yeah,
to
that's
put
it.
you into a spot where it's most likely that you're going to find some kind of a trade that you agree with, right? And I just think that we're just going to try it here. It's a big move down on the TQQs, obviously down 2%, down a third, 2/3% here on the NASDAQ. And let's just see, it's already bounced off here. There's that 40 level. We're right here right now. And if I'm going to go long at any time, it's going to be now and be fine with it. So let's go the TQQ. We have a level, at least if we're wrong, we're here. And guess what, man? We're about to get stopped out, it looks like. I mean, this never stops, it seems like now. So we'll just go. I'm going to try that stop order because I'm sitting here. 28, there's going to be a lot of people getting executed out right now when this does break. So let's just try it. We'll try to get out of, not all of it, but most of it here if we do break below this 40. See? I was like, you know what? We don't really want to go long anything. By the way, your Amazon just cracked.
Yeah, I know.
It's
Watch it.
like, you know, we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't be long.
Still
to
my
be
zone,
honest with
though.
you. There it is. So we get taken out on that break, and it happens pretty easily. And here we go to the downside. So now the question remains, do we just flip over to the short and ride this as far down as we possibly can now in the short? So
Very frustrating.
sometimes I feel, I'm not frustrated. I mean, we have
I
the
am.
short here. I'm frustrated with just losing right there. But it's
Well,
not a high volume situation right now.
No, it's not.
So that's what's frustrating to me because like we were short AMD, we were wondering if it was going to hold. It doesn't hold, you know, and then it goes back up. We get wicked. We don't get wicked. We get stopped out of the short. Then we try the long. Then we get stopped out of the long. Those were fine because that was back and forth. But it's just like this TQQ trade. You know, it breaks the bottom on not huge volume, really, to be honest with you. If we zoom back out, let's just check out the volume that's happening. I mean, it's nice that all the red volume, the candles, are bigger than all the green ones today, that's for sure. But, you know, we're still, I guess right now on the TQQs, there's a decent amount of volume. But we'll go short against this move down now and just watch out for this 50 period. If we break it back to the upside, then fine. This market could slip today even further. It's Friday. We've just had all the tech earnings come right at us. We have retail next week. You know what the thing about it is? No wonder why Amazon's to the downside. So we had consumer confidence, which was bad. That was way out of expectations today. It was like they're expecting 54 and they got 47. Don't quote me on that. It's something like that. So we're going to have to wait to see about that Amazon trade. And I know Sharif just got stopped out there through, I think he did anyways. He gone. But through 110 right now, stopped out a little bit there on Amazon. So, you know, we're still short. We're $2 in the money. But we did again, see, like now we're back short the TQQs. And look what's happening. It's taking that level again. So let's wait. We wanted to wait for 54 to come into play. So we can do that. We can wait to see some 54s come back up. We'll short it right now. We're short at 39 here on the TQs. And again, you know, we're short at the end of the day, at the end of this move. But, you know, you could have been short here and wondered what you were doing. And then, you know, it did make that move back down. So if we're going to look at this, you have the 5-minute chart, VWAP's all the way up here at 28.80. That's only 40 cents away. So if you don't take too many shares, you could probably hold it. Yeah, okay, so what's up to Jose? I've talked about this a couple times. What's the difference of going long or short? Like you can either go long the SQQs right now or go short go long the SQQs, right, or go short the TQQ. And with the price that they're at, you're 100% right. You could just do one. TQQ is right here, 28.40, 28.60. So, but look it up here. They're the same move. So for me, when I'm short, I've talked about this, I like to be red in the blotter. So what that means is that when I'm looking at it and the market's going down, I just, you know, if they're going to move the same and they're the same price, we don't have to pay a borrow cost on this name. So to me, that would be the only reason why you would choose one over the other, because if you don't have a margin account or anything and you can't go short, then of course that's the purpose of the SQQ. So either way, just as long as we all understand that I'm short the market here in the TQQ, and the reason why I choose that, we could always choose the Qs. Whoops, too many Qs. Right there. I'm sure he takes breaks when I'm on. This is, all right, so shorting you could also go short the Qs. But again, the reason why I choose TQQ is more importantly, just really for you guys, I like the fact that it's triple levered and it's a bit of a cheaper price. So we do get that sort of a carry through here as opposed to shorting something that's $300. But if you're gonna look at it, it's the same chart basically as the TQQ, just tripled up. So 0.75, you can see the TQQ's down now 2.1. So it's very, very similar. And here we go, man. There's the 50 period, the 200 period, plus the 50 and VWAP, all up here at 325.30. So, you know, nice movement happening right now in these names. So we're going to go short the market and just watch out. Amazon's flirting with that $100 level. Yeah. Are there any levels or names that you guys want us to check out on? Carvana back again, 1050, so it did dip down to 1040, 1030 there, got back up a little bit. I still think you want to look at 11 to go short there, as this is the 200 period. We watched it off the open, it bounced off of it, then straight down. So if you're going to look at anything, and then we, just so you guys know, I'm going to try to give this as much room as I can, but there's 50. I'd feel crazy holding this short through 50. Honestly, if we break that level, it seems like it's pretty important there. We've already wicked down to it there before bouncing back up. Then we took it down, didn't really look back, came back to 50, topped out right there, and then hit that move down. That's what got me excited, thinking we could go back up to the upside. But see, we hold the short, and now we're right back into a profitable situation on TQQ on this position. Let's let it go down a little bit. We lost about 8 cents, I think, the first time or so. We were long on average. I think it was 47. We got out 38, so let's call it 8.5, 9 cents or so. So this needs to get into the 30s before we're happy and get back to 1-to-1 and make back what we lost. But again, stay short, man. We're seeing some levels break on the NASDAQ. We do have a move to come down here for the TQQ. And honestly, why can't we just stop at $28? I feel like that is an opportunity to get to the downside here. Let's wait to see if 28 can fill us out. We will take a fill for 8 cents because that's the maximum that we lost last time. So let's see if we get down to 28.30. We'll put a bid there, and then hopefully the next stop is a lot lower. The charting looks very, very similar, man. I see why people like you and Neil on the Midday Show, because I simply just talk way too much. Like, this is now 8 minutes straight of just me just blabbing on.
You have a lot to say.
But right there, I don't have that much to say. There's 28 coming in. We'll see. This is, again, a 200 period on a 30-minute chart. We've already bounced off 28 a couple days ago. So, yeah, I'm interested in this, maybe 28.20. So let's get something out soon as we're coming back down right now into this level. The good thing about trading ETF like the TQ, Sharif, is there's so much liquidity. It doesn't matter the gateway you use. It doesn't matter anything. It's if you're the right way, you're getting printed, and hopefully it will continue with you. What do you got on your mind?
I'm in trouble. I'm giving this to the $0.75. That was the plan, and now it is breaking down.
People were asking about
that. Yeah, well, I mean, the plan is in place. It's the $0.75. And it was dancing with that whole dollar, but not anymore. The shorts are in really here, so we have one short on, and maybe we should have had both. Here comes to the $0.75. This is quadunking now. Yes, and I will use that term because we're rejecting off that 1030 top, 11030 top, and there it is. So then I'm out as it breaks there. That's a loss. That's a tough loss. Okay, so now we'll focus on the one that is winning, and it is this FSLR short that's continued to print lower. I'll be looking for profits in front of 225, but we're still in the mid 225s, not quite there yet. Looking for a VWAP retracement into 223.15. So yeah, that's my look on that. You also have an interesting level of support at that 220-250 area. There's a lot of action in and around there. I see between around 9:30 and around 11 o'clock. That was a bit of a bottom. So keeping my eye on that and see how that materializes. But bit of a punch in the face there on that Amazon. We tried to take that 110 long, but I think I took it too early. I saw that one green candle come in on the 5-minute chart, and I said, okay, that's enough. Should have watched the trade more, because then I would have been seeing the lower lows print. So there's ones for the books.
I gotta give a shout out to my boy over here, Nando the Fourth.
Ooh.
I wish I was like Sean the Fourth.
Yeah, or like Robert Griffin the Third.
Robert Griffin the Third. I wish I was. Actually, he got paid, so
he did.
And now he's doing commentary.
And I think he's very good. I don't know how you feel.
His commentary?
Yeah, he's very good.
Yeah, I think
he's
a lot of
animated. You know, he's still keeping like in shape, so he's able to do all that kind of stuff on the field.
I mean, the guy's 35.
I know.
I
mean,
he better be. The guy was a
okay, it's an
drafted number
absolute
2
print
overall.
factory here, Sean, on this FSLR short. So we're gonna go ahead and cover some there through the 20. Look at that. I mean, I covered by like almost 20 by almost 20 pennies there, and you're still having a problem of liquidity, right? I mean, the stock. It's the same thing with the stock over and over. But here comes the 225. Let's let this run.
The best thing to do, yeah, you got to use maybe like a midpoint key.
I think you're right. I think
That
I
way
got
your
to set that up on
show
here.
up, and you'll be into that. But anyways, if you come to my screen right now, I just want to talk about this quickly, because here's Nando right here. When I was asking before what I should do, go long, he's like, nah, just wait. So I should have listened to that, because look where the TQQs is right now. As we go positive on the name, it just sucks, because we could have been hella positive if I didn't have to make back this bullshit long that I took earlier and let the dust settle. I just saw it right there. Who said that? What's up to Darwin, my guy, man? You guys are awesome, honestly. You know, this is what it's all about, right? Free Fall Friday. Now, I don't know about that. PayPal gone. Yeah, no doubt about that. And down she goes. You are right about that. Let's see how far down it can go. Right now, 27 is pretty good. Do I have any bids out here? So we only got filled at 30. I'll just try to do like sort of what we've been doing on here, but put some more serious liquidity down near 20. Get out maybe get out of like 20% down at 21 if we can get that. But I just love the chat. What's up to Fat Figo right here? He was frustrated 2 blunts ago. Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe if I had some of that around here, then I would be much less frustrated than I am right now. But hey, medicine is medicine.
He said I brought him back with that lowered expectations reference.
There we go, man. We
so
like
he
that,
knew
man.
exactly what we were talking about there.
You know, we can joke about all that, and I'm sure that these guys are serious, that maybe they are partaking. But just remember, man, this is not your. The thing is, you know, Wall Street, they're not hiring bankers or kids out of finance anymore. You know, they're hiring mathematicians and statisticians, quant guys, coding guys, and things like that. So if you're getting all blazed up and everything, and you think that you're going to mess around with these dudes that have these computer programs that are just like on one,
and those guys are
just don't put too much. What I'm saying is have fun with yourself. That's great.
They're taking the opposite of that.
Don't put too much risk in there. Yeah, they're like downing the Adderalls and all that
the
stuff.
Adderalls,
to
the
make sure they're going. I don't even know what
exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
know.
I've never had any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
so,
but a lot of people are like,
yeah. So I don't know
we know
what that
goes
does.
on in those circles.
Shop is bullish. Come on, guys, bounce. Be patient. I'm just looking on this, man. What's up to Greg Moore? Yeah, we should be looking at Intel for sure as it goes. What's up to everybody else as I go? I mean, I'm not going to go through all this. Stick to weed, kids. Yeah, don't do anything. Honestly, drugs are drugs, and you guys can have your own opinions on all that. But my opinion is you want to trade with a straight mind, and there's no doubt about that. So I will stamp that and maybe enjoy afterwards. You know, I gotta. My afterwards tonight won't be till a little bit later, but definitely try to have a bottle of wine, and then tomorrow night I'm going to trying to get lit up tomorrow night, only to wake up at 8 a.m. the next.
Dude, how do you do that?
I'm at my cousin's engagement party.
Yeah, I know, bro, but like,
I'm very proud of this dude.
Can I tell you?
I was changing this dude's diapers. You know what I'm saying? And now we get to go there, celebrate a big moment in his life. I'm going to be there. I've got a nice bottle of scotch I'm going to be giving to him. And then we're going to see, man. He rented out a restaurant in downtown Toronto. The kids are going to my parents' place. And we're going to
adults only.
The wife and I, it's been a hell of a long time. We're going to go out and we're going to do that. We're going to do that damn thing. And I'll be probably in bed by 11.
I doubt that. Something tells me you're going to be in bed a lot later, Sean. But yeah, good for you, man. You got to keep it fresh. And this is how you keep it fresh on FSLR. This one is sinking to the downside. We get another little print there in the 75 area. I'm talking about 224.75. Finally, something to celebrate as
Amazon?
we wait for this VWAP. Yeah, the Amazon. I don't want to talk about that. Thanks,
No,
Sean. Thanks, Sean.
You got out of it.
Yeah, I know, but it reminds me of bad times.
Oh, wow.
So let's put another little
We're
out
almost
there,
$3 in the
Sean.
money.
Though we're gonna put a little out on our friend FSLR. Yes, and I am
Ooh, a friend. There's the friend comment again.
Oh my God.
Is Amazon your friend here? Let's go
Amazon and I are not on speaking
Not on
terms at
speaking
the
terms.
moment,
Yeah, that's happened to
but
me
that
with
may
stocks
change
before.
if the P&L changes at some point.
That's happened to me before on stocks. No, I only noticed that because didn't you get out at 109.75, or you said the 3/4 mark?
I did get out
Yeah,
at
but
75,
what I
but
was
it was a 25 penny loser.
No, but when I looked over, it was at 109.30. That's what I was getting at.
Oh, God, yeah.
actually,
Got out way before that.
You got
Yeah,
it. You
yeah.
had a good out there.
Yeah.
Is what I was trying to get at.
Yes.
Of course, and
Thank
yeah, somehow, Jose Rodriguez, man.
Jose's trolling us, bro.
No, he ain't.
No, I know.
He ain't trolling
Of
us
course
at all.
Well, he's trolling me
is-
because I went long Amazon when the market was red. That's on me. I always sit here and pound the desk. The trend is your friend. Then I come here and I do something different.
No, but that's what I was going to get at. I don't think this is not a troll comment. This is just a fact. And I feel like there's two things that you should never ever do. And then one is fight the trend, and then the other one is fight the Fed. Like when the Fed came out 2 years ago or back in November of 2022 and told everybody that they were cutting, or not 2021, I guess. What
Yes,
year
it
are
was
we in?
2021. It was summer 2021.
Right.
They said transient.
Right, and that they were going to be, dealing with this inflation in a raising rate environment. 500 basis points later, we're all wondering, oh, yeah, maybe they were serious. And you saw the NASDAQ get all the way down, although the NASDAQ's up now more than 20% from its bottoms.
Yeah.
So technically bull market.
Yeah, and we're up on the
It
year.
doesn't feel like a bull market, does it? But there
We
are...
had a lot of retracing in 2022.
That is just a fantastic... Yeah. Oh, man, Dan McIsaac, man, this guy with the bangers today. Not only am I hearing from the chat here, I'm going to hear from my wife soon. She's actually asking me, remember what I said about what the most common, there it is, what's up, Dan McIsaac? There's a third lesson. Listen to your wife and your sticky note. But today I did listen to the sticky note. I was going long Tesla. Okay. That was a fail. But short Disney, I don't even want to look at where Disney is right now because we were short 92 and somehow lost on that, Dan. And 91.30, give me a keyboard right now so we can get rid of another one. Here live on the show. We will not do that. We are getting some out of TQQ. That's back. We're now profitable on that one as we go. But yeah, you are 100% right, man. Stick to your guns. Stick to what you do best. And if we'd done that, then we would have been ringing a lot of registers today. Instead, we'll be all right. Okay, so just quickly here, as I'm almost done, and Mac's going to come over. Did we see Max today? We must have.
Max is here.
Okay, we
He's
must
there.
have. Here's
He's
the
coming,
top traders from yesterday. He doesn't have to come now. I just didn't see him. Okay, so here we go, man. Amsterdam. There's someone absolutely murdering right now these European names. So yesterday, Amsterdam, $17,000 was the top take in that yesterday. We had another $17,000 trader, probably you, in New York and NASDAQ. And then it drops off, man. Where are the rest of our day trade, the world traders at?
I know.
The next up, Canada.
Ooh, baby.
5 G's on Canada
Oh,
yesterday.
baby.
Shout out to my
Sean,
dude over
Sean,
there in
Sean.
Copenhagen.
It
Yeah.
is an absolute
Let's go.
grit factory
Let's go.
on this FSLR short. Wowzers. Yeah, this is a good trade. So as we head really short, where are we?
Well, you see how you flipped it up? That's what I like. You were
$3
long,
in
you
the
were
money.
long, you were long,
Yeah.
then you got hit there at 227.
Yes, I did.
Went to the downside, then you reversed into the short.
Exactly.
To me, my friend, that is very, very key. Oh, we can flip back to that if you want. I was just going to say congratulations.
Yeah,
Sharif.
that's cool.
Great
Thank you.
trade, man. Great trade flipping that up. That is exactly what we need to do
Letting
all
this
over the
one
place.
run, baby.
And if you're noticing here, of course, the Green Bay Packers, as the owner of the Green Bay Packers, we have to make sure that we do show that because, I do own the
Tell
Green
them
Bay
why,
Packers.
though. Tell them why. Because not everybody
I'm a
knows.
shareholder.
Yeah, because it's owned by the fans. The only team owned by the
in
fans.
North America, owned by the fans. Correct. So,
Oh my God.
And as you know, most franchises have gone up about 1,000. Like Jerry Jones, I think,
Ridiculous.
bought the Cowboys like
Several
800
hundred
I was gonna
million,
say
yeah.
800, 700, 800 million.
No, it was like
and they
150
just sold the Redskins for 6 Bs.
And here's the
So I'm
thing.
hoping to sell the Packers.
Forbes was saying the Cowboys was 6 Bs. If
Oh,
yeah.
well, no, now Cowboys.
Yeah, that
would
has
be-
you have to rethink that
Yeah,
whole thing,
yeah.
right?
I think if I could own one NHL franchise would be the Leafs, but one NFL franchise, honestly, because I already own the Packers,
Yeah.
the next
Well,
one
there
that
you
I
go.
would step into, I think, would be Dallas, man. When you get that franchise, no, but it's
It's
all about,
full.
it's like in the Prem.
Yeah,
you
for
know,
sure, for
like
sure.
Man U might
Yeah.
not have the best record, but they have the name.
They have a huge
I know
name.
it's dipped, but
it has,
anyways, they had
sadly.
Beckham and all
but
that.
they go. It's
back
like
in the
a
day.
it's a flowy thing.
Someone owns.
Liverpool was huge in the '80s. They fell
Doesn't
off.
LeBron?
Right?
Don't all
He
those
owns
guys,
He owns
some of them
in Liverpool. He's
right,
a
and then
partner.
Ryan Reynolds just his
He,
team
it's
just
like
got relegated.
Waxham FC.
Yeah. But
It's
they
like
just made a move up,
whatever,
though, didn't
bro.
they?
Yeah.
Why are
They
you saying whatever about our boy Ryan Reynolds, man? Let's.
No, he's cool.
Oh, he's
it's
not
just like
interested
this
in
is a League One. I don't know if it's a
Right,
League One or
right,
League
right,
Two
right.
team, right? It's
Right, it's not
ridiculously
like they
low,
went up, but they went up to where? Right?
Yeah,
That's the-
exactly.
Okay, just quickly here before I'm gone.
Yep.
There's talk in the chat, and they want to know if this was by office. No, this is the top 10 traders. We do have offices up here as well. Although this is top 10 traders by market. So someone yesterday in the Turkish market
Oh baby.
took down 3 Gs.
Jeez. Okay.
Man, what am I doing? I talk about not getting enough sleep, man. I got to wake up and trade this Turkish market. What about Oslo as well, man? What is going on right now? We'll just zoom down here. And I just want to show, this is the top 10 traders today. So today meaning yesterday. This is not live data. Obviously, this is all from yesterday. It wasn't a very good day yesterday, honestly. Normally we seeing
It's a lot higher than
5
that. Yeah,
digits
yeah.
at least to like number 5 or 6. But still, you made 5 Gs. Remember, it's a prop floor. The stop, like your stops and some of the risk that these traders can take are not 5 and 6 Gs worth. So when they have big days, it's definitely good. Some of you might say 5 or 6 Gs, not really that much, but with parameters
is.
here, when you're trading someone else's money, and you're trading every day, these aren't bad numbers. So right there, 5 thou. Whatever. I was going to talk about my net, but we don't need to do that. Yo, what's up?
Yo, man.
Oh,
You
there it
don't
is.
need
Okay,
to,
so anyways, 5 Gs, 4 Gs, 4 Gs, and then we always we talk about this. We like to put the last 2. Normally it's the last 1, so I don't know why it's the last 2 today, but there you go. Thailand and the Hong Kong futures. Congratulations.
Ooh.
And we put people up here so they can make the list and so on and so forth. So someone 8 bills there, and then lowly BOVESPA, the B3 index. They're not the lowly index, but one trader yesterday, $361 in BOVESPA. And I was talking about my wife. This is what she just asks me here. Maybe I'll make that Thai tofu for dinner and figure out whatever for the kids, or I can make it with beef.
I tell you, I'm not a big. I'm gonna have to go with the beef.
I always say the beef, but I
Yeah.
think she might like. The thing about it
Yeah.
is, if I
Now,
say
how-
the tofu,
Yeah.
then my daughter can have it with
Yeah,
us.
that's the thing. I'm
So
not.
that she
the
wouldn't have
difference
to make
between
something else for the kids.
and that gives her
So
a break.
I am going to write in here, tofu would be fantastic, and this is the key, love you.
Oh, bang! There you go.
You
This guy's
gotta-
giving you. You think he's teaching you how to trade every day? You guys got to start paying attention to these marital tips that he's giving you indirectly here, ladies and gentlemen.
12 years only, so there
There
it
you
is.
go,
So
baby.
we'll,
Mike Drop says Pharaoh Han. Pharaoh Han, yeah.
That's a Riz. So I'm too young to know what Riz means, but I'm the Riz master.
The Wiz?
I know you know Riz, dude. You're young.
Who,
What
the
the hell
Wiz?
does Riz mean?
The Wiz?
Riz.
Oh, I thought you meant
R-I-Z-Z.
like
You
the
know what that
Wiz from the
means?
Seinfeld episode.
know-
I'm the Wiz.
I know.
and
We like that.
nobody
That's what we
beats
had.
me.
We had one. The best one was we had a. I was wearing. It's too bad that we don't have anybody. Well, we're getting everything sorted out very soon. I used to have an animation of me being the Wiz.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Remember I came with there was a crown?
We need to get that animation.
It's there. It's probably
stat.
there. We could probably find it.
Are you
It's
kidding me? There's a
Sean
Wiz
Crown, it's
innuendo? We
Dude,
have
I-
a Wiz
Yeah,
innuendo?
Yeah. Literally,
Oh
we used to
my
have
God.
that graphic, man.
No, we got.
Oh, charisma.
I need that one on my thing over here.
If that's what that means, then I'll take that compliment. Thank you so much for all that. I'm just glad that this dude coming on next has the Leafs hat on because I don't know what that is. That a team that I should know on your jersey, or is that your? Oh, Korea. Sick. I like
Okay.
that. I like that. I wasn't sure. You're going to see it in a minute when Max comes on. I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
a reference to a movie or
Like
something
that.
like that, but that is sick. Yeah, Rizlas. We all know about what those are.
Yeah, we all know
okay,
what Rizlas are.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Yeah,
for
we
sure.
know what Rizlas
All
are.
right.
And they come in a blue and gray packaging. There we go. No?
Blue and gray. Well, there's a whole bunch.
There's more?
Rizlas?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. The clear ones are gray.
Pradley's displeased. No? They
Yeah,
changed?
Rizlas come in gray. 100%.
And blue.
100%. You're right.
I know we're talking the swag. We're talking about
Yeah,
Rizlas.
yeah,
Bradley thinks that we're ancient dinosaurs. Oh my goodness. All right. No, Bradley was like, he thought we were talking about Riz being Rizlas, not Riz and swag. We got it.
Yeah.
All right. FSLR coming back into my level, though, so I have to keep an eye on that. Got the majority out there through the 224 break, so we shall see how this one plays out, but it's coming right into my level. That was the breakdown level. It bounced off VWAP, so to be expected.
I gotta go.
You can't really see VWAP on this chart, so I'll show it to you on this one. This is the black is the VWAP right there, so it comes right into that 223.50. VWAP was at 223.18, so it's getting that bounce, and if it gets a sustained bounce, I will not stand in front of this one because the idea was to take it to VWAP only. This is a counter trend trade, so I don't want to overstay my welcome.
I'm out.
Just like you.
I'm out.
Yeah, you want to take off as well, and we're going to let you go because you got to take a little bit of a break. You're leaving me hanging here. Yeah.
I'm going to be taking a lot of afternoons off, man. I want to get this golf game right as well
There it is,
because
there it is.
I have zero time throughout the day. Oh, another thing. Oh, yeah, I got to get out of here, by the way.
That's fine. What's up?
Like, I got an email yesterday that, so listen to this.
Okay.
So it's 25, 26 degrees out.
Yeah.
Right? My daughter made the rep team for hockey.
Okay.
We get an email, her first ice time, May 14th at 4 p.m.
Oh, wow.
Like, it's like, what, May 14th?
Yeah, okay, that's 2 days.
like-
That's 2 days.
It's
That's
spring.
Sunday, yeah. What
know
the
what I'm
hell?
saying?
I mean, yeah, but I got to tell you, I'm not surprised by that because my niece is in cheer. She's in varsity cheer now.
Yeah.
She was they're
Did I say the
doing
wrong date?
it.
It was May 17th. It's whatever next Tuesday is.
So there's no pause in training. They train
Right.
right through the summer.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
the
if you're-
football team does as well.
Yeah, if you're going to do that.
Nah.
Oh, God, the wife just spent $87 at Loblaws.
I love how you get the updates on your phone.
I mean, I pay
love
for
it,
everything.
bro. It is
All
great.
right.
All right, Sean.
We have $87 worth of dinner tonight, it sounds like. Hopefully she bought a little bit more than just dinner.
Yeah,
Oh, man, I'm going to go talk to her. All right.
All right, Sean's gone,
Max
guys.
time.
Yes. Thank
Always
you
a
for coming
pleasure.
on.
Always a
See
pleasure.
you later.
See
I'm
ya.
out of that FSLR trade. All right. So FSLR bouncing off VWAP. So we may have to look north on this one now as we get out the remaining portion over here right at our break-even entry. 231.76 the high. I'm going to keep my eye for a possible long here as we do get that support. What a trade this has been. It's been an absolute monster, but very, very spready and illiquid at times, so you have to be careful. We were crossing 15, 20 pennies at times and not getting the fill. There it goes, really finding a lot of support at VWAP and bouncing. 2 green candles in a row here on my 5-minute chart. Let's see if it can take that 227.5, 228 level. I mean, you got a little bit of action around there around 11 o'clock, but there's really no reason to get in at that level other than the fact that it shows you confirmation of the bounce and the uptrend. So, yeah, deciding whether I want to go long on this one. I'll leave that for a sec, and then I'll have a look at it after. GSIT, though, people have been yelling about this one because we traded this one earlier, and now it is flying to the high side. Let's get to this one. It held 350 quite well. It was a bit of a range trade there between 3.25 and 350. GSIT. Here it is. Yeah, so this was the trade. This was the paper-handed trade of the day for me here. Getting in at the lower end of the range like we talked about, getting up, taking everything out, comes back right into that entry level of ours, and then we panic and get out. Ends up making the move, goes without us. Hasn't been a good trading day by any means for me. So this is kind of just more of the same. It's been tough to trade in these. I don't know how you feel, but it's been tough to trade. May's been hard. I feel like May has been hard.
I think
Not a good thing because my birthday's in May, and I like to associate May with good things, Max.
well, then it's all your fault, Sharif. So thanks for the P&L.
What can I do, guys?
Yeah, one of those days for me as well.
Yeah.
I think everybody in the market got a little stuck long on Tesla, probably. Everybody in the office seems to have. So not the best day for the trading floor here, I don't think. But, is what it is. Is what it is. I don't think I'll be taking any more trades today necessarily, unless something is an absolute banger, because I don't have a whole lot of risk left.
Yeah, well,
but we'll see. Maybe if there's something real crazy, I'll take a trade.
Yeah.
But pretty much.
Did
just
you
Tesla
look
for me
at some of
today.
these small cappers? I know that
I had
you're
a
talking
look.
about Tesla.
I had a look. I had a look at. Let me
Did
just
you
look
get
at
the gist of gist?
Yeah, GSIT or whatever. I saw. Okay, here's the problem, man. I saw this. I was trading Tesla instead. Big mistake. But I saw this fail break. It was on like the 5-minute chart, I think. It would be more clear. In here, all right? So we're consolidating in here.
Okay, you're looking earlier then. Okay.
Yeah, we wicked down below $3. Rebid right away. I was thinking, damn, you could punch that. And I didn't. And then screams 80 cents. And you could still be holding that. No problem. I mean, it never goes back down anywhere near your price. But yeah, this one is flying. Interestingly enough, it is a 17 mil float. So, I mean, it's still a tiny company, but usually when you see these kinds of moves, it's like, 1 million these days, 5 million.
Yeah,
so like
they've all been
17 mil float is kind of
big. Bigger these days anyway.
It helps you believe in the move too.
Yeah.
Because it's not as gross and manipulated like a
Exactly.
What was the one? Drama. There was a lot of drama
Dang,
on drama today. So there's like real levels on this chart. $6, $4, what is this? 480. So there's definitely levels that we can get to on this name. I wouldn't count this one out this afternoon, just trending up. Holding the teal on the 5 minutes. So what's that? That's basically like a 1 minute 50 period. Yeah, basically just holding the 50 on the 1 minute. So this one's looking pretty good. Maybe catch a dip on that one into that teal line and then rip through $5 or something. And I also did that drama too. So drama did my setup for me. I was feeling real good about this one.
This one was strong earlier, and then it gave up.
This looked absolute money here. It wicks down, fail breaks $3, comes right back up. I punch in 308, goes up to VWAP into like the 25s, and then slams back down. I'm like, all right, hands off. It's doing the double fake out, and then it does the triple fake out. It wicks down to here, and then gets all the way into like the 30s. I'm like, wow, this one is.
What is the float on this?
This one's sub-million float.
Oh,
so
there you go. I mean,
you got to expect it on
How
that.
does it do that movement?
Yeah.
A bit of a bounce happening though here in the market. I was looking at this Amazon trade, the 110 level that we tried to take long initially. It's right back there. Do we find resistance at a former area of support? I mean, I theorized it would be support based on the price action yesterday, but it just blew through that 110 to the downside like it didn't really matter. So I'm starting to question whether this is actually a legitimate level. We're getting a nice, I'm seeing 3 green minute candles on my 5-minute chart on the NQ, likewise with the ES, but it's not retracing much to the high side, so you feel it's like a short to pop type day. That's why I'm really thinking about this 110 short here on your friend Amazon.
Yeah, that looks pretty good there.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been burned on it already. So yeah, it's tough trading these markets.
It's not an easy day today, that's for sure. There's been not a whole lot of a bounce in most names. Yeah, it's been hard.
I'm thinking also this FSLR. I was thinking, okay, I got out of this short, right? And now we had that bounce off VWAP, but then we have that retracement, the bounce retracement to that 227.50. We reject off 227.50, move back a dollar to the downside to 226.50. So is this the kind of short that I'm looking for the first 5-minute candle to make a new low? Here's what I'm talking about. Let me bring this in here. So this is the FSLR trade, right? We bounce off VWAP. I get out here. We retrace back up. Now, this is the 227.50 area that we topped out last time when we were moving down. Do we wait until this candle here, or now it's this candle because we just opened up a new 5-minute candle. This candle here makes a new low at like say 225.90, break at 226 essentially. It's just,
FSLR is kind of giving all the signs that it doesn't want to go down today.
Right?
Like this is just pure, squeeze up kind of.
I took it late.
This feels like genuine buying in this name today.
Well, it's up on a real news catalyst that
Yeah.
they did acquire a new company. And have you seen the daily on this? Look at the daily. Look at this, bro.
Yep.
I mean,
you
it's a
just
monster.
blast through all the levels
solar.
there, and now you're taking out all-time highs, I believe.
It's almost. Look at this. Okay, so we go to weekly. That's the daily. Weekly, you still can't find.
No.
You got to go to the monthly, and then look how far back, Max. 2008.
2008.
What were you doing, Max, in 2008 when this thing was at $320?
What was I doing? 2008. How long ago was that?
A long time ago.
I guess I was 15.
Yeah.
I was riding bikes with the buddies.
There you go. There
That's
you
all.
go.
That's
Well,
all.
it's up a lot.
Definitely
I mean,
not
sure.
trading stocks.
No,
Maybe we should go back to that time.
I know. I hear you. It's a lot less stressful. I'll tell you
So
that.
people in the chat were like, "This guy's wearing a Bears jersey."
Oh yeah.
So
but
what
they
am I
don't think-
doing going long Tesla?
Oh,
I sent the market down.
well, that's kind of on you. You blamed
That's
me
on
when
me.
you sat down.
That's
You're like,
on
"May,
me."
this and that."
Guys,
you're
I am
jinxed
sorry.
to the
I am
market.
sorry. It's all my fault. I'm going long with a Bear jersey on. Like, come on.
That's a little on the nose. I love it. Okay, but tell us a little bit about the team. They are one of the best teams in South Korea. Is that accurate? Or
I don't know if they're one of the best.
Okay.
They're just a team. I was in Seoul. We went to see a baseball game.
How do you
and,
say the name of that? Doosan?
Tucson, I guess. I don't know.
had
Yeah,
a
we
buddy
just
who
bought the
lived
home
in-
team jerseys.
Okay. So you actually went to the game?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, one game.
I had a buddy who
Lifelong fan now.
taught English in like a Seoul suburb called Daegu, I believe Daegu, and like you take like high-speed trains between these cities and it's like super quick.
Yeah, the trains there.
Yeah, you're good.
I did not take any trains in Korea. I've taken
No,
them
eh?
in Japan though.
I
Pretty-
see.
Pretty sweet. The one in Spain is pretty good too.
Yeah. The European ones are solid. I took the one between England and the U.S. and France, the TGV or
Yeah.
the Eurostar or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Goes under the English Channel. It's a little claustrophobic.
Is
Kind
it?
of like being in a subway.
What happens if there's like an emergency? They have to send a sub.
I think it actually happened. Like you actually had to get out. There's like a walkway and stuff. I don't know, bro. There was a leak once. Yeah, that must be for people who are claustrophobic to know that you're underwater, surrounded by like I don't want to say infinite because there's obviously a finite amount
But
of
like,
water,
how
but
deep
there's
is
a
it?
lot. I don't know.
That's the question. Like,
I don't know.
If something goes wrong, can you break out and swim back to
Hold
the
on,
surface?
I think it's actually under the
Yeah, it's under the
under yeah it's
under
not-
the floor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So can you like? Is there
I don't know.
a there a
bro.
way out?
I don't know, bro.
You
Anybody
regretting that
in the
decision
chat?
to go?
No? Anybody in the chat? Let us know. Anybody from England that takes the Eurostar from St. Pancras Station, shout out to London. I know about St. Pancras, baby. All right, what I don't know about is trading equities effectively on May 12th, 2023.
This is just one of those days. I think.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people around here are having success, other than Uncle Roger. I don't know where he went, but he was crushing the Tesla trades
Yeah?
today. Yeah. You
Uncle
know what? He
Roger's
was
an
scalping it,
animal.
right? He's not looking for these big outsized moves. He's just scalping it. He's crushing it.
Yeah, good for him, bro.
Yeah.
Good for him. Uncle.
I was talking
Roger.
talking to him in the kitchen this morning,
Killing
and
it,
he's
yeah.
like, I might just go on the sim today. I'm like, Raj, just
he
go.
crushes
Just go in the
size,
market,
too.
like put up like $20, bro. He's like, okay, and he decides
And
to
then he
instead
kills
just
it.
crush it.
Uncle Roger's
Yeah.
a killer, baby.
Yeah.
But that guy's second day, he made like triple his shutdown or more. No, it was like four times the shutdown.
Yeah,
It was.
that's what I did on
he
day
used to
one.
sit right there, he was sit right there, and I was right there. Anyway, shout out to Uncle Roger.
Shout out to Uncle Roger, indeed. What are people looking at? Anybody trading, or is everybody just smoked today on this market move? What do you guys got going on?
Yeah, I don't have much. I'm keeping my eye on this 110 though. Again on Amazon Max because we're getting that rejection off that 110 level, and here we go. We're gonna dabble in this 110 level. We're gonna give it to the high. We're gonna give it to 110.25 to get into this bad boy here. Let me think about this here because yeah.
I mean, I would say that we are at a bounce spot on the market, but
Why though?
is there
What
a
do you
bounce in
see?
the market today? Well, like 13.3, we're not far from, and ES that like 41.15.
I'm gonna go to the hourly. See.
41.15 is okay.
Come to my chart, Mahat. Because, a bit of action in and around this area like you're talking about. I feel like we've broken it, though, a little bit.
Yeah, but
this is the area here.
Like that CPI low kind of action, I don't know. It's hard to say. And, there's some stuff. There's some stuff around here for sure. But
I'm weary to take any trades because I feel like I still
is
have
this all on the Michigan number?
You know what? It's hard to say because it didn't really move on the Michigan
it
number.
didn't
You
move
have
that
to
much.
assume that it was a negative print, and so the likelihood is that it probably is. But there's a whole bunch. I mean, there was a whole bunch of Fed speakers that came out yesterday, and we're doing a lot of talking. So this could be just a continuation of that. We shall see. What else you got going on there?
Nando's got a 177 put on Tesla. Congratulations. What can I hit for that one? Hit the bank for that one.
Hey, you got them. Okay, so you got to use them then, baby. You got Sean.
Oh, I got Sean's, so I got the
so
good
you have
ones,
a
eh?
lot. You have more than me.
Oh, let's.
There you go. Fat Figo was talking about that earlier. He was telling us he was stressed out a couple of blunts ago. All right.
A couple of
He's
blunts
still
ago.
Stressed out.
I think you should
good
stop
friend of the
watching the
shows.
show and go do
He's a
something
good friend of the
else.
show. He's always on. He's always trading hard, putting in that screen time. So shout out to him, man.
2 blunts that he's trading.
Yeah, man. It's medicine to
Wow.
some people. It's just like, that's like, okay.
It's fair enough.
I'm not taking Zoloft. I'm not taking this. This is my.
I mean, whatever makes you better, right?
Yeah, whatever.
If you're better at trading and you have the
judgments.
stats to back it up, then keep going. If that's what works for you.
He's like, Lord, they getting on me, eh? Yeah, it's your time to shine today, man. No, but in all seriousness, the reason we are kind of just chatting up here is because it's, at least for me, it's been tough to trade, so I'm kind of hesitant to take any trades at the moment. But this is the one I was talking about here. This FSLR 227.5 top, nice retracement, but kind of gives you the feeling that it may be stair-stepping down. If that's the case, wait for the breakdown. Maybe it actually breaks down below that VWAP this time and you get a better trade. But
I would suggest
I'm not taking it.
that there's a VWAP buyer
There is, no
on
question
this
about it.
stock, and if it does get below VWAP,
They may
you're
reinitiate buying.
probably looking for a long back above it. But I mean,
see.
we're $3 off VWAP right now, right? So if you're looking for the scalp, a couple dollars back down to that level, then I don't hate that. But I think if this gets anywhere near VWAP, there's going to be buyers based on this move, like 23% to the north side on a bigger name. I mean, obviously it's like 100 mil float, so it's not the biggest company ever, but I mean, it's a big name to be up this much,
Yeah.
and we got a lot of levels below us that are supporting this this move up.
So today I'm starting a new little trend. I'm driving down every Friday.
Okay.
Not taking the subway. Driving down, and I'm gonna go to the beach
Nice.
after. Yeah, I
Nice.
have a little beach kit, right? Put it in the truck, in the boot, and
What car did you end up buying, by the way?
I got the F-Pace SVR. Yeah, the new.
Really?
Yeah. His face looks.
That's sick.
It's
That's
downstairs.
nice,
I'll show
man.
it to you after the show.
That's nice.
So I'm gonna go down to the beach. I'm gonna just do like my own thing. Gonna do like maybe like a 4K, something super light, right? Nothing too crazy, and just like post up at the beach. I think that they opened up you know how like they sold alcohol right there on Woodbine Beach. Did you ever go to Woodbine Beach? The one
think
all the
so.
way in Beaches.
I went to like Scarborough Bluffs.
No, it's
But
before
it's
that.
before that?
Yeah, that's more east. Woodbine Beach is like the biggest beach in Toronto, by far the biggest. You ever heard
Is that the same as like there's the water treatment plant?
Ashbridges?
Yeah. Okay, that's the one.
Ashbridges,
Yeah.
Ashbridges. Yeah, sorry. Some people call it Woodbine. Some other people
Ashbridges.
call it
Yeah,
Ashbridge.
yeah. I used to work at that
Okay.
water treatment plant.
Oh yeah?
Doing accounting for a while there.
No way. So I'm gonna go there. It's gonna be my thing every Friday. It's gonna go post up there, and then they have like a little area by the water. You can get like a couple of drinks after, and it's like right by the water.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah,
cool.
that's it.
Yeah, they shut it down during COVID. They had it before COVID, then COVID came and they shut it down. So I'm gonna do that today. I'm gonna be leaving here right at 2:30. Gonna get my gym on, then my drink on.
Nice.
I'm gonna meet a couple of buddies. They're gonna come down there. We're gonna post up. They have that beach club.
The restaurant?
Yeah.
That place looks like.
I feel like it's not a beach club though, Max. Doesn't it need to be closer to the water to be a beach club?
That ain't my kind of restaurant.
That
I
ain't
can tell
mine
you
either.
That ain't my
mine
kind of
either. I gotta tell you the
restaurant.
truth.
I'll pay a lot for food, but not that kind of not that kind of vibe. However, that sounds like a delightful Friday plan.
Delightful.
That sounds delightful.
It's delightful, baby.
We're
Yeah,
going
I
to
know.
the doing a little sportsception tonight.
Oh yeah, what do you got?
Going to the Jays game to watch the Leafs game.
Makes sense.
Yeah, going to the bar.
That
in the
does
arena.
make sense because you can actually get done. So you're going to go to the bar at the Rogers Center?
Yeah.
Okay, I
We
like
got
that.
tickets
So
to
you
watch the game.
That's perfect. That's perfect. You get to do both.
Yeah, you get both.
And it's super live. So if you guys aren't from Toronto, the Rogers Center and Scotiabank Plaza, is it called Scotiabank Arena?
I don't know.
Whatever, Scotiabank Place, whatever the hell it is.
It's the Air Canada Center.
Yeah, it's the ACC, bro. They're connected by one road, and they're at the opposite ends of that same road, so you can kind of see both arenas from whatever end of the road you're on. So that whole road is just jam-packed. Needless to say, when you have both home teams playing at the same time, that road is just, yeah, it's unwalkable. It's sick. It's one of the, I would say like one of the highlights in Toronto, coming to a sports event downtown.
Yeah.
It's always lit.
Yeah, when the Jays are good, it's fun. When they're bad, nobody goes. It's still kind of tough to pack the stadium, but this is their new idea to do it. Is like these general admission tickets,
Yeah.
and they have like 5 bars in the outfield section. So it should be fun. I haven't been since the grad party for Brandon and Spencer back last year.
That was the last time I went as well. We were
Yeah,
all
that
up
was
in the
a great
nosebleeds.
time.
That was awesome.
That was fun.
Who was that? Spencer and who?
Brankles.
Oh, it was both of their grads?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, when I came, Brenkles was already assistant manager, so I figured to me he was already grad, right? Like,
They just took forever
Yeah.
to do the party
Oh,
because
okay,
of
yeah.
COVID, I think.
I see.
They were like, let's postpone this as long as possible so that we can actually do something.
By the way, just so you guys understand what we're talking about, every person who graduates on the floor, they get a party. It's like a grad. There's a budget for it. So usually they wait for 2 people to grad, so
Yeah.
they can do them together. And then usually there's like a big, huge party. So it's
We're waiting for Uncle Roger back there to
Uncle Roger's
graduate.
bro. Uncle Roger's absolutely murky. Uncle Roger's a good trader, man.
He's a great trader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got guts,
I
too.
need to learn some things from him, that's for sure. Especially this past week has been quite the challenge. I don't know why. I think I'm going to go back to scalping, Sharif.
Oh yeah, back to
Big
small
picture-
cap scalps.
Big picture idea, small picture trade.
I like that.
Because
that.
these big trades, they don't work for me. I always get way in the money and then I don't take it and then I lose. And it's just frustrating. I'm going
Been
to just
there, bro.
pick my spots,
Been there.
lots of size, little scalps, like 40 cents.
That's what Uncle Roger does, doesn't he? Like he's
Yeah.
like a big time scalper.
Or I'm
gonna
just
send
going to sit right here and I'm going to copy whatever Uncle Roger does with 10 times the size. And then I'm really going to print. I'll just front run his orders.
GTAOR sound. Gator sound. I own 6,000 shares of Boyle, the biggest bull trap I've ever seen. But it only matters if you decide to sell. I'll keep buying. Well, look, man, I mean, I'm not going to obviously condone that type of strategy, but when it comes to nat gas, we got to talk a little pragmatism here. And how long are we going to go down? Because, come to my chart for a sec, because at some point, this is going to have to bounce here. And, if you're buying down here a lot, you may have a great cost basis. This is the daily. Let's go to the monthly. What's the monthly? Is this accurate? There's no way this is that. No, this is not accurate. This is UNG, so this is the ETF. Let's go to actual nat gas itself, and that's Henry's nat gas. Go futures. We'll go continuous contract, and let's look at the monthly on this one. It might take a bit to load. Yeah. I don't know. I have to figure out if this data is accurate, but let's go to the weekly. The point I'm trying to make is, look at it as a mean reversion trade. We are really at the bottom end here. Do we not recover?
The bounce is in, baby.
You think so?
Oh, for nat gas? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. On the market, yes.
It trends like to the downside. The whole thing is you could make the argument, we're going to renewable, we're going to green. I mean, I just don't see that right now. I think it's gonna trend back maybe into 7, 6.5, 5, anywhere around there. Maybe retraces back into the 200. Your guess is as good as mine. We've talked about this on the show before. We've talked about it needing some sort of macro event, some sort of world like political thing to kind of change the winds on this. Whether it's like even a force majeure, like a cold winter in Europe.
Yeah.
All of a sudden raises the price of nat gas.
I think the thing is, like, not a whole lot of people were paying attention to nat gas for a long time, and then this, war in Europe happens, and people started paying attention to it, and now it's kind of back down to the same levels as before, and nobody really cares all that much about it, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I've never traded natural gas, so no real opinions from me on it. But ES and NASDAQ seem to be bouncing off that 41.15 kind of area. So maybe the dip buy is in, and we get the power hour rally back to normal levels. I kind of doubt it. I think definitely another short's going to be coming back in. Maybe VWAP on the market, 41.40 kind of thing, 13,400.
Go to his
We
chart.
got these. We got all this trading in here on the 15, so you would think that.
Mahad, go to his chart.
All right, you would think that we got all these levels right here. So if we're gonna get like some kind of retracement back to the downside, it's gonna be off this like 13.4 kind of area, 13.380. But yeah, for now, decent bounce. A lot of names are bouncing. Apple, you got a little bit of a low of day there at 171.30s. You get a bounce. I saw Disney was bouncing, AMD there. So everything kind of getting a bounce. We'll see. We'll see where we go from here. I'm not, I don't know. I'm not holding my breath for VWAP right now on the market, but yeah, potentially if something gets a little too high, then I will be looking short. FSLR still holding above VWAP there. What is the chat trading? Baba? Yeah, Alibaba, I saw a really nice kind of double bottom off that 85 level. Let's pull up Baba. Yeah, really clean double bottom here. As the market is kind of bottoming, you're getting this double bottom action right here. So quite easy to structure a trade off of that one. You just either give it to 85, you give it to like any print lower, you give it to low of day if you want to, and you're getting like a 70-cent bounce on Baba and potential to take out this 85.90 kind of level. The Chinese stocks have been going up quite decently recently, so yeah, I could definitely see Baba getting back into these levels up here. Sadly, I don't have that one. That's not A+ enough to get me back in the market today. I got to see something nuts to risk it all today. This GSIT did end up doing that nice little liquidity dip into the 50 period. Now trending back up. I feel that a 420 break would probably send this thing to the moon. Obviously, it's stopping at 420 because that's what they do. Chat telling me to jump in to GSIT. Honestly, if I was watching it, I might have jumped in right here. This is quite a clean setup, and it gives you that stop right there. So you have about a 10-cent stop. Decent amount of protection from the Quadunk action based on like all of these highs here and the way that it's been trending today. It does a kind of wedge breakout right here off of this 360 area. Test it again and then smashes right up. So yeah, I think there's a decent amount of people that are probably still stuck short in this, probably still punching short at these levels. And the question is, where do they squeeze out? I would say probably above this 425 high, but your guess is as good as mine. We will see where it goes in the end. Ooh, get this off. All right. Somebody's saying go long Tesla. I went long Tesla many, many, many times to little success, sadly. But yeah, it definitely put in a bottom here at 167.50. I was talking to Obi about this just right before I came on the show. He's like, this is the level, man. This is the level. I'm like, you're right. It's the level. This looks like the level. That 167.50, it held here on the bid. I saw some weird action, and then this 40-cent bounce up off 50, 45-cent bounce, whatever, breaks back down below, looks like the world is ending, and then suddenly we're right back above, shooting into that 21 EMA, and then comes back down and holds 167.50 again. This is the kind of trade that I like to take. That's a perfect little bottoming action right there. And yeah, we've gone over $1 off of that, and now starting to hold the 50, starting to hold the 21. Tesla looking like this could be the bounce right now. And if you're long right now, I would say nice trade, risk it to 167.49. And you're probably looking at this 170 level, pretty obvious key level to look for to take profit. Who knows if the sellers step in front of that. But if we do break that and start moving into these zones, then maybe you could have a really nice trade on right now. I've taken 15 shots at it today, and I don't think I'm ready to take a 16th. But a good trade there on Tesla, for sure.
Keeping my eye on two different things here. GSIT, I'll talk about that one in a sec, but the one that I'm on at the moment, come to the chart if you're able to, Mahad. FSLR, this one accumulating at 227 again. It created a higher low by not getting back down into 224, 223.5. It's looking to make a higher high. That'll come by way of a 227.5 break, this level right here. So, you got the initial VWAP bounce. Do we consolidate here? Am I going to get bamboozled if I come in? You heard Max sit down and say, he felt like this one was stronger and primed to go on the day. We've been taking this one. We took it both ways, up and down. Profitable on the way up, then negative, and then very profitable on the way down. So that kind of got me out of some trouble, but still negative on the day, no question about it. So, yeah, the other trade that I'm looking at, GSIT, this one accumulating, looks good right in front of that, in front of that $4 level. Let's look at the 1 minute here because the accumulation looks a bit better. Yeah, look at that. All the action right at that 4. There's bamboozlement, breaking it 6 pennies, 7 pennies, even 8, going into the 92s there, but holding the 50 period for the most part and definitely accumulating at that 4. So you think, you're going to get a 4.25 test, maybe even more. What does a daily bring us on this one? What do we got? So definitely out of the range. Okay, so look at this peak over here. That is why I guess maybe we stopped out where we did. That August high is almost corresponding exactly with today's high, maybe a couple pennies off. That was a 200 retracement at the time. Like you blew through the 200. This is probably a great swing short.
Swing short?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Do it with like 10 shares?
10 shares, it goes to $2,000. You get absolutely blown out.
You don't know what these ones do on a daily basis. Usually 99% of the time they give it back.
Yeah, no. This one looks pretty strong, though. Well, I don't know. It looks strong for the daily.
Let's go 10 shares short.
Swing short, yeah.
This is a sim trading account. Look,
why not?
This is my IBKR sim.
Oh, you got
so I'm punching short.
You're punching short?
No, I'm kidding, of course.
Yeah, let us know what happens in 2 days.
The reason I use this account is because it shows my account number.
I think this is day one breakout for this one, right? So
you think so?
Isn't it?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, this is day one on this name.
Actually,
so
you know what?
Based
It's
on
not
the move
a
that
crap
it's put
headline.
in.
You're actually right because it's an actual headline. It's an upgrade.
And it's not an absolute, it's an upgrade. That's the headline?
It's an upgrade, yeah.
That's not a great headline.
That is a great headline for me because someone's done the work. And yeah, even though.
I guess, yeah, somebody's decided to cover this tiny little company, which means that there is some kind of interest in it. I guess the market cap's 100 mil, so it's not the smallest company ever. Yeah.
There's so much bamboozlement. Just as I said that, I'm like, yeah, somebody might have a vested interest in this going up. All of a sudden they cover it. They put out a great upgrade, and they're in the money, and we're all holding the bag. I mean, the cynic in you always has a bit of
It's very hard because obviously we don't know anything about like a Tesla or whatever. We're just kind of as small, whatever. It's not hedge fund people, not not analysts or whatever. We don't necessarily really know what's going on with like a Tesla, but we sure as hell do not know what's going on with these small caps.
GSIT?
And like to be investing in something like that and putting like real money behind it is, I don't know. Like I understand the lottery ticket idea, but like it's tough. It's tough. And then shorting it as well. Like you don't know if somebody owns the whole float and they're just gonna squeeze you to $500 and you get wrecked. So
yeah, man, this market is just a bit of a snoozer too. Like I gotta tell you, man, when you think you're making that bounce on the market, you retrace, and the notional range between the moves is like bupkis. And I really mean it, Bubkiss. We're moving like 10 points.
Yeah, we're
out.
moving nada. Based on the move that we made down.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's still, well, yeah, no, that's 50 handle. That's a pretty big move down since the open. But, yeah, since whatever, noon, we've done basically nothing.
Yeah, it's tough trading. All right, let's see what else is moving.
It's all right. It's Friday. The beers are coming later.
Yeah. I'm looking at my scanners to see if anything is moving at the moment. You know, a lot of the ones that were red today were the Chinese ADRs. They're actually finding a bit of a balance. Baba, excuse me.
Bless you, sir.
I muted my mic just in time there. Baba finding a bit of a balance. Let's look at the Baba chart here.
Yes, I believe Renata is long Baba.
Is she?
Talking about it.
Nice. Well, 85.10 was that kind of area right there. Look at that bit of a double bottom. What are you laughing at? What do you got?
Nada.
Okay. All right. Yeah, a bit of a 85.10 double bottom there on the chart, and then it looking to retest that wick high that we made around 11 o'clock right into the 200. That's
Renata
like
with a
85.
capital yes on the Baba long
Okay.
there. So congrats to you, Renata. Hit the bang. What else we got here?
Baba 85, she says. Ooh, that's a nice entry, but you're holding that for a while because it hasn't hit 85 since around like 1050.
Yeah.
So you're holding that for a while. You held all the way to the 200 rejection, 200 on my 1 minute here, and then you're still holding. Good for you on that one. It's a bit of a tough trade, these ADRs, especially long. You know, so many bad headlines coming in.
Somebody
I
in
want
the
to
chat.
complain a little bit here.
Oh, go ahead.
Amazon. I want to take that 110 rejection.
Yeah, you nailed that one.
I didn't take it, Max, because I was the weekend today because I'm down on the day and therefore lacking
It
in
is
confidence.
very, very, very difficult to trade when you're down on the day. When you've been just taking punches all day,
For me, anyway.
it's very hard to make those like strong decisions and actually know what you want to do and have any conviction behind it. So it is what it is. Usually, you're going to let the good trades go and take bad trades when you're down on the day, is how I find it goes for whatever reason. But yeah, you got to keep it simple and just like A+, like look for A+.
Yeah, definitely. This was not an A+ setup
No,
on Amazon.
exactly.
It was speculative. You were using a recycled level, and this time probably in the direction of the trend, which was down. Pays to show. This is the 110 that I'm talking about here. Danced around it, rejected. You could even say a bit of a head and shoulders here. Definitely very micro head and shoulders, as this is the 1 minute chart and should be taken with less importance, even though these chart patterns are fractal, meaning that they do apply in multiple time frames, not just on the daily or the larger time frames. All right, I'm looking, Max, to see what's going on here.
Airbnb.
GSIT2 as well. I'll let you
is
do
it going?
Airbnb.
Well, do GSIT because it's actually doing something right now.
Okay, so here it's GSIT. It just wicked up, tested 20, rejected. The high of day is 24, but you're not huadunking below 4. You're still
If this
holding.
shoots up right now and takes out 425, I would say this is going to the moon.
I like it. Something needs to wake us up today, because I don't want to drink any more coffee, but god dang.
Yep, I got the iced coffee going.
Yeah, you got the iced coffee. I might have to go get a refill there, especially if I want to do a run after. Yeah, no, I probably just. All right, Max, it's doing a little bit of a dance here in front of 4. Did wick up to 20, you got an immediate rejection around there, but you're still holding that general level. You do have a wick every now and again into the 50 period.
I mean,
though.
your
You gotta
stop
like
is
that.
obviously 389 here, right?
There you go.
Like if you're gonna stop out of this ahead of 389, I think that's a mistake. But I mean, obviously, I'm down on the day, so don't listen to anything that I say. But yeah, I mean, they're gonna do all this crap around this level, and then they're finally gonna do that like snap into a halt action, or they're gonna do that snap down and everybody gets stopped out kind of thing. And it's like, which way does it go? And if you get stopped out and it instantly reclaims your stop, you can always just punch back in too. Those are usually the best trades that you punch back in because you know how good that trade is going to be in that moment where they stop everybody out and then all the shorts get in and it doesn't go down.
Yeah.
That's exactly when you punch back in and it shoots right up to the moon. But yeah. Oh, Airbnb. So
Yeah.
Airbnb, I mean, I got to say, I thought that this was going to trend back up after earnings. We had that huge down move on earnings. Oh, lost the chart here. Let's see if we can get the second chart to load. Load. All right, we get the 1 minute. Can we get the 30? We can get the 30.
We can get the 30.
All right.
baby.
So huge down move on earnings. We come from 126, make a 107 bottom. This big move up on earnings day to refill this gap, and I figured like day 2 we would continue that, and we'd be probably trading at like 120 by now. But today, absolutely smoked on Airbnb and still trending down. So for whatever reason, they really didn't like those earnings, and this one is headed towards $100. I gotta say, was not expecting that we would be seeing this 105 level on Airbnb, but. Yeah, money short there today, and finally not SSR. So you could have actually slammed this short quite easily. What's going on over
I feel
there?
like there might be a bit of a curl bamboozling itself into the futures here, Max. I feel like the NQ might be poised to make a possible VWAP retracement or a 13.4 retracement.
That's what I was thinking. 13.4, you get a turnaround right there. Like, we did a lot of trading there. There's some bottoms there, so that makes sense, and that does line up with like 41.35-ish on ES, which is the same.
If you think if
kind
we're
of action.
range-bound trading, I mean, like we either come to the break-even. Break-even on my chart, probably unlikely because we did get at that negative sentiment. Even on my charts around that 13.450, it's a little bit below that 13.446, but VWAP at 13.405, you like VWAP and on the whole, I don't want to like calling it the whole dollar because it's not a dollar on the futures, but you know what I mean?
Yeah,
13.4
that even level.
Even level, thank you. Around there, you get a retracement into that. That's the thinking here. Obviously, if you're going long, this is an area you want to take profit. And by this area, I'm talking about the 13.370 break. That's a newer high. I would ring the profit bell if you're able to take more than one contract on this bad boy, or if you're going to play it off the cues, whatever. You know, usually the charts correspond in some way, shape, or form. So keep my eye on that on this futures trade, possibly here as that develops. But the only reason I'm looking for is a higher high, higher low. Excuse me. You didn't make it all the way back down. That's the only thing, really. But you need the confirmation. The confirmation has to come vis-a-vis a higher high. So, Man U news. Need a stonk? I don't think there's Man U news. Let's have a look.
And you, man, all the time.
Manchester
Whoa,
United.
what happened?
I hate that team. Oh, Hwadung. Okay.
What?
132. JM Ratcliffe closing in on Manchester United takeover. Jim Ratcliffe closing. Come to my screen.
Jim Rat?
On in on Manchester United takeover reports the UK Times. Sir James Ratcliffe has moved a significant step closer to securing Manchester United, with the Glazers and their New York bankers ready to discuss the details of a sale to the British petrochemicals billionaire. So now we know who Sir James Ratcliffe is. He's a petrochemicals billionaire from, I guess, somewhere in the UK. The Times understands from sources close to the deal that the Glazers and the Rain Group are now willing to enter final talks with Ratcliffe and his team at I don't know what the hell, Ineos to thrash the world record deal. As the Sunday Times revealed last month, Ratcliffe moved ahead in the contest with a Qatari group fronted by Sheikh Jassim. You know
Nice
why we're laughing,
pronunciation
because
there.
like last
Nice
time,
pronunciation.
him and I, he's like Sheikh.
Bro,
I'm like,
I thought
yo,
it was
you
Sheikh.
can't
I always
say
thought it was
bro.
Sheikh.
Yeah, it's Sheikh.
Sheikh.
Jassim bin Hamad Al Thani. And other rival bidders when his final offer represented the highest valuation. It could reach as much as 6 billion sterling for the Premier League club. 6 billion sterling.
What's that, like
That's
$1 million?
more than. You know the GBP is higher than the dollar, bro. Stop playing around. Yeah, what is the exact conversion right now?
It used to be like 1.6
1.5?
for Canada,
1.6.
so it's probably 1.2 for USD.
Yeah,
USD,
something in and around
like
that region. So 6 billion pounds is slated to be the price here. Obviously, that's not confirmed. We're going to wait. That comes via the Times UK. So that story coming from there being regurgitated by Benzinga.
In other sports news, Dan Gilman saying, are the Leafs going to quadunk tonight after winning Game 4? Look,
What do we got, Max?
look, I don't know, man. I'm trying everything here. I'm wearing a Doosan Bears jersey. I'm going to the
doing
baseball
everything.
game.
I'm really going out
I'm
of my
doing
way
everything
here.
that I can do. Last time I only watched the third period and they won.
Yeah.
So, you know, obviously it has a lot to do with what I'm doing.
Okay. Joker. I like that.
No, I think they at least make it to Game 6. I don't know. I think if they win the game tonight, they probably win the series. Because
They
then
said they were-
Florida's on their heels. And you still have 2 games to win, though. So tough spot for the Leafs right
Do you like
now.
the do or die mentality?
They have the talent to do it. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah, I know.
The
No
talent
question
is
about
there.
that. Yeah.
Austin Matthews can score 3 goals a game, theoretically. You know, Nylander, Marner
I'm not a
is
hockey
fine.
guy. What is Florida executing on so well that they're beating the Leafs?
They're playing harder.
They're playing harder.
They're playing
okay.
harder, and the Leaf Stars are choking. And I mean, their goalie has been incredible. He in
Their goalie,
2017,
right? Yeah,
he was
okay.
like the best goalie in the league. He's
Okay.
decided to roll the clock back by 6 years and become that again. He had a
No
pretty
way.
terrible season, and then just gets into the playoffs and is like the best goalie ever. So that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of reaction to what's gone on.
Shut your mouth.
Um,
My watch is talking.
The truth is, game 1 and 2, like, their goalie won it for them. Game 3, the Leafs sucked.
Yeah, because I do remember having
Yeah.
a lot of attacking first couple of games.
Yeah,
At home,
game
we
2
were
like
really
was dominant.
kind of unlucky not to
It
win.
was dominant.
Yeah.
If you go by like the advanced stats or whatever,
Yeah.
game 2, games 1 and 2, like the Leafs put up very, very good advanced stats, but they just didn't score. I like the kid who's in net right now. Only like 10 games of NHL experience, but
What's his name? Wall?
Yeah, Wall. Wall, you don't even need a nickname for that guy. He's just
Yeah.
a Wall.
I mean, how appropriate is
It's
it that
amazing.
his name is Wall?
I don't know.
mean,
I don't know
hope
if they can
comes
do it.
through.
They have the talent to do it. It's time for them to show if they have the heart.
Truer words were never spoken. They probably
McDavid
have,
versus
but-
Matthews Stanley Cup would be amazing. That would be
Ooh.
amazing.
I
I would
like that.
absolutely jump in the lake if the Leafs won the cup. Absolutely.
Yeah, but you know what?
I'll
By
do
the
it on
time they
camera.
win, it's usually June, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the lake's warm in June anyway, right? So
Oh, is
usually
that what
after-
that's referring to? Like it's cold in the lake?
Yeah, isn't it?
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Assuming.
Is that like a, is that
Jump
like
in the
a
lake.
thing? I don't
Well,
know.
because hockey's, well, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good
I'm
question.
asking you,
I don't
man.
know. Usually hockey's played in colder weather, so if you're jumping in a lake for a hockey bet, usually it's in the winter.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Fair,
yeah.
fair. Yeah, I guess like you're winning your beer league, you jump in the lake and it's actually cold still. That would make sense.
The bounce that we were looking for, Max, on the NQ has not materialized as of yet. We were knocking on the door
No
at
bounce.
1350,
No bounce.
350, and now we're back down into 340.
This is one of those classic Fridays where we just trend all day on light volume. This time it's to the downside. I was hoping for the upside, and then Tesla just cruises to like 185, and you're long from the morning, chilling.
That would be
but,
great.
You know, didn't happen today. Had the wrong read on that one. Sadly.
Someone asking here about SI, so maybe we'll take some time to talk about that. So
SI.
Silvergate is no longer on the New York Exchange. It is SIC.
You already got it there.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that bottom one.
Here we go, so I can bring that up. So it is now on the pink sheets, guys. So SICP is the ticker now for our friend Silvergate.
I got no
my
friends
God.
in the market. I don't know about you, man.
Yeah, so Silvergate opening up this morning, down technically 48%. I'm assuming it's comparing it to its last closing price on the NYSE. It got to a high of 112 on the day, but now it's back to 64 pennies. So volatility is its name, and going down to the pink sheets is its game. It's done 8.14 million shares on the day, which isn't saying much for a 64 penny name, right? So I haven't looked out and seen what the spreads. We can't trade this on our platform either because it's not available.
Well, it
Sean,
just
check.
went from 65 cents to 72 cents, so that seems a little nasty.
It is. It's quite.
That's something.
erratic
That's
in its
something for
movements.
sure.
Yeah.
Not
anyway.
something that I'd be trading.
So that's what SI did. Silvergate is, I believe they did file for bankruptcy protection, or they're going to file. At some point, anyway, we heard earlier in the week that they were going to be they were suspending trading on it, and that came on the 11th, I believe. That was yesterday. Yes, yes. This came in NYSE to suspend trading in Silvergate Capital Corporation and commence delisting proceedings. So that was yesterday, and that happened awfully quickly as it finds its way this morning onto Jeff Mendel's exchange. Shout out Jeff Mendel on the OTC Pink Sheets, and it's been trading on there since then.
Yeah. Daryl talking about Airbnb. Yeah, just still going down. Breaks that 105 level. Nice breakdown actually off 105. So breaks 105, gives you 20 cents right away, and still trending down. Just kind of trusting the teal on this move down. Yeah, we definitely need an animation.
Oh,
for
we're
Trust the
gonna.
Teal.
We should be able to.
Triple
The
T.
ideas board. Put it on the ideas board. Write it on there.
Definitely need
Keep
that.
everybody honest. Yeah, Airbnb. So you're looking at that. Sorry.
Yeah, still trending down. So really, the bottom coming out of Airbnb and no bidders to be found. I don't know. I didn't think that earnings report was all that bad. They just said that the bookings for the next quarter.
The inventory was the issue. I talked about that. So they were like, okay, a lot of people are not going overseas anymore. They're doing like local destinations. So you're going to, I don't know, Vancouver, or you're going to New York from here, and you want an Airbnb in the city, and that's where they're having supply issues. They don't have enough supply in the city, more demand.
Oh, because cities are outlawing it and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Yeah, that's
and
a
the
pain.
condo, like my condo, you
Yeah,
can't
not allowed to.
Airbnb.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Same.
there's an issue with supply there, and that's causing the bad guidance. That's all right. Where are we at here? GSIT starting to curl again into the higher area of the range that it's been trading in, which is that 4 to 415. Occasionally you get up to 20 and break it, but the better range is that 15 to 4. It's at the higher end. What you're seeing here is a series of higher lows too. So it looks good. It looks like it's consolidating, but you are getting higher lows in the grand scheme of things. So I feel like you're compressing here for that big 425, 424 explosion through there. Maybe touch. Max was even saying $5 possibly here. $4.50, $5. Who knows? But yeah, accumulating around there. And if a safe bet would be accumulating in and around 4. Just haven't gotten around to doing that as the market takes another turn south and looks maybe to test that 13,318 bottom. We're back down into 13,335 on the NQ. So that higher high coming in at 13,368 was, for the moment, a bit of a bull trap as we don't retrace into that 13,400, at least for now. We have like 7 minutes left on the show. But yeah, it's Friday, and we could maybe get a little bit of buying going in. Do a little bit of repositioning.
Maybe. Anything is possible. I would bet on closing somewhere in the 41.20 to 41.30 range, but maybe something happens going into the close here. I don't know. I'm not really holding my breath for a big move today. It feels like everybody's gone off on this beautiful Friday, and whatever's
really
happening
nice
is just happening slowly. Lightly. I am going to be watching that GSIT into the close.
Yeah.
What I want to see on that is like some kind of liquidity trap to either side. So either it pumps up into like 450 and then instantly slams back down, then you know that the longs are trapped, or it pumps down and instantly comes back up, and then you know that the shorts are trapped, and you play off of that. I don't really like just getting in these areas where it is right now. Like, I know that a lot of people like to take bets like this where you're just buying $4 and looking for the breakout and you got your stop at 390. That's a totally structured trade. I understand why you would take that. That's just not really my style. I want to be in and knowing if it's going to work or not, like kind of right away. I want to see the proof of the move instead of just kind of saying, okay, I can get in here and my target's $5. Yeah, so like I don't like the idea of like shorting 420 or buying $4 here. I want to see it like like do like a big move and then retrace. And if I miss the move, I miss the move. It's just that's what my setup is. I haven't really had a lot of success doing this whole like buy down here and try to get a breakout. But here we go. So pumping to 450 right now.
Oh,
Does
baby.
it slam back down? This could be the quadrunk action. We got to hold 415,
What a surprise,
I
Max.
would say.
What a surprise.
Let's see what happens. This is looking dicey right now, but it doesn't want to print in the teens. So I think your stop is still on $4 in this case. I think you want to hold it to see like how trapped are people here. Is there buying interest? It's not looking great right now. Possible quadrunk action. Do they do the double reversal though?
It's
Maybe
just
it wicks down
so
and then goes
predictable,
back up.
though, isn't it not?
Yeah.
I mean,
But I mean, that's a 10% move off of $4.
Let's talk more macro here, Max. If this fails,
Yeah.
if this breakout fails and we start printing lower, and we're not saying that it will, but if it fails,
Yeah.
does this signal possible trend change in the cycle of these small cappers where we're taking them long on continued strength, rather now we're looking for failed breakouts?
I think you're always looking for failed breakouts.
Look at that,
there you
bro.
Go. So
Look
this
at
is
that, bro.
This is the situation where if they send this over $4 right now, this could be a banger long, because now they trapped everyone here, they trapped everyone here, and then they send it. Now the algo is in by itself. So let's see what happens here. This is interesting because you would expect this to be at like 320 by now, right?
This is exactly what I mean. I mean, you get the breakout and people pile on. That's why you either have to have resting orders above these levels. You can't linger in that level with these small cappers because they turn on a dime.
That range is 20% off $4. It goes 40 cents one way, 40 cents the other way. So either way, you're getting a 10% move, which is kind of that's an amazing day trade, right? You just take the profit. I don't know how to do that, obviously.
They call it a specialist
but I know some
breakout.
people do. A specialist breakout?
Yeah, where like you get suckered in with big buying. What's the flow?
I
on
like
this
to
again?
take special breakouts.
No, the specialist is the jerk doing this to everybody. No, the market maker. Neil's
with the
explaining,
knowledge.
dropping hot knowledge. They're saying that it was a specialist breakout because the market makers were referred to as the specialists on the floor back on NYSE, and that's hence the term that came. And that's basically what it is. There you go. You get a big 420 break, knocks on the door, 4.5, 446 top. And Neil's got stories. So we're coming 2 minutes. We're gonna go on the close. So he'll be dropping that story, I'm assuming. Who can do that, says Renata? Market makers or people with big buying power that can manipulate low float stocks. This is a low float technically. It's 18 million. Usually, I don't know how you learned low float, but like the definition I was given, I say that loosely, in my early studying days was 50 million and below usually is low
It's probably
float.
low float. Yeah.
Right? So this one,
Even
really
under
down.
100 million is kind of a low float, but I don't know. Depends on the stock price too. Like,
Right.
Like market cap is a factor as well, I would say.
Max, we got like another minute left on the show, but it's worth noting that we are at lows now on the futures.
Ooh, indeed.
And I believe we just printed a newer low, I believe, here on the NQ. Let's bring in the NQ. Yes, we have a newer low, just printed 13,315. And we are at the low on the ES for 112 3/4. So both the indexes showing a lot of relative weakness at the moment, as you know that big move up, not big move up, that retracement that we got on the NQ earlier in the hour proves to be a bull trap.
Buy and cry today, says Ponzi Fonzie.
I think that's an
Agree.
accurate description
Agree.
of. Sean is still short the TQQQs.
At least, he says.
He
at
says
least.
at least he did something right today. Yeah. So that makes that makes him only. No, I didn't do anything right today. So
I do not have any green names on the blotter today.
I do. I have GSIT is green. Everything else is red.
Yeah.
It's red. Yeah. Even FSLR is red. It was one of them was a good trade, but on the whole, it's red. So I am 1 for cuatro today. All right, guys. It is over. The show is over, baby. And we are going to go into the weekend. Thank you for being on. We'll see you again Monday, definitely.
Of course.
And yeah, big show coming up still, guys. We are at Lowe's on the ES and NQ. Let's take it into the afternoon. Same bat time, same bat channel on Monday.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. Randy's on board for a Friday afternoon show that will take you into the weekend here. The market still, as the guys were saying there, chopping around at day lows. Some debt ceiling speak coming through. Talking from the White House anyways, they're saying they're very